That's my nigga Gotti Bud, bro. I was just about to do the same thing, man.
Right, you're right. Go hard till you feel it. Get a job, open up a business. Haters gon' watch when you kill shit. Every murder case got a witness. Whole life going through the blues. Coming from the bottom, then you feel it. Being broke, leave a hole in your soul. Put your fists in the air, black folk, if you feel me. See, I came from the bottom, no lights, no gas. You can get robbed, no pipe, no mask. Throw a tea party, don't invite your ass. Now your belly got tissue to wipe your ass. It ain't no love from the government. Every president been on some sucker shit. Young niggas busting shit, no, I'm not loving it. This is the option they stuck me with. Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? Hey, it ain't no love for your brother. It ain't no love for your sister. It ain't no love for no junkie. It ain't no love for the pusher. It ain't no love for the honest. It ain't no love for the real. It ain't no love for the loyal. Looking for love, get you killed. Filthy is what you gotta get. You gotta get dirty if you're trying to get rich. It's back to the mud, cause you gotta show love to all of the ones who will never see this. To all the little kids with no Christmas list. No TV, no bed, and no food on they dish. No father around, now they malnourished. That hindering aid coming from the government. You gotta get filthy. Fuck a job, open up a business. Haters gon' watch when you kill shit. Every murder case got a witness. Whole block going through the blues. Coming from the bottom, then you feel it. Cause being broke, leave a hole in your soul. Put your fists in the air, black folk, if you feel me. I say I came from the bottom, no lights, no gas. You can get robbed, no pipe, no mask. Throw a tea party, don't invite your ass. Now your belly got tissue to wipe your ass. It ain't no love from the government. Every president been on some sucker shit. Young niggas busting shit, no, I'm not loving it. This is the option they stuck me with. Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? It ain't no love for your brother. It ain't no love for your sister. It ain't no love for no junkie. It ain't no love for the pusher. It ain't no love for the honest. It ain't no love for the real.
I ain't motherfucking fun, nigga. Oh God, cuz he getting a fucking award, bro. Back chat legend, bro. Buddy getting a fucking award, bro. Like
yeah, I definitely want to feature on that song too.
Dude, that song right there slaps. That shit is
I need to collab on that one.
Like
I was thinking that last string like
so
that.
Relevant,
That's
so relevant. Like right now, like what's going on right now. Like that shit just tough, bro. Like Connie's son. Shout out to Connie's son, cuz. Nigga. I'm looking forward to hearing more. He got a whole album, man. We can ask him, can we do a listening party, man? We just need to do a listening party.
Hey, you know what? I'm gonna set that up with him because he got some new stuff out too. So I'm gonna set that up and we can have him on here and we're gonna go through his stuff. I'm glad you did that. We're gonna set up a live from the crib with him. Definitely. I'm definitely glad you brought that up. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man, because like we rocking Connie's son every time we hop on this joint, and like I just every time I hear it, I fall in love with it more. Like his music is good, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what he is like in a real life type person, but his music pure, like that shit hard.
Yeah.
And it ain't a lot of music that moved me, but his when I heard some of his shit, he made me want to give him a smacking nigga, cause it moved me. So I like that, bro. Like he got energy and shit, He do whatever he doing, man. Like he kind of remind me of Fiend a little bit, but it's like I don't know. It kind of got like that southeastern feel to it, Louisiana.
Me, I swear that shit so Midwest. That nigga sounds so
I mean,
Midwest.
yeah, like it sounds Midwest to me too because it got that
Sounds so
singing,
Midwest to me,
element
bro.
in it. When you put that singing element in it, like that's kind of making it sound Midwestern and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But like his delivery and shit though is kind of like down south though. His delivery is like that a down south cadence.
Yeah, I need a verse on that song though. We good.
It ain't no love for no brother.
But what we here to talk about today, right now,
I was so gonna say shout out to the face off,
yeah. How YAYA just, or I should say, how Suave B.O.S sent YAYA back paradigm shifted.
You know,
let's talk about this. Now, how you feel right now, man? I'll be Ric Flair flexing on him right now, man.
I mean, man, I wish I would. I wish I could say. I mean, I'm honored to be in the finals, bro. But I wish I could say that it was something that was something. It wasn't nothing. Like, if anything, it was just frustrating. Like, how do you construct a conversation like this? Like, he can't. Like, I'm gonna tell you what it was like. It's like he came in. You had him set at the table, right? I sat down, and then for some reason he just flipped the table over, stripped naked, set himself on fire, and ran out the goddamn door. I'm like, what the hell is going on? You just can't have the conversation. So he wants to involve spirituality and black leaders. Okay, bad. So what's the topic? Well, did black leaders use spirituality to liberate us? Yeah, but they also use physical means. So now I'm like, wait, the contention, did black leaders liberate us? He like, no. So he don't feel like black leaders liberate us, but he want to debate. But if they did, was it through spirituality? Mm-hmm. All right. So at the end of the day, man, yeah, it just got too frustrating. I already saw what type of character he was. I don't think he has the mental saneness to even compile the information and present it in a way that will beat me, even if I was wrong. And so I just take whatever topic he wants. And then, of course, he ran from the back and forth just to give people some type of substance, some type of show. He don't want to answer no questions. He don't want to ask them more questions. He just want to date. And then the date is 5 weeks out because he has a debate 3 weeks from now. He can't get ready for a debate in a week. So it's not like he could debate 3 weeks from now and be ready 4 weeks from now. So he need at least another 2 weeks. Debate 3 weeks from now. So that's like 6 weeks. He need 3 weeks to get ready for this debate. And he gonna need another 3 weeks. Like, man, bro.
I'm gonna show you how quick it is to create a fucking presentation real quick. Just give me a subject, and while we sitting here talking, I'm gonna build it up real quick. Anything, it don't matter what it is. Like,
okay, let's do our Twinkies. Twinkies are way better than cupcakes.
All right, go ahead.
And watch how it looked better than what he was about to make us wait 5 weeks for. What he about to do in a couple seconds.
Is he about to cheat and use AI?
It's the tool that listen, and this is what I keep trying to explain to people. Listen, when you got tools in front of you to get the job done, why would you go run up the rough side of the mountain if it's a fucking train? Like, why would you swim across the ocean when there's boats?
I'm gonna use my own information, but I'm gonna have AI structure it and format it into a comprehensive something. But it's all my information. It's not like I've seen people go get their stuff from ChatGPT and have ChatGPT.
You say is Twinkie better than what?
They're tripping right there. That's they shouldn't
better
be doing.
Than what you say?
Cupcakes. Twinkies better than cupcakes. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you already have an idea and what you're, speaking on or going against, then it definitely don't make sense to take that long. I thought he was saying like another 2 weeks, even though still like that is
5 weeks. He said 5 weeks.
No, he didn't even say how long. He had a debate in 3. Now check this, my logic. He got a debate in 3 weeks. So I say, okay, you're ready for this debate in a week. That way You got however long you already been preparing for this debate, because he probably knew about the debate a week ago. So in reality, he's debating 4 weeks after he set the topic. So he might need 4 weeks to get ready for our debate. So that's almost 7 weeks he's gonna need based on how he's constructing debates. And that's just ridiculous to me.
I think he was saying February, y'all. I think he was saying like the first week of February.
Yeah, his debate is in the first week of February.
Oh,
his debate was February 7th.
And then he was going to need 3 to 4 weeks after that to prepare for our debate.
Wait, what? I thought you only get a week after that. I thought it only takes you a week.
I was gonna give him 2. Like, I would really wanted to have a big debate weekend. I only have 4 debates left. We're in the semifinals. So I wanted to do all 4 in one weekend. I was gonna pay everybody out, and then we was gonna get this over with, so we could start.
Free this man. Free this
people
man.
that wanted to debate, and I wanted to start a new tournament so we can get some fresh faces. I'm trying to wrap it up. So I really was gonna give nobody a choice. I was really gonna make it like, hey, in 2 weeks, everybody's debating on this weekend. Just make sure Saturday or Sunday. Give me a time. But like, he was gonna push it out 4 weeks.
Then this bro I'm talking about, he gave me a chance.
See, most of when debating, like a lot of people be forgetting that debating is really about building a narrative and then and convincing another person that your narrative is better than the other person. I mean, the facts is good. You can have academic facts and all of that, and the other person can have complete lies, and like none of that matters. What matters is how you really deliver that information. You see what I'm saying? And that's the reason why I said, nigga, we can give them the presentation. You still gotta sit there. You still gotta deliver that information to a point where a person believe you. Like, you think just reading that shit is gonna do it?
Yeah, because when you get to that Q&A, you're gonna get exposed.
Yeah. When you get that Q&A, you gonna get your ass beat the fuck up.
If this ain't your information and you don't know it back and forth, you gonna get exposed.
You gonna get beat up. You know what I'm saying? And you gonna get exposed real quick. That like this ain't even your work. Like you didn't sit down and think of this. You didn't. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's why I say all of this stuff he do on the panel, you can't do that in the debate, bro. You gotta shut up and listen to me for 12 minutes, and then I'm gonna shut the fuck up, listen to you, and then you gotta do that process again, and then you gotta directly ask me questions, receive the answer, and then you gotta get questioned, and that's where he gonna die. So yeah, man. Rest in peace to the fuck nigga that was.
Hey, share my screen real quick. Watch this.
Hey, and Roy Chess, can you put your email in the back, man? I wanted to talk to you about.
Look at now in the time.
I needed your help on something. I wanted.
In the time that I asked y'all. In the time that I asked y'all about what we gonna debate, right? Twinkies or cupcakes, right? This is how long it takes to put the presentation together. Now you still got to take your ass here and study this shit and go look it up. You know what I'm saying? Because nigga, some of the shit can be lying. Some of the shit can be some bullshit. You see what I'm saying?
Some of the sources could not exist.
Some of the sources might not exist, so you still got to go do your due diligence and go look it up. But this is just in the time, just in that little time, right? In this little time. Hey, there's no excuse.
It's funny. That looks better than what he made us wait too much.
There's no excuse, bro. You know what I'm saying? There's no excuse.
Shout out the homie though, because I would have helped him though too. Like any of my debaters that need help.
That's what I keep trying to tell people.
Yeah, and
like we'll help
because I offer to help to every debater who needs to get a nice presentation together.
Oh,
I care about what we're presenting on the channel, and I want you guys to show up as your best. So if any of the debaters who didn't know, if you need help getting a presentation together, bring your information. We can hop in the StreamYard on the late night, and I'll help you get your stuff together. So that way
you just gotta donate to. You just gotta donate to the chat. That's all.
Yeah, you know.
I mean, like for real, we'll put a presentation together for you, and it's not gonna be like that right there. That's basic. That's some basic shit. You know what I'm saying? That's not even going in. Like, nigga, if I did that shit, man, nigga, I had that shit jam packed with all type of shit. That people got fucking filling all over their mouth and nose and shit. Nigga, videos playing while I'm talking shit to your ass. Like they got to learn how to really debate, man, and really put on a presentation. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is going to be a good tournament at the end of this joint. And like, I'm already foreseeing the future. So, you know what I'm saying? I see who is going to be in the end. You're going to have a fight on your hands, man.
I hope
you ready for that?
I hope. Come on, man. I feel dead. I want to feel alive again. I want a good debate, man. I want a Titan to come into this Coliseum and inflict pain on me, bro, and die. I want him to have a deserving death, bro. I don't want him just walking out like he got ate by the lion.
Oh, that's one of your competitions right there, cuz. Shout out to Honey Clark, man. You know what I'm saying? Bar baddies in the house, you know what I'm saying?
And shout out to the guy.
You know what I'm saying? You might end up facing her, cuz, and she ain't lightweight, cuz.
Yeah, man. I don't see nobody else, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Which man, you got Honey Clark and Pan still in there.
I don't see nobody else, bro. I see Honey.
You got Honey Clark and Pan. How you think you just gonna run through them like that? You think you finna just run through them like that?
Honey, my greatest challenge, bro.
So you saying Pan ain't got no smoke for you?
Pan has smoke, but it ain't nothing I can't get rid of. Pan, I'm not trying to undermine Pan. Pan is definitely not the bum that we saw run tonight. But I mean, yeah. But I mean, I believe that he will have integrity in setting up a debate. But I feel like even if he was very careful with his logic, if he gave me no, not for what I've seen. Pan depends on his graphics and stuff too much. It's like what you just did. You know, it looked like he do that, and then he just go crazy with the graphics and put his little lovable icon in it, and you know.
Well, you know, like I said, that's just a skeleton of some shit. You know what I'm saying?
I know. I'm saying like I feel like he do that and then give him 2-3 weeks, and it's a whole different presentation. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, well, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to take the little skeleton that it give you, and you're supposed to build and expound upon it. And that's why I'm like by the end of it, you ought to know that information like back and forth. Because like if I do it, I have to replace all of that shit. I have to replace.
It's not even by the end of it. I feel like it's not by the end of it. You should know it back and forth. I feel like you should know it before you put it in there. I don't use it like that.
No doubt.
Come up with stuff. I'll put my own sources into it. Well, I guess I have a different framework, and I use PowerPoint myself. And I have a different flow. I usually start out with an intro, then I go into the burden, then I go into the fallacy, then I go into the history, and then the evidence. And that's just the flow of my debate on every single one I do. Like I don't even need AI. And I don't even use it for mine. I usually get memes and different pictures from Google Images, and then slap them in there next to some text that I put up.
I mean, that's the same thing it did.
Yeah, I'll use AI to get some source material, and then find some sources on the stuff, and then I'll go get those books though. But my ass is going to buy the book, nigga. Like, so nobody's even gonna be able to say shit about what I'm doing. My source is gonna be there because I'm the nigga that's gonna buy the book. Every fucking debate I had bought a different book for that motherfucker. I want the source material. I'm gonna pull this shit up and read it to you. Nobody's about to challenge me and shit about a fucking page number, nigga. I got that shit and read it for myself. I want to build my library at the same time. So that's how I ended up with Tacitus and Josephus and this little extensive library I got. Shout out to the debate scene because I wouldn't have bought these books otherwise. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, man, that's shit. Like I said, man, like you gotta use the tools that's in front of you, man. And I mean, like that's why it's taking these guys 1,000 years, nigga, just to create a weak ass fucking presentation. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I would rather them use the tools because some of the presentations that I didn't see come out has been totally ass. I don't want to point no fingers, but like Silky's presentations is fucking ass. Who needs fucking AI? You know what I'm saying, nigga? Just to have that shit to flow right. You know what I'm saying? Some of that shit ain't even legible. Some of that like shit be all out of chronological order, and nigga, it's just pictures don't match up with the fucking words. Like, you got wiki sources in the motherfucker. It's just be all over the place, man. So I'm just saying, use the tools available, man. You got Google Documents, you got Google Slides, you got PowerPoint. Adobe got a bunch of different tools and programs and shit, software you can use to put together.
Google Slides is what I recommend for everybody.
Yeah, Google Slides is easy. I mean, it's just like PowerPoint, but more intuitive. It's just you don't
copy and pasting and put
copy and paste. Boom, and then drag and drop. You can't beat it.
I'm dragging, dropping book covers.
Yeah,
my little paragraph about this source.
That's the thing I did. Like,
that's all I'm doing.
In my debate with Pan, like if you go on there, nigga, I had to drag and drop all that shit in that. Yeah. Everything you see.
You could put 10 slides together, drag 10 book covers, and your whole thing could just be sources.
Yeah.
You know? And then put an intro and an outro slide. You can read your 3-minute intro and read your 3-minute outro.
Yeah, because that's what I do. Like I usually have an essay in my shit. I write an essay, and I'm pretty much just reading my essay off, but ad-libbing while I go along with my essay. Pretty much, you know what I'm saying? And like I say, even if I didn't recite the essay, all the information is there visually. You can see the information visually. And that be my whole thing is having the exact visual representation of the things that I'm talking about.
The great one was good, God. Man, so we were supposed to be doing the hyper gym or whatever, the little questions and shit, man. I see this sister dropped off, man. When we go back up, so we go get to that.
Oh yeah, I think that. Hey, babe. Oh, she said she getting it ready and stuff.
All right, bet. Cause I don't want to spend too much time on this bum, man. But yeah,
that's why we all talk a whole nother subject. Hey man, we might have to throw some couple of exhibitions in here, man, just to keep the shit hot, man. What you want to do?
I was literally thinking that. Like when all that shit was going on,
like exhibitions.
Like 45 minutes ago, I'm like, man, I'm about to have to do another exhibition.
Yeah, shit. I'm game. You game, good.
Action over here. He trying to hold us up.
I'm game if you game, Swat. Okay.
Hey, we didn't already did. I didn't already did an exhibition.
I'm already. That's why I
said. Y'all, I didn't set up like 5 exhibitions, and you the only one showed up.
That's why I said, nigga, I'm
gonna do an exhibition with you, Suave, because since you got time on your hands now,
definitely
put together. So just you can set up an exhibition just for fun while you wait on the rest of the turn.
Yeah, that's all we could do. We could do them for fun. It don't matter, man. We could debate silly shit, stupid stuff. It ain't gotta be no serious stuff. I'm dead serious because G.I. Joe versus what's the other one that used to come on? Damn, I can't remember.
We're about to have I'm about to set something up for this weekend, man.
Because I want to do the Snorkels versus the Smurfs because I really want to see them go through have a whole conflict. I had another idea of us creating different societies and shit, and then putting our societies together like on some political shit to see which one pan out. Put down some rules of engagement and all that type of stuff, and have some mock societies going and stuff like that, where you could be communist, I could be socialist, you know what I'm saying, type shit, or come up with our own type of government and see how those play out. You know, like it's so many different scenarios we could, you know what I'm saying. We could do. Yeah, I said I got these a bunch of these papers that I've been pumping out. Shit, like I said, I've been wanting y'all niggas to get into this shit because. Let me put one of these up for you, man. Maybe y'all might want to indulge in some of this shit.
Ali the Great one says, shout out, hey Suave boss. I think she on the ops team. I don't know. We was trying to get her over here to work on the channel. Wasn't watching.
So
I
I be putting out these flash reports, right? Let me show you Swab. Like maybe there's something we could do in the morning. You know, I mean, obviously you and me to be the only people up. Shit. I'll be up like 4 something in the morning, man. Hold on, I'm gonna find right. These flash reports. Can y'all see that?
I think I might do a debate review tomorrow on one of my old debates. And the screen ain't showing on.
I don't see it. Oh, okay, there we go. Also, these are flash reports I be creating, man. Let me enhance this shit so you can see. And so like I basically wanted to set it up like almost like a news anchor type, where we kind of just giving out this information. You see, it's a flash report. The Unsung Vanguard Black veteran militias and the suppression of insurgent terror. You know what I'm saying? Then and you start breaking down the new scholarly census highlights the decisive role of Black veteran militias and 1870 war on terror. Nation grapples with the commentary question, contemporary questions of civic protection and the rule of law. A profound narrative shift is emerging from the archives of the Reconstruction era. Historians and social scientists are presenting groundbreaking reveal. The primary force that shattered the first iteration of the Ku Klux Klan, but not merely federal legislation, but the armed strategic resilience of Black Civil War veterans. These men, once dismissed as a passive victims in mainstream textbooks, are now being recognized as the thin blue line that effectively policed the South when local law enforcement was either absent or complicit in insurgent violence. Tell me that shit ain't relevant as fuck to what's going on right now in Minnesota, Philly. You know what I'm saying, with the Black Panther movement and shit. Like everything that they talking about right now, man. Instead, it's not the Ku Klux Klan. It's a right wing right wing groups, hate groups, and all that type of shit, right? And the federal legislations ain't doing nothing about it. So we got armed resistance out in the streets. You see what I'm saying? And they're being recognized right now as the thin blue line that effectively policing the South or the streets when local law enforcement is either absent or complicit in insurgent violence like ICE. You see what I'm saying? So like this shit's like relevant is going on right now, man. Like, and this I'm just saying like I'm pumping out these reports, man. And I gotta.
Somebody just sent me a message and said check your Facebook inbox.
Who, me?
No, Suave.
Oh, okay. But yeah, like so these flash reports, man, it'll basically be us putting down these reports, and like it don't stop here. Hold on, let me show you. That one's about the Vanguards. This one is the helio physical dynamics of astrogenetics model of biological influence. I know it sounds like a whole bunch of crazy stuff, but it's about the sun's influence on the human fertility cycles. Again, shit that people don't really talk about.
Your screen not showing.
Oh, my bad. Hold on. Like I be trying to just indulge in some new topics. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people kind of scared to like get out of their comfort zone. So like that's why I'm creating these flash reports.
Hey, me
So
and Suave debate, man. That's what we about to do. Suave, you debate with me, man. We about to have a face off right now when you come back, bro. Go ahead.
when y'all doing that?
Say that again.
When y'all doing that?
We about to figure this out right now. We about to have our face off. Dang, I only got 4% on my phone. Hold on, let me hop on this chat.
So this one is about remember that question I was asking in the back chat, is it the sun or the moon that has an influence on the women's menstrual cycle? Like I think that'll be a good debate, especially seeing, and that's why I said like when we got both already got the information, we can already present. Here go the debate title. You don't have no choice on the debate title. It's already picked for you. That way we ain't got to go through the bullshit. You see what I'm saying? And at that point, it's like, okay, now that you got the information and you got the title, now all you got to do is go compile your presentation, and that way we could pump out more debates. You see what I'm saying? Because I think that's the problem. The problem is people wanting to pick debates that they have emotional attachments to. You see what I'm saying? And with this way, nigga, you can end up on either side of it, the negative or positive. You see what I'm saying? And you don't even know what topic it is until your face off come. Once your face off come, nigga, that's when you find out what you're debating. You see what I'm saying? So I think that's a little bit more direct. That way it ain't no, oh well, I don't want to debate that. You ain't got no choice. This is a tournament and it's $500 up there. You know what I'm saying? But I'm talking about the next go round, the next tournament we had, though. Not this one.
Yeah, we might make that his own tournament too.
Yeah.
Where you at, Suave?
He's running. He's scared. This nigga scared.
My bad. What you say, God?
Okay, so we having our face off right now, me and you, man. You about to debate?
All right, man. Real talk, man. Don't make me disrespect you, Takari, man. Get out that chat with that bullshit. My bad, A1.
Tell him to hop up on the stage.
What you say, A1? My bad, bro.
He said,
Corey, hop your wobble head neck ass up here.
Why is he dick riding other people's names to try to give you a compliment? That doesn't look cool. If you feeling him, just say him.
We finna let him come up so he can talk his shit. You ain't finna be advertising for other niggas and shit.
And he just say what he wants. Ain't nobody worry about the thing. That guy thinks the moon produces his own light, and they're actually debating that stuff. Like, I feel like the conscious community for a while has been going straight to the trash, and Sakuri's driving a dump truck. But I'm taking control of the wheel. You feel me? You saw how things used to be done. Now we're showing you how they should be done. Here at Titan today, so here's the moon produces all right. Yeah. Not really worried about all of that. Shout out to the brothers though, man.
Yeah, but what was you saying? Hey, my bad.
Yeah, so this face off, man. What y'all finna debate, man?
I don't know. You know, I'm an agnostic, kind of like him, so I don't think that man has any knowledge of the Creator. I think it's all.
What's your definition of being agnostic? How does that look? How does that look from A1's perspective?
I mean, I don't believe in religion.
You don't believe in religion?
I don't subscribe to an organized religion. I think that in their inception, it wasn't for spiritual purposes. I believe it was for purposes of control and government. And the spiritual aspects, they use spiritual aspects to usurp the minds of people and control the land.
So what is being agnostic like? Like what is that? How does that? Like, what is
It's
that?
kind of like feels like being an atheist, pretty much. Except for I believe that there can be a creator like him. Like he said, he went down the line of everybody, black woman creating man, and something having to create her. I believe that could be a possibility. Do we have evidence for it to say? Should we say? I don't know.
What's your views
I would stand more on the atheist side.
Interracial. What's your views on interracial relationships?
Interracial relationships. I think I should mind my business to each their own.
Well, I'm talking about like in general. This for debate purposes, good.
I can only speak about me personally. I'm gonna tell all black people what to do. Like debates like that. Should black people interracially date? Like, no, I don't want to tell all black people what to do.
So what about So let me dig off into some
Yeah, I'm glad you up here, man. Roy Chess, so feel free to hop in if you think of something, man.
Yeah, we trying to throw some shots out there to see what sticks.
Yeah, when you say atheist, can you give a better definition? Because usually there's a definition that goes with it.
Well, he said agnostic. He didn't say atheist.
No, agnostic has a meaning.
I know.
Yeah, agnostic, doesn't that mean that I don't believe that man can know anything about the nature of God?
No, agnostic means you're undecided on whether a deity like God exists or not, right? So there's some confusion with some of the terms because people use them emotionally. So an atheist is not somebody who lacks belief. It's somebody who rejects the existence of a deity or a God. An agnostic is someone who unsure. I don't know if it's true or not. I mean, I'm conflicted. That's the agnostic position.
Hold on 1 second. I'm plugging my thing up to tell you that I don't necessarily agree with you because I've used these definitions in debate, so I'm familiar with them. That's why I was like, huh? Because agnostic, it doesn't say conflicted in the definition. Can you look it up, Laurel, and share your screen?
Yeah.
Because what somebody told me is agnostic is you believe in the creator, but you just believe we don't have any specifics about it.
No. Normally, the definition that I'm giving you is more academia, and that's usually the definition outside of slang.
So what medium would you like us to use to look up the definition that we're about to pull right now? Okay, I'm going to go wherever you tell me.
Say look it up in a philosophy source.
What?
A philosophy.
So Merriam-Webster's or none of that's no good?
No. Okay. Let me see if I can find it, and then but man, that's generally
any dictionary, man.
That's what I was gonna say. Like
no dictionary.
I'm in Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy.
Okay, and what does it say?
It says definition. You want to do atheism first or agnosticism?
Agnosticism.
Whatever comes first.
Agnosticism. Agnostic.
Okay.
Okay, it says the term agnostic or agnosticism were famously coined by the late 19th century by the English biologist Blankety Blank. He said that he originally invented the word agnostic to denote people who, like himself, confessed themselves to be hopelessly ignorant concerning the variety of matters, including the course of the matter of God's existence. About the physicians and theologians, both orthodox and heterodox, dogmatists, with the utmost confidence. He did not, however, define agnosticism simply as the state of being an agnostic. Instead, he often used the term to refer to a normative epistemological principle, something similar to through weaker than what we now call evidentialism. Roughly, Huxley principle says that this is it is wrong to say that one knows or believes that a proposition is true without logically satisfactory evidence. But it is Huxley's application of this principle to theistic and atheistic belief that ultimately has the greatest influence on the meaning of the term. He argued that since neither of those beliefs is adequately supported by evidence, we ought to suspend judgment on the issue whether or not there is a God. Nowadays,
right there, that's the definition. That's usually what it's taken as.
Okay, that's not conflicted. That's, hey, you have a lack of evidence, so I can't believe your claim. That's not conflicted.
Right, so you're undecided, right? This is why you're undecided. Because I can't prove it.
It's not an undecided. You see, you're using terms I'm not using. Undecided has a specific definition as in I don't know. No, I'm saying you haven't presented evidence to support your claim, so I'm rejecting it. It's not an I don't know, because there's nothing to figure out.
No, it is I don't know, because neither side could prove the point. Neither side could prove their case.
You can't prove it. There's only one side that has to prove the case, the side making the claim. I don't know.
No, anybody who makes a claim has to prove it.
Exactly, but you said neither side can prove their claim. So I was saying only one person is useful.
No, what I'm saying is neither side can prove their claim.
When neither you say side. Neither side, what do you mean by neither side? What claims are presented by these two?
So if you're saying two different people, one person says God exists, the other person says God does not exist.
No, okay, so hold on. That's not the situation that I presented you, though, Roy. My situation was saying, hey, you presented a claim that a God exists. I don't believe you have ample evidence, therefore I reject your claim. It's not even to say that a God does not exist. It's to say you haven't supplied me evidence enough to believe me yet. So sorry, that's where I'm stuck at.
You can't just reject the claim right away, right? So especially if you're not the debater, you're just, let's say, a listener. Then the other person goes, and then you say the same thing to the other person. You haven't provided your claim either. So the person couldn't provide that God exists. The person couldn't provide God does not exist. So you, the listener, the third party.
So you're saying that if I say, I'm sorry you haven't supported evidence of your claim, that I'm also at the same time saying that God doesn't exist?
Say that again. You come in a little low.
Sorry about that. My question was.
It sounds like
I'm trying to get clarification. Are you saying that if I say? It
sounds like you two need to be the one to debate.
Hold on. No. If are you saying that? Excuse me. Are you saying that if I state, I'm gonna use you as an example. If you come making the claim that Barney is a god and he exists, and you say you have an ancient scroll, but I don't feel like it's enough, and I say I don't feel like you have enough evidence to support your claim, therefore I can't subscribe to it. Am I simultaneously saying that Barney doesn't exist? I'm not saying that, because I'm still needing probability for him to exist. But you're acting as if me stating that someone hasn't supplied enough evidence is also claiming that they're lying and that they're wrong, and that's not what I'm doing.
No, I'm not saying that they're lying. I'm saying that some people will make that leap that if you don't have enough evidence, they're just going to reject the claim.
Okay, but now you're saying some, and that's actually accurate. But before you were applying it to the all, which is, you were saying no, and if you say that, you say this. I'm like, that's not what I'm saying. I don't. A lot of people try to force me into that corner, though. I know you wouldn't, but a lot of people do it in the debate because it gives them an angle to try to attack. When that's not, like, I don't have a negative claim. There is no negative claim.
No, the negative.
I don't make a claim at all.
No, the negative claim would be the other side. So if I tell you God exists, the negative claim would be God does not exist, and that person cannot justify their answer either. So what do you do?
My point is, as an agnostic, I don't make a negative claim Because I'm leaving the possibility for God to exist.
Yes.
If somebody comes forth with enough evidence.
Right. I'm not saying an agnostic makes a negative claim. I'm not talking about the agnostic. Okay. I'm talking about the person who's listening to two people go at it about the existence of God. One person says God exists. The other person says God does not exist. We're not talking about you.
I know. In the beginning, you were conflating that with agnostic, with agnosticism. That's what I was. That's what
I'm trying to describe the difference. I'm trying to describe why it's undecided. When I said it's undecided, meaning the person listening to the two other people, the one that says it's affirmative, the one that's negative, the middle person, the audience, is undecided. Neither side, the affirmative or the negative, could prove their case. That's why they're undecided. That's what agnosticism means. You're in the middle.
And you did it. You just did it again. You said, as an agnostic, neither side can prove their claim. But as an agnostic, there's only one side with the claim. The other side is waiting for them to prove it. They haven't made a claim as an agnostic.
No, both sides are making a claim.
Make the claim that God doesn't exist.
That's no, the agnostic is not making the claim. I'm not talking about the agnostic making the claim.
Okay.
I'm talking about the
other. You're saying the opposite, and then you turn around and agree with me when I'm correcting you. So that's where we are right now. So I can't even argue with you because when I correct you, you agree with me at both times. So I don't know. I'm confused.
You're making it sound like the agnostic is making the negative claim.
No, that's what I'm saying that you were doing, and that's the only reason I've spoken up.
No, I never meant that. I never said that. I'm saying there are three individuals.
I know you're super respectful, so I hate to cut you off. I apologize.
No, I'm not.
I was going to say, I think that this is what you said verbatim, and let me see if I got it right, and let me know. I think you said someone makes you said neither of them can make their claim, and then you went on to say that's agnosticism. Am I correct?
No, I said neither side can justify or provide evidence of their claim. So one side is God exists. They can't prove it. The other side, God does not exist. They can't prove it either. So the people listening to those two people go back and forth, they are stuck in the middle. They have no proof on either side, so they are undecided.
You don't. Okay, never mind. It's okay. You can move on. But
that's
what and that's also true too. I agree with you though.
Yes. So atheist is somebody.
I think somewhere we're confused.
You're coming in low again.
I was going to say, yeah, we can move on because we do agree on a lot. I don't know where we got confused at.
Yeah. Also, the atheist, people have to use the right definition because people use the dictionary and it's wrong. A lack of belief is not atheism. You reject God existing as an atheist, right? So a child is not born as.
Whose static is that?
I don't know. I thought it was me. I'm checking my computer and I'm like, no, it's not me.
No, that's you. That's you.
You hear it now?
Morel, can we do a test for Roy Chess? Because I like where he's going. And he's raising the level of scholarship. He's got us going into different books for definitions. I'm not mad at him for that. Can you look up the regular definition of atheism from like a
the
dictionary, from like
the dictionary is going to say lack of belief, and that's not satisfactory.
I know. I want to show it to everybody, and I want to show what you're saying isn't satisfactory, and then I want to go to what you're saying is satisfactory. So just show the difference. Okay. Just so that way we can see what you're saying we're missing. But if everybody experiences it, then it'll come out better. I feel.
I don't know if my audio is messing up. I'm still hearing the static, but I don't know if it's my end.
I don't hear it.
I hear it too.
I'm still trying to troubleshoot a little bit. So, man, I'm having a rough day with this.
I heard it earlier, but I don't hear it no more. It says agnostic, a person who believes that nothing is known or can be known of the existence or nature of God or of anything beyond material phenomena, a person who claims neither faith nor disbelief in God.
Right. So that's in line with what I was saying. Damn it. I can't hear anything.
I just muted Jularel. The static was coming from you, and then I muted everybody to see where it was coming from. You were the last one I did, and the static was coming from yours.
It was, you said me?
No, it was coming from Anu, Larell Burns. It was his.
I just lost everything. Like I couldn't hear anyone for like 10 seconds. I just got it back.
Courtney the Barbarian says, agnostics are merely not convinced of the arguments and suspend judgment on the God question.
Yeah, that's just similar. I mean, it's not the quote definition, but yes.
Peace, A1.
Yeah, they're still static. Peace. How you doing, Sadiq? How you feeling?
Pretty good, brother. Pretty good. Glad to be amongst the family.
Any insight on this topic here from you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did you insight on this agnostic atheism definition topic that we're going over?
Oh, of course. You don't want to be in between two variables necessarily. It's equated to being basically dead. If you're not sure if it's a God and you're wondering if it is and if it's not, and he said it can't be proven one way or the other, you just stand in limbo. Pretty much you're sitting in a limbo state, intellectually speaking, which is very, it can lead to chaos. Or leading one into perpetual state of confusion, if you will, likened to the engine or the pistons in an engine not pumping up or down, but they're all level. You won't get anywhere like that. See?
Yeah, that's the point. That's the point. So some people are reliant on proof and scientific proof, and when they don't get it, they remain quiet, basically, because they can't say one or the other. So they ride the fence.
Right. Now, the issue is that I personally believe absolutes is false if existing outside of change. At the end of the day, we have to readjust. Now, to say that is to say that you have to readjust your definition of what proof is. You have to reaffirm and actually readjust your definition of what God is. See, you have to push the envelope in this regard if truth is to be acquired to some extent at the end of the day. One way or the other. I do give some credibility to atheists because they've become, many that I've met, at least from my perspective and experience, they've become simply dismayed with conventional cookie cutter religion, as has been known. So they've left and just threw out the baby in the bathwater, and they may go into an absolute, but there's no God totally absolutely at all, which is another absolute, which is not good to stay there either, in my opinion. But at least they have an open mind, and they've had enough of being sick and tired of being sick and tired. So, but yet there's an evolution that has to constantly occur, right? In terms of adjusting these definitions, that's really only the thing that really separate all of us on this call. See, it's the definitions of what things mean. You see what I'm saying?
An atheist is making an absolute. He's saying that God does not exist.
I said that. And so I said it's not good to stay there either at the end of the day, in my opinion, because everything happens in life is not bad. Sometimes it's good, right? See, and if you don't believe in anything higher than you, who do you celebrate? Who can you turn to be proud and share your triumphs in life? The answer is virtually nobody, because you are the absolute authority, right? So while some of these guys I know personally are atheists, they get ahead and do well, but they just be like kind of this drab, like kind of a, kind of drabby, like, because it's all on them. Right, especially I'm just talking about the good stuff. I ain't gonna go into the bad days. It's just like, But anyway, just on the good days, you want to share with something higher than yourself? See?
Yeah, but what do you mean by that? You become the would you say the absolute, or did you say the
right? You're the sole entity. You're the soul. You're the highest. You're the highest. I hear these guys talk all the time. If I'm an atheist, and I'm going to say it in absolute form, it's nothing simply higher outside of myself. To be honest, there's nothing. I don't pray. Right? I don't pray to no higher power. That doesn't exist.
Oh, so you're saying that individual makes themselves the authority?
Ultimately, yes.
Right.
In that context, right.
Okay. Now,
See,
they have the ability to prove their point?
yeah, of course. All only thing that separates us is perspective. And so, with that perspective, particularly, they can rationalize it. You know, they were all you can rationalize virtually anything, but they can rationalize it. And so, they're on the path to learn as well. You know, it's not the story; it's never really over. You know what I'm saying? And so, rationalize it, they do. They're free to do so. I don't necessarily say they're wrong in that regard. I'm not an atheist myself, but I was at one point. Surely, I
Can
could build on what is common, right?
can they rationalize something that's absolute but not uh, be correct?
They can. I wouldn't believe it, of course, but they can. They have free will to do so.
So when you say absolute, what do you mean? Something that can change, or
Just what you
something?
said. If a person is an atheist, he says no God at all, based on their definition of what they think God is, in their minds, they're correct. Now, would they stand in fallacy or are they correct? He wouldn't know. Why? Unless he share discourse with others and step outside of his absolute perspective. That's how you know. That's how any of us know. And those as well as in academia know if you right or wrong to a degree or another. How do you know what you think is even practical and even outright rational? You wouldn't know because you're stuck in the absolute. So you overlap your experiences with others via reading books or attending lectures or both. You got it?
Yeah, that sounds like more of a psychological
Of course
aspect.
it is. God is mind. God is all is mind at the end of the day, in my opinion.
Okay, so you're not a believer either, then?
What did I
Trey?
just say? What did I just say?
No, I don't know if those are your personal beliefs or you just
That's
telling.
my personal. That's my personal belief. I'm not an atheist. I've said that before too. All is mind. God, what you would call a God, what I what you would the wording, the verbiage, God is mind. At the end of the day, in my opinion,
Oh, so you don't believe in the all powerful, all knowing, ever present being,
what
deity?
is what is mind? When you stand where you are and speak from your authority, what are you doing actually before anything comes out of your mouth?
You
You're
mean
you're,
thinking?
you're thinking, right?
Right, but what mind is not a literal thing, right? It's not like the brain.
It depends on your context of, again, it goes back to what you think it is. It's all about perception and perspective, right? And we're on different pages in that regard. Everybody is. There's no ultimately somebody's perfect. I'm not going to ever say that. Let me get that out of here. But at the end of the day, all is mind to some degree or another. If God is mind in my context, right, and God is everything pretty much as you somewhat understand it from Abrahamic, then everything in that you could perceive and not perceive, particularly, I'll just keep it relegated into 3D, is mind in some sort of framework or another. Some would say physicality is frozen intent. See, you understand? It just depends if you would understand. And I don't want to get too far ahead of myself here, but it just depends on your context and understanding of these definitions of certain words like God and so forth. Like what you think mind is capable of, to be honest. In my opinion, mind has no limitations, as the scripture says. God is unlimited. It can do anything, just as the mind can. I personally believe that. See,
You
it's
ever
not a
heard of?
hard kind. It's pretty profound, but it's not hard to deal with, right?
Have you ever heard people associate mind with spirit? That some
Yeah.
people would argue that it's the same thing.
In what regard? What context? I would agree,
No, in
more or
the
less.
context, it's the same. Like it's not physical. Neither one of them are physical. All of them are kind of mysterious. Nobody could pinpoint it down to what they mean. So it's like, what are we talking about? What attributes can you give to the mind other than thinking? Because the brain could think.
The brain is basically the physical counterpart of mind. It's not mind itself. Mind and brain is different. Mind is basically of the source. I don't want to go too far again ahead of myself. I'm not sure what how what you understand or whatever. But mind, where how can I say this? The brain is likened to a matrix which contains mind. As you could say, it's the physical counterpart, particularly in the human reality of what mind is, in terms of particularly of thinking and things like that, getting things done at the day on a day-to-day basis. And so while the brain or body can die, that person's mind is nowhere near dead. I don't want to go too far ahead of myself. See, I don't want to get too space. It sounds spooky to people in sci-fi like on here, but nonetheless, that's true. When you die at the end of the day, you're not dead absolutely, right? Not in my context. And so again, it shows the mind has an ability to persevere in that regard, that I could go into. Also, even if a person goes insane, hell, mind even perseveres then. See, if a person goes insane in the mind in the way they think, you may lose your identity, but mind has to always absolutely. It has to persist absolutely in some regard or another. So while you may lose your identity, it'll assume another one. It may not be functional and from a baseline human collective agreement in certain constructs in society that allows you to function. We call it a higher norm or whatever. You won't be highly functioning in that regard, but the mind will take on an identity anyway because it has to exist, just like God.
So again, you would say that it is a spirit then, or similar to.
You speak into some absolutes. I can't really get the full context of what you said is mind. Is anything alive is mind. If the spirit, I'm pretty sure it's animated, so right. Any of the religious text talks about the mind of God is related to that of the increased or quickened spirit. See, so as one spirit is quickened, it depends on what him or her knows, or the lack thereof. If they're not quickened, or if their spirit is descended or fallen, I'm pretty sure that's contingent on basically the mind of that particular entity or individual. At the
Okay,
end of the
so,
day,
so that
right?
rules out atheism for you, right? Because spirits,
I'm not an atheist, right?
no,
I
I
said it.
know. I'm
Right.
saying what you're telling me rules out atheism because you believe in spirituality to begin with.
Me personally, yes.
Yes, so that's why you're not an atheist, because you know that spirituality exists.
Me personally, yes.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I want to make
Yeah.
sure we're clear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Agreed. Yeah. So I want to add that on the record. I don't want to take the floor from anybody else. I jump in whenever.
Yeah.
Nisha says, "Amen." You preaching, Sadiq.
I appreciate the family. I don't like to have a tendency to go on and on. Want to run away with the show, but uh, we have to. We can appreciate these shows because it allow us to view the game of life from different perspectives. See, and that's really all what separate us is through the ego. And so we understand these things through differentiation of experiences, which proves the program correct and to turn out a certain outcome. If so, some of those who don't know what the purpose of life is to determine an outcome. It's particularly for those who subscribe that reality is likened to a computer program or a video game. The purpose you play the game is to win, but it's contingent on your skills and the amplitude of your knowledge that you receive during said video game. Some of us play the game the long way, based on because some of us are ignorant. Root word ignore, ignorant. We ignore a lot of shit. So we'll play the game the long way, the hard way. These individuals tend to get on drugs sometimes, unfortunately, or they take the scenic route to get from level 1 to level 2. And you got infinite levels, down and up, negative and positive, whatever, and all kind of shit in between. And so some people play certain games and they open secret doors, and there's a little secret book or there's a little secret potion. Notice how those adventure games tend to have some kind of secret portal you go through, or whatever. Kind of like school, you skip a grade or two, you get double promoted. you know, you see those, you see them, open your learn a code or whatever, the cheat code, you can skip through 3 levels up. Well, it's not really a shortcut. While there's really no true way to take shortcuts in life and as one sojourns, we acquire secret knowledge or forbid knowledge in a way that's not simply known to most. And so, to be quite honest, these endeavors and the information that some learn in this regard is considered ridiculous, utter absurd, or outright bizarre. It is these bizarre individuals that one is to seek and to find and form alliances with if you want to win at the end of the day. Otherwise, you got a long way to go. You got a long way to go. See, this is very interesting. It's the weirdos that know how this shit works, not the conventional mundane that worship a mundane God. See, I'll just leave it at that. The true essence of what source is beyond a comprehension of most that I've heard in some of these debates and on some platform. They have no idea. See, but yet it's fine. It's interesting, and it keeps the show interesting. It keeps the debates, the arguments going. It keeps us spitting on the phones, screaming on the phones, or whatever. But that's fine because God or whatever, what mind is, will vary ultimately from person to person. I'm not here to argue and debate with nobody about what God is at the end of the day. You're trying to undo universal law in that context, put the law of polarity in particularly. The law of polarity has been here since time memoriam, and it's not going anywhere. To argue and to get into heated debates is like removing some certain laws or whatever out of the universal construct. And you're not good luck with that. You won't get anywhere spiritually, right? And you'll be depleted and burnt the fuck out. I'll just leave it at that.
Appreciate you. That's facts right there. Big facts. We got Suave B.O.S, man. We were supposed to have a face-off. We just gonna schedule a real one, man, and get it in a day or two. We got Ill Doctor into the panel. How you feeling, Ill Doc?
Hey, what's up, brother? How's my audio tonight?
Audio is amazing. I don't know what you're doing, but this is the best I've heard it.
All right. What's up, everybody? I don't know where we at. That Roy Chess and Sadiq look like Suave sleeping. If not, Black Power.
Black Power, brother.
Black
What's
Power.
up, A1?
8 hours a day.
I've been off the stream for about 5 minutes. I don't know where you brothers are at, so I'll hop in when it feels appropriate.
I'm seeing Milk Courtney in the chat says philosophical transcendentalism is a form of spiritualism. Anybody want to touch on that?
He would have to explain what he means by that.
Okay. I don't know what he means either.
I mean, a lot of people use the word philosophy as just any idea, and I don't know if that's what he's using philosophy for. And he would have to explain transcendentalism so we have a better idea. As far as I know, we didn't have a specific topic, Ill Doctrine. We were just talking about atheism, agnosticism, in general. I think that was the topic that just came up.
Yeah, how do you feel about what you heard about atheism and agnosticism, Ill Doc? Yeah, Ill Doc, how do you feel about what you heard about atheism and agnosticism?
I wasn't really clear on what Roy Chess was saying, but it sounded like he was saying if you reject. Well, I'm sorry. Let me back up a little bit. I always have to. There's a difference between denial and rejection. Denial is more or less saying that's false. And a rejection is just saying I don't accept it. And agnosticism is on that side of the fence, where it's I don't accept that. The reasoning may be there's not enough information, I've got something else going on, or whatever it might be. The reasoning might be agnosticism, but agnosticism is not a denial. And if someone tells you they're agnostic, they're not exactly telling you I lack belief. That agnosticism is a knowledge claim, where atheism and theism deals with belief.
Right. I didn't say agnosticism was a denial. It's more like you're uncertain. I made the statement that atheism is often defined as a lack of belief or denial of belief. That's what you may have heard. And that's not correct. So atheist is saying that there's no God. That's not a lack of belief. That's rejecting. That's a rejection. It's not an undecided, it's a rejection.
He's talking about agnosticism now, specifically.
There are three different things going on. One, just so you know, there's a lot of things I didn't catch that you said and didn't say. So feel free to correct me as I get them wrong.
I think you're right, Ill Doc, because that's why I jumped up to say something. And even to the point where you just spoke about agnosticism, and in his response, he didn't. He went to atheism. And
correct.
I don't even understand why he did that. We're not talking about that, and that didn't make your point. He asked you made a point about agnosticism, and then you went to explain atheism.
No, I said that because people get the terms mixed, and I was describing why they get them
because
mixed.
maybe you're mixing them because we're
not me. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about me. I'm talking about the general public.
Of course, you don't think you're getting in the mix. no one ever
I'm not
does.
Talking about me. No, I'm not talking about me. This is not about me.
But me and him are telling you that you're mixing them up. That's what we're both saying the same thing to you, that you're mixing.
The distinction that you're blurring is between lack of belief and disbelief. You keep saying denial of belief. But if you look up the definitions, I don't really care about the definitions as much for this. Like,
I didn't say denial. I said rejection.
For this level of conversation, I don't run to the dictionary, but I don't care that people do. But what you'll find is either lack of belief or the word disbelief. You might find some commentary about atheists denying, but just generally to satisfy being an atheist, you only have to not have a belief.
No, that's not correct.
That is 100% correct.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
And let me tell you why.
That's why another thing I had a problem with when he was speaking on that, but he was saying, well, I'm going to a higher level of scholarship than you. You're using the dictionary, which I was like, huh? I can't use.
Right.
Okay. I'm like, well, where do we go? And then I didn't argue, because most people just jumped on him. I'm like, well, tell me what you would use, and then maybe correct me then. So let me walk with you, because I'm not here to beat nobody up. I'm genuinely trying to learn. So if I put my foot in my mouth before I let somebody explain, I can never get to that part. So
yeah, and
go ahead. I'm sorry.
If we take time and just talk to each other, we can iron it out, because I don't know what Roy Chess has experienced. I have to assume that he's not an atheist, and he's encountered atheists, and I know atheists can be assholes about talking to people over the internet. It's always been a theme. And as an atheist, I don't like locking horns with people who are theists. I think theism is really interesting. But I think he's definitely wrong, but we'll never be able to iron it out if we force him into a defense mode.
Well, so
and I think I might be the only atheist on the panel tonight.
Let me say why it's not correct, right? So, one, you have static.
You can't say why it's not correct if I haven't just given you the description yet.
Okay, go ahead.
So you'll be telling me a description that someone else has shared with you, and I want to try to jump in front of that real quick. Well, first, I'll start out with a parallel. Let's say I'm not a customer at a particular store, and I never go to that store. I'll always not be a customer. And then another guy goes into the store, he's presented with the product, and he decides not to buy the product. He also is not a customer. Atheism is the same way. You cannot be presented with theism because theism is the root proposition. If I'm not presented with theism, I still am functionally an atheist. If I am presented with theism and I reject it, I am now practically an atheist. Then there are atheists who will give propositions, or they engage in what I call atheist dogma and apologetics when they argue with theists all the time. All of those positions are atheism.
So why do you take theism as the default position when you're saying that if you lack belief, that is the default position?
Well, I didn't say that.
You're making a default position by that definition.
I didn't use the word default. I'm not saying that the position of atheism is default. What I'm saying, hold on for a second.
I could tell you why.
You believe that atheism is the default position? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying by definition, it's the default position. That's why I mentioned babies earlier, or children.
I'm sorry. I thought earlier you said babies are born atheists, and no, I disagree with that.
No, No, I don't believe that. I mentioned it as an example why atheism is a rejection of a deity, not just a lack of belief.
I agree with you. Atheism is a rejection, but to reject something is not a denial. Those
No,
are
I'm
two
not
different
saying that.
things.
No, I'm not saying that. I never said denial. I'm just saying atheism is defined as a rejection of
No, well,
God existing.
can I interject to show how you kind of did insinuate that? Maybe if you didn't say it verbatim.
He
When
actually
you
did say
said
the
neither of
words.
them,
He did say the word
but if
denial earlier.
he says
He's
this is
interchanging
what got me.
rejection and denial.
No,
What got
I'm not.
me is when he said neither of them can prove their claim, he was insinuating that every atheist is making the claim that God doesn't exist, and that would be false. I
No,
mean,
no,
but he
that's not what I
knows
said. That's an inference you made. I didn't say that.
it would be an inference, and but that's how it sounds to me, and I could be
Yeah,
wrong.
but you're making that inference.
You,
I don't know
you're,
why you're making that inference.
what do you mean when you say neither of them can prove their claim? Aren't you saying that both of them have a claim? If
Yes,
neither of them
both
can
are
prove
making
it,
it.
okay. So what do you mean I was wrong and it was an inference? I was
No,
actually
no,
right.
no. What your statement about me is incorrect, right?
What did I say
So
about you?
you're saying that you're saying that I implied denial, and there's no denial. As
You
far as
implied
the
a
belief in
claim
God,
being
as
made.
far as belief in God, there's no
If
denial.
if there's neither, hold on, deny yet. Okay, let's go back. If you said neither of them can prove their claim, what the negative would be a denial of, right?
The negative will be a denial of the affirmative, not of God.
Okay, so and then that would be the claim, correct?
No, 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 no.
No.
The claim that God exists or not is different from the denial of the person who says God does not exist.
Okay, so if neither of them can prove the claim, there is somebody taking the negative, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I was right.
No, 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 no.
You- You're
I'm saying what I'm saying to you is neither side, the affirmative or the negative, can make a proof of their claim. They can't convince you. So the fact that the affirmative has a side or not,
Right.
the
I see what
affirmative
he's
is
saying.
the
Yeah.
affirmative is denying the negative is denying the affirmative. The affirmative is denying the negative. If that's what you mean by denial, I never said denial.
you said
I may have
rejection.
said it in the context of the dictionary, and that's how other people take it. That's what I may have said. But I'm
Well, let me
using the word rejection for atheism, not denial.
okay. Well, let me explain why I even took you through all of that. Because my whole point is that all atheists aren't making a claim. Some of them are just rejecting the claim of others. So when you say and then you kept saying that atheism is neither of them being able to prove their claim, and then
Right.
you went and said that's not what you said though. But and that's why we were going in this circle. I can literally map it out, but
Well,
I
you
don't
have a mistake
understand
there.
what.
You have a mistake
Go ahead.
there. At least
You got the
one.
floor. You got the floor.
You have at least one mistake. So you cannot just deny somebody, right, without justification, right? So that's number one. If you're having a rational conversation and someone asks you why you believe something, you should have a rational explanation. So you can't just outright say, I reject it without
Can I
proper
Non
evidence.
make a
sequitur
correction real quick?
non sequitur to what I was trying to correct you on. Right?
When I thought that he
And I
said
agree with you.
denial,
I
what he
agree.
actually said was atheism is often defined as a denial. But
Often is the
yeah,
key
he
word.
never said
Okay.
atheism is defined as he never asserted it himself. The way he worded it
Well,
was that's
I
what's out
apologize.
there.
I apologize for taking you through all that.
Yeah, and I was speaking in the third person as the audience, like somebody who reads the dictionary and things like that. I was given an example like that.
Okay,
But
so we don't have anything to iron out then, do we?
No, it seems like we're all in agreement then, because he said often, meaning not all. But I
Yeah,
swear he kept saying like neither of them can prove their claim, and that's atheism. I'm like,
Yeah,
huh?
it
I'm
does
like, he
sound
said
like
it twice.
it does sound like you believe Roy Chess. It does sound like you believe atheists have a claim inherent in the position, and there really isn't.
Yes.
The only thing that they,
the only thing that God does not exist. That's a
some
claim.
atheists will make that claim. Yes, some atheists will make that claim,
not all.
But it's not necessary for atheism.
So what is necessary for atheism?
For instance, I make a very awkward claim. I agree that God does exist, but I agree that God exists in a way that most theists disagree with me. I'm functionally an atheist, but by definition, I'm probably not. So if I told you, God only exists as a mind-dependent concept or category, then I'm putting the burden back on you to demonstrate God exists as something else that's mind independent.
This guy is cold. That's cold right there.
So I believe 100 as functionally an atheist. I believe 100% God does exist as a feature of the human mind. It exists outside of my mind, in the minds of theists, and that's in reality. So God exists in reality, and it's a mental category that people develop, and I believe it's developed inevitably. I believe it's an actual process that all humans will experience.
So why are you using the label or category atheist?
Because functionally, I am an atheist. I don't have that belief.
No, so when you say atheist, do you mean fundamental Christian?
I'm sorry, say again?
When you say atheist, do you mean fundamental Christian, like a Catholic or fundamental Christian? Because your belief is different from them?
Hold on. You're referring to specific religious beliefs.
I'm asking you.
Hold on. And I'm trying to answer you. I'm sorry if I speak slowly, brother. Theism is only the acceptance that the proposition God exists is a true proposition. That's all it takes to be a theist. Now, this can be expanded laterally to include anything dealing with the divine, anything dealing with supernatural, deities, angels, demons, devils, but it doesn't necessarily point you to Christianity or Islam or any of the polytheisms. It doesn't necessarily point you to any of that stuff. People who say, I believe in a higher power, that's a theist.
Right. And you just said that you believe God exists in your own context, right? So
that's correct.
That makes you a subcategory of a theist.
I just explained that to you. I actually said those very words.
Can I interject?
Yeah, but you're not an atheist.
Hold on, brother. It seems like you're trying to catch me on something that I've already explained to you. I am functionally an atheist. I don't have an idea or a category in my mind with a God as a reference. I am in all ways an atheist, with the only exception, I agree with you, assuming that you're a theist, that God does exist in your mind.
And that's the part you're missing, Roy Chess. He thinks that he's pretty much saying God exists because it's literally a figment of your imagination. I praised it for you, and that's why he's saying he's an atheist, because he doesn't believe in a God in another dimension,
more or less, yeah.
Or ever prophesized, ever spoke to anybody. He thinks that's all the figment of the imagination of the mind, and he said he believes it's a human process that's necessary for us. This man just came with some amazing stuff. I understand it completely, but I see what you're missing. So the fact that he thinks that it's a delusion that you're really having doesn't make him a theist. And I'm just giving you different words. He didn't say delusion, and he didn't say figment of imagination. And I'm paraphrasing in ways that I feel like would better make you understand. Because he really explained it in a really respectful way.
I co-sign his explanation.
Okay, so that makes sense. Okay. So now that's better. That's what I missed. You're right. I did miss that part.
So if we were locking horns in a debate or intellectually, and I presented you with my reasoning, you could easily say, dude, you're a theist, just like you just did. And I would agree with you. I go, yeah, well, by definition, I am. But functionally, in real life, I'm an atheist.
So again, when you say atheist, it's because you lack belief or you reject God, right?
Let me use more words. For me, being an atheist means I believe God exists as a mind dependent concept and only a mind dependent concept. Every atheist will agree with me. God exists in the minds of theists, and that's the extent of God's existence.
And another way that I've heard that same phrase or cliche said is God only exists in that book, or wouldn't exist.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Because
actually, so again, the fundamental idea of these principles is to pinpoint whether the belief is sincere or not, right? So if you're saying that it's not a objective truth that God exists, that is a rejection, right? So if I am a theist,
You're
I can
using objective truth in a very awkward way, and I don't understand what you mean.
Okay, so objective truth, it's not the scientific one. So objective truth means something that is unavoidable, and that the truth value has to be constant, right? So in this case, if I say something is objectively true, the truth value has to be true in reality, and it has to remain true forever. If I say something is objectively false, it would have to be false in reality and be false forever. So it doesn't go back and forth. It's not going to be true in 1 year and then 10 years later it'll be a different value, right? So with that being said, this does not require evidence. It happens to be what it is. Now, we may have evidence, we may not have evidence. How would you know? You won't know, right? So if I tell you, I gave this example before, that if I give you a prediction of a future event and that event happens, my statement was true the moment I uttered it, not because you found out 10 years later that it was true. It was true all the time, and it will remain true, right? So when I say God exists, there is.
Wait. Are you saying that if you prophesy something, that your statement has immediate truth value?
It's not a prophecy.
Okay,
I'm saying a
if you
proposition.
predict something is going to
Right.
happen, you're telling me that even though it's a statement about the future, that your statement immediately has truth value.
Yes. So let me put it a different way. The proper way is to say all propositions have a truth value. All meaningful propositions have a truth value. So it has nothing to do with prediction, right? I'm expressing a proposition. It just so happens to be in the future, right? I'm saying it that way. I'm saying it that way because you're
Give me
gonna
an example of a proposition about the future that isn't a prediction, but it has truth value.
No. A proposition by definition has to have truth value.
Okay,
Right?
I understand. I understand that part. The part that I'm confused about is the proposition concerns a future event, but you're characterizing it as a non-prediction.
You came in broken, by the way. I didn't hear the last part of you bogged out.
Okay,
So I give you a
I'm
chance
not
to finish.
confused
You
about
bogged out.
the. How's my audio now?
It bogged.
Doc's audio
You
is
sounded good
amazing.
for 2 seconds, then it bogged.
Somebody else that's messing me up. That's Sadiq that's trying to talk. That's chopping.
Oh, somebody else is. Oh, that's why. Okay, so I hear, like, him. Oh, so somebody else is trying to talk. Okay, that's why I couldn't hear him.
Yeah, Sadiq, your audio is really choppy. I know mine isn't the best tonight. He's going to try to get back up here. Let's get a sound check from you,
Doc. Mic check 1 2.
Amazing. Go ahead.
I can hear him now. Yes. Yeah. So I didn't hear the last part of your sentences because that other guy was talking, I guess, or it bogged out.
I was saying that I understand propositions and their relation to truth value. The part that I'm hung up on is how you can make a proposition about a future event, but you're characterizing it as a non-prediction. And I asked for an example.
Okay, so it has to do with the definition of proposition, right? So you said you understand the truth value part. The future part has to do with sentences, right? Sentences and propositions are not the same thing, right? So that may be where the confusion lies. So
No,
you only know.
I'm not hung up on the truth value part. I understand the truth
No, the
value
sentence
part.
part. The sentence part is a future sentence, future tense sentence. So that's where you're hung up, right? Because it's a future tense type of sentence. That if I say that the New York Giants will win the Super Bowl in 10 years and repeat it the following year, you have to wait 11 years to find out whether that's true or false. Right? But propositions by definition, they are true or false if they're meaningful immediately. The fact that
you're circling back around to the truth value again. I don't have a problem with the truth value. I know that philosophers are they're different camps on it, and that's not where my value and interest in this conversation rests right now, ironing that out. Where I'm interested is how you can make a statement, whether true or false, about a future event, but you're characterizing it as not a prediction.
So the prediction is not. That's more of like a mental thing. That's not. I certainly didn't use that word. Far as the definition of what a proposition is, I'm using that word because you understand English and the grammar. That's why we're using that, because we have future tense, which is a prediction. Future tense is a prediction. That's clearly by definition. You can't have future tense and not a prediction. So that's more of the semantic side, in a sense that you can't have one without the other, and that's why you're confused. Propositions are not sentences or statements, so that may be why you're confused. You're confusing.
I understand truth value. We don't have to keep going back to propositions having immediate
sentences.
Okay, hold on. Because I think that you're not going to accept that I understand it unless I explain it to you. Propositions, as soon as they're uttered, some people will argue that they have immediate truth value, that they are true right away, that they have a truth value, so it'd be true or false. Some people will argue against that. I'm not interested in that argument. I'm interested in a statement that's formed in a way about a future event, the outcome of a future event, but you said that's not a prediction. And I was asking if you could form a sentence that is about a future event, but also isn't a prediction.
So to answer directly, no, because I didn't use a sentence. I used a proposition. So
I'm pretty sure you said it's not a prediction.
Facts. I remember that.
Right, because it's a proposition, not a sentence or a statement. Right, there's a difference. Propositions don't have to be sentences. Propositions don't have to be statements. Right? That's I think that's the confusion. And maybe you're confusing what a proposition is. You're saying,
okay. Hold on for a second. Do you want to back up and like read you? Here, let me tell you exactly what the confusion is. You just said a proposition is not a sentence or a statement.
Correct.
All right. I don't know. I think I'm gonna chill for the next few minutes and.
If you think they are,
I don't know what to do with that position, brother.
Why do you think they are? Can I give you can I make a sentence that's not a proposition? I think you know that, right? I can.
Oh, all right, you're switching it up. You're switching up categories now. A moment ago. Hold on. Wait, a moment ago, you said a proposition was not a sentence. So you were saying that you were arguing that the proposition or a proposition exists outside the category sentence. Now you're saying that sentence exists outside the category proposition. In all honesty, I'm not going to listen. I'm not going to do that with you, brother.
Hold on 1 second. I'm going to pull this up. We're not going to move past this.
It's both. A sentence is not a proposition, and a proposition is not a sentence. It's both.
We're just simply focusing on, is a proposition a statement? That's all.
No. What he's confusing. Hold on. What he's confusing is an exercise that people do in philosophy, and he keeps saying a proposition is not a sentence. What he really means to say is the proposition is not the sentence. That's what he's trying to say. And it's just an exercise. He's confusing some words in it.
Well, I will even accept
proposition is indeed a type of statement.
No. All statements don't represent propositions. There are three different things.
Is a declaration.
Yeah. The sentence is just the structure, like the symbols.
Or false, but not both.
Yeah, like a sentence. A sentence is a word in a hierarchy. Let's say, I hope I'm not wrong about this. So the hierarchy would be like letter, word, sentence, paragraph, and then maybe something greater than that, like essay or whatever. But that's the hierarchy that the word sentence exists in. A statement is just means that you uttered something that you assert is true.
It also says all propositions are statements, but not all statements are propositions.
Right, so that means they're not the same thing. They're not identical. They're not interchangeable.
Exactly, but you also said that a proposition was not a statement, and that
yes.
Okay.
No, what you just read says that statements don't have to be propositions, right?
What I just read also said all propositions are statements, which you said the opposite of.
No, but that's definitely wrong. Right?
No, he's set them in the category. He's putting them in the category that I said you objected to that category, and that's when I was taken back because you said that proposition doesn't exist in the category. I think at the time I described it, I said sentence, but it doesn't exist in the category statement. And then you said the categories are the other way, but
both ways. So they're three different things. They're three unique things. They're not to be interchanged.
Okay. What you're doing? Hold on. Hold on. A1 can focus on that. What you're doing right now, I can't believe that I even fell for this. This incredible red herring.
It's not.
Give me a proposition about a future event that is not a prediction.
I can't because you're asking for a sentence. You're asking for a sentence or a statement, and I can't.
I just asked you. You just said statements and sentences are not propositions, and I literally asked you for a proposition about a future event that is not a prediction.
And I'm saying to you.
Okay, what I'm asking you for right now. Hold on. What I'm asking you for right now dots all the I's, crosses all the T's. I'm asking you for a proposition so you get your truth value immediately, which you argued about before. We don't have to circle back around to that. So a proposition about a future event, the Mets versus the Detroit Lions, for some reason, they're playing cross sports in 10 years. That is, it takes the form that isn't a prediction. That's what I want to get back to. And we got away from that, which is,
right.
It's amazing that you pulled that red herring. That doesn't happen very often, so I applaud you for that.
Good at what I do, but no, what you're asking for is impossible.
Read this.
Well, it's impossible.
It's impossible, literally impossible. That's why I'm answering the way I'm answering.
Now this is from what's this website? This is Philosophy Institute. Well, philosophy.institute. So it's not even a .com. Philosophy.institute. Let me get back over here. In logic. Sorry, my laptop's Make this full screen so it reads better for you. I'm usually on the 70-inch. In logic, the distinction between propositions and sentences essentially is often an essential concept that often causes confusion, which is what we seem to have now, especially for those just beginning their exploration of logical reasoning. Though the terms are used interchangeably in everyday language, they have distinct meanings in the world of logic. This blog aims to clear up the differences between propositions and sentences and why the distinction is critical for logical analysis. Understanding these differences will lay the foundation for comprehending and advancing topics in logic, such as logical operations, truth tables. Okay, I thought that was what I wanted because I saw it in the little Google section, the answer I wanted, and I thought it was just going to be at the top. In logic, a proposition is a declarative statement that can be either true or false. So a proposition is a statement, even though you keep saying it's not, Roy Chess.
Yeah, it's not a statement itself, and I can explain why.
I'm going to give you a chance.
No such thing.
I'm going to give you a chance. I'm going to give you the floor.
I want to get back to that question.
Break all of this down. I hope I'm not. Am I still red herring you, Ildot, with this?
Go for it, brother. I needed to take a break and get this monkey wrench out of my gears.
Okay, so just real quick, there's no such thing as a declarative statement. Declarative refers to a sentence, and a sentence can express a statement, right? So, like, there's technical differences here that some of the source material is not making clear. There's no such thing as a declarative statement. That's not a grammatical thing. There is a grammatical thing called a declarative sentence. There's no such thing as a declarative statement. There's a declarative sentence in the English language, right? You can look
that up.
When I
hold the mouse over it, the definition that it actually gives me for a declarative statement is a sentence that makes a statement as opposed to asking a question, giving a command, or expressing exclamation. So
yeah, but
you can't define in logic.
Hold on. You can't define statement with the definition including the word that you're defining. Right? So if I define God and I put God in the definition, then what am I really doing? If I'm trying to define God and then I have God in the definition, I'm not really making any sense.
Hold on. So you're saying because it can use statement in the definition because the actual term is declarative statement. So it's identifying what type of statement is being made in the definition.
No, there is no such thing as declarative statement. There is a declarative sentence.
So this term doesn't exist, nor the definition is giving.
Yeah, that's wrong. That the proper term is declarative sentence, and then there will be no problem. There is no such thing as a declarative statement. Had it said in logic, a proposition is expressed as a declarative sentence, that would be a proper definition. It's misleading because it's not telling you what a statement is. That's why I'm making this.
You know, the wild thing is when he says there's no such thing as a declarative statement, that is a declarative statement.
No, a sentence and a statement are two different things. Don't confuse them. Right?
Okay.
I think we've gotten off track.
You're saying that to a guy that showed you where a sentence fits in the hierarchy of symbols, like about 5 minutes ago. So you don't have to keep reminding me the difference between a sentence and a statement. I've already demonstrated I understand it.
Roy Chess, can I refer you to the screen? It says a declarative statement is indeed a term commonly found in logic textbooks. It also gives examples down there. We're going to get down there, though. Definition: a declarative statement expresses a fact or opinion and can be classified as true or false. Usage in logic. In logic, declarative statements serve as the foundation for constructing arguments and propositions. They are essential in formal logic, where they can be analyzed for validity and soundness. Examples: the sky is blue. This is a declarative statement that can be evaluated for truth. 2 + 2 = 4. Another example that is clearly true. Declarative statements contrast with interrogative questions. Interrogative. Excuse
Interrogative.
me.
Interrogative.
So you saw I messed it up. My bad. Interrogative, imperative, exclamatory statements.
Okay, so let me rebuttal right quick. Everything you just said has to do with sentences. So can you Google what a declarative sentence is? And all those things that you just read will come up the same way.
I want to predict if there's a definition for declarative sentence, it's going to go along the lines: sentence is it contains a declarative statement.
No, it won't.
Oh,
Because it's actually a thing.
I'm making a proposition about a future event.
And what I was going to say, Roy Chess, even while I'm pulling this up, your rebuttal doesn't negate the fact that you said that this wasn't a logic term. Just so you know that.
It's a slang. Okay. So it's a slang term, to be honest with you. So it's not proper. It's not a proper term. It's a slang term. So we yes, and just like I said, the term logic is not a thing either. Yeah, it's not. It's mathematical logic. I couldn't hear you. You came in broken.
When he's all wrapped up, I also want to get back to what is atheism, because we scaled away from it.
Yeah,
so hard.
Right.
Yes.
Let's get back.
Declarative sentence makes a statement. Should I just drop the bomb for ill doc right there? We're done. We're done here. Let's get back to the atheism.
Hey, I didn't hear the bomb. Did it drop on the
screen? No. Go to a grammatical source, because you're using AI. It doesn't have to have that word statement doesn't have to be there. Go to a grammar source. Go to an English grammar source, and they won't use the word statement. That's unnecessary.
I'll do that for you.
A lot of this.
For the entertainment of the crowd, because I'm not no biased host, and I love entertaining the crowd.
That might be.
I have grammar books that doesn't have that as a definition.
Yeah, because the only thing that can happen is I learn something. I don't care about being wrong.
Right. I mean, again, this is being a stickler.
Yeah. So what would you like to look up? Teach me something.
Look it up in an English grammar source, like an English grammar text.
A1, you can also just you can use your AI and just insist that it gives you a citation.
Before I do this, I resent the fact that you're telling me I'm wrong, and then I need to go to another source, and you don't even have the source. So
no, I have sources. I mean, I can't.
You're giving me a general term. Look at it. You can't.
No, I'm asking you to look it up in the proper source, though.
Yeah, this is.
You're giving me a general source.
He's galloping right now. Now he's galloping.
Crazy. You can't even tell me pull up.
If we're debating something, if we're disagreeing with something, right?
No, hold on. You've changed. We started out on theism. We started out on theism. Then we switched to the proposition. Then we switched on the proposition is not a statement or sentence. Then we switched, and at each pivot, somebody has said something that has indicated you go, oh no, that's not it. Well, look up the sentence and look up the next thing. Look up the AI is like, hold on. AI was good enough for you all the way up until it disagreed with you, and then you wanted a grammar source. That is. Look, you want more requests for evidence away from textbook galloping.
Whatever subject we're talking about.
Here's what you do, A1, before you get away from AI, look up what Gish Gallop is.
G-I-S-H. That's why I said, you know what? I'll appease the crowd just for fun. Let's see what it says.
You're missing the point. If we're disagreeing about any topic,
we're disagreeing about atheism, and that's the last thing that you want to talk about.
No. I'm asking you to go to the source of that field, whatever we're talking about, not the internet.
Like this.
Okay, while he's doing that, I want to give a shout out to Court. Earlier, Court, you said hard materialists that some of them reject the existence of a mind distinct from the brain. I reject that idea too. I don't deny it exists. I don't know enough about it, but I work with the idea that the mind is a product of brain activity, and it serves as a workspace where we organize categories and ideas. I don't think that there's anywhere mind exists where there isn't also a brain. I don't know if that matches up with what your hard materialists think or not.
Hey, real quick, I didn't read the super chat. My apologies for letting it sit for so long. Michigan's Natural Living says, "Big ups A1 and the Titans Debate League channel. Support your show. Let your voice be heard today." Shout out to you, King. Appreciate you. Give him a round of
You're
applause.
welcome, brother. You're welcome.
Peace. And yeah, let's pass it to you. You've been sitting there patiently. I don't know if you don't want to jump in, but you definitely
Is somebody moving furniture? It sounds like somebody's moving furniture.
Sadiq, any
Yo,
insight or anything you've heard?
man, we got I think we got a little I guess it works itself out at the end, but we got a little off track there with navigating the semantics and stuff. But I was still looking to see what the family going to get it back in on that initial question about prophecy.
Well, I explained it's impossible what he's asking. It's an impossible request.
It's not
the answer is
impossible.
no.
I already I looked into it while I was being quiet. It's not impossible. But what you do is you just put one more step between you and the prediction. For instance, you can say, if I push a button, a certain thing will happen. If I flip the switch up, the light will come on. These aren't treated, or better yet, the train will be here at 6 a.m. and let's say it's midnight. You're making a reference to a timetable, a rule, or a schedule, but you're just pushing the prediction onto the timetable and the people who are organizing the train's route. That you're just separating yourself conceptually from the prediction. It's still downstream of a prediction or upstream from a prediction.
Facts.
By definition, right? Because it's future tense.
Right.
The sentence is future tense. So there's a difference between sentences and propositions. This is why we're having this discussion.
No one said they were the same thing.
You're making it sound like it's the same thing. You're asking me to say, give me a proposition.
Hold on. Sound happens on your brain. None of the words that I've used have indicated I think a proposition and a sentence are all the same thing. I've never said that.
Your question is asking me to give a proposition of a future sentence.
You didn't. I asked you for a statement. I asked you, and I used the word statement. You didn't want to do it then. I asked you for the sentence,
and I can't do either one.
You said for the statement and the sentence, it's impossible. So then I asked you for a proposition, and you said that's impossible too. So according to you, a predictive utterance cannot be made.
Propositions don't deal with time.
I don't care about the propositions, brother.
Well,
you keep going back around to the propositions. I never cared about the propositions, and now you're using it. Now you're using it in a way that your tone suggests that the proposition is my hang-up. The proposition and the truth value, those are your hang-ups.
No,
all I care about is the predictive part.
That propositions don't predict. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, then what sort of utterance? What do you call an utterance that is a prediction?
In English, we would call that a prediction, right? A future tense sentence. It's a future tense.
Man, we got to move on.
Yeah,
that's a feature of the language. Propositions don't have tense.
All right, let me put something else because let me try to pivot. I want to talk about earlier. You mentioned babies are not born atheists, and I agreed with you on that because I think the babies are born. It's almost like saying we're not born adults, but we're born at the earliest stage of the human life cycle that ends up as an adult. The only reason we separate it is through science and trying to understand the difference between children and adults. We create these distinctions in these stages: childhood, adolescence, adult, infancy, all the way down to zygote. I think the same thing. I think that children are born at the earliest stage of a cycle where they will inevitably develop ideas about divine existences. and they create these. We all create these categories in our mind where things that are supernatural can exist, and then we'll replicate the blueprint for that category when we start understanding fictional characters, listening to people talk about things that don't exist, fairy tales, and et cetera and so on. So I don't think that children are atheists in the same way that I consider myself an atheist, or I consider someone who hasn't responded to theism an atheist.
Right. I think we agree there. But my point was you're not born there.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Hold on. Here's the thing. The difference though is because I have been proposed theism. Theism is a proposition. It's I believe God exists is true. That's the proposition. Now you could say it with the words I believe God exists. You don't have to say I believe the statement God exists is a true statement. You could just say I believe God exists. Okay. When you say that to me, my response is more or less going to be, well, in your mind. But let's say I'm a regular atheist. I go, I disagree with you. I don't share that belief. I don't have a belief similar to that. Now I'm an atheist. I would never have made that negation had I not been proposed theism. So theism comes first, then atheism.
Facts.
Atheism doesn't have to propose anything.
Well, again, if you're assuming the dictionary definition, then that's true, because the dictionary says lack of belief. So the fact that you had no prior care about the subject matter until it was presented means that you're just undecided. You just don't know. That doesn't mean you're atheist.
You can't be undecided in the absence of a choice.
Yes, you can, because you don't know the choices are.
It doesn't make sense.
That was getting interesting. Things are getting interesting now.
Listen,
so again, if you don't know,
if I'm walking down the road, and I haven't decided to turn left or right at a crossroad that doesn't even exist in my sight yet, it's not even on my map. I can't tell anyone I'm undecided. You don't get to objectively, like outside of me, get to say about me that I'm undecided, because a decision is an internal event. You don't get to determine that. You don't, oh, he's undecided because he hasn't chosen left or right yet.
Wait a minute,
I'll evaluate those choices when I encounter them. Either someone will tell me, yeah, there's a left or right coming up. It'll be on my map. At some point, it'll be introduced to me. And then at that point, I'll choose left, I'll choose right. I won't decide yet until I get to see the terrain. If it hasn't been introduced to me, characterizing me as undecided is improper.
Okay, so what
that mean, Doc, that you have to experience the choices first, or perceive it first before you can be held liable?
Well, I don't know about held liable. Like there's some moral responsibility in there, but just to say that I'm not decided, to invoke decision into my worldview when I haven't, when those choices don't exist for me.
Right, because you haven't experienced it. Right, you have to experience it.
I have to be presented with choices, and then not make a choice in order to enter a state of what would you say? Indecision.
Indecision or decision. It depends on which way you. Yeah, either way. Right. Agreed.
Yeah, same thing works with proposition and truth value. I know you like that topic. If I don't make a proposition, the proposition has no truth value. I have to utter it first for it to have truth value.
Right, makes sense to me.
Yes, however, right. So the thing is, if I were to observe you with a camera, overhead view camera, and I see that you're going a certain way, and there are 3 options, but you only see one right now, can't I objectively say that you made the wrong choice? That you should have went to the one that you couldn't see, but you didn't know it was there. But I know that you're gonna go. I know you're gonna go towards the cliff. I know you're going towards the cliff, and you're gonna be stuck. But the other 2 directions, one direction, if you keep going forward, you're gonna see the other direction. But now you have a fork in the road, and you don't know left or right. But there's a third option that you don't see, that you're not aware.
You
I
can't
can
make, you
objectively
cannot
say that you
objectively
should
make
go.
any subjective claims
No,
about
no,
my perspective.
no. Objectively can't include the subjective here. It is an absolute that
You cannot say about me. Hold on. You
the third
cannot
route is the
say,
absolute one.
hold on. You cannot ever
Yeah.
say about me that I am undecided. I tell you that I'm undecided. You don't
No,
tell me that I'm undecided.
Which perspective are we dealing with? My brother Roy Chess says if he's there remotely viewing, which your a circumstance that hasn't happened to you yet, Doc, that could potentially happen, an outcome, would you accept his position as valid?
No, because the way I understand it is I'm approaching a crossroad.
Right,
I can't see it yet, but he
right,
knows it's coming.
right.
And he's asking me, is it okay for him to characterize me in a state of indecision about the crossroad?
No,
it's not
not
a
at that. No, right.
it's not a characterization. That's an absolute statement. That's not a
Right,
characterization.
I see what Doc's context is still correct because he has to remember we have to deal with use some other sets of words. The words, this choices of words is killing the conversation. It's making us drag on like we got 1,000 pounds of weights on each of our legs. He simply hasn't observed the circumstance, Roy Chess, that you're talking about. Okay, and
Right.
so he can't. So absolutely, he can't be held in that regard to some kind of a, I guess what you call predictive outcome, whatever.
That's the
He
Yeah,
can't.
personal
exactly.
view. That's the
You know what
personal
I'm saying?
view. That's a
Right.
Oh,
personal
is this the
That's
D?
his personal view. Right. There's nothing
right.
wrong with that.
An
Right.
objective
Who
view.
is that?
An
Okay, I'll
objective
make a
view
note
is
of that.
over. What?
You know. So
Somebody in the chat
so.
talking about?
Hmm?
He's talking about somebody in the chat.
I don't know.
No,
I
no,
guess
I wanted to know who was speaking.
that's me. So
I'm
Siddiq
just,
brother.
yeah, I just
Oh,
want to learn everyone's voices.
oh, okay. So that's a personal view he's taking. I'm taking the objective view because I see a bigger picture. So it's not subjective what I'm saying.
Okay, listen to what you are saying. You see a bigger picture.
Yes. It
Okay.
could be a drone,
Right.
Now
for example.
hold on for a
Take me
second.
out of
Hold
it.
on for a
Take
second.
me out of it.
Hold on, brother. Let's imagine that you don't see this picture yet. Let's say you haven't turned your camera on, you're doing something with your lady, and then it occurs to you, you know what? I want to see what Il Doctrine's up to. And in between that moment and you actually getting a clear picture of the big picture, can you make a statement about me being undecided yet?
I'd say no.
I would say no at that moment. Yes, I would say no at that moment.
Okay, excellent. That state that you're in about me is the same state that I'm in about the crossroad.
Okay, so
I need to observe that there is a decision to be made
Facts.
before I can be deemed undecided.
Facts.
Just like you need to observe the state of the affairs around
Facts.
me before you can deem them or deem me in an undecided state.
Facts. That's why he turned your camera off for just.
No. So again, he's putting
He's telling. He's
personal
right. His logic. If I follow the logic, he's right.
No.
You have to observe these things. He turned your camera off. Once you turn that
Subjective
camera off, you can't advise him at all. And in any upcoming circumstances regarding his travels. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Based on what he's observing, he's
Yeah,
right.
I don't have to observe it. I don't
He's
have to be
turned
the one.
your camera's been turned off. I don't know if you heard him when he said that. He turned your
Yeah,
camera off. Right.
Bro,
but it
you
doesn't have
killing me,
anything
man.
to do with it. It has
Yeah,
nothing
but
to
not,
do
not when you had your camera on. You had him. You kind of had him a little bit in that regard because you give him a preview, a forecast of some impending doom, right? And
right,
so
but it
he was.
doesn't have to be me. It could be you. It could be a drone. It doesn't even
But
have to
you
be
follow what I'm
me.
saying? A drone. The drone has to have a camera that can give him give you a forecast to convey, or the drone can convey that to him or so, and he
Right.
can't be held liable in deciding whether to go forward due to a pending cliff or doom coming up, right? Because he's not aware of whatever you see in that context. So with your camera, I think you asked him, say, if I gave you a forecast of what's going to come up and you don't have any immediate field of view, you know, is that a valid, would you take that advice or take that my precaution, whatever. But he turned your camera off in his latest example. When he turned your camera off, man, you can't tell him anything at all then, right?
Right, but it's still going to be an objective view. whether the camera is on or off. It's going to be objective either way. And that's trying to point out. That's why I'm giving the example.
Right. But here's what you're doing.
The personal view, I'm taking the objective view.
Hold on.
Objective overrides.
But I'm not taking a personal view because I haven't arrived at the things that we're discussing.
That is
we both hold on, brother. You're like going a million miles an hour, and we like pitch a tent for a second. There's a something going on down the road. In order for your example to even work, you agree with me that I don't know what it is. Okay, so don't set up the example so that you have all the information available and can make a decision. And then tell me that I can't have all the information. Now, I'm okay not having all the information. I just want you to also not have all the information and then see where you at.
Facts.
So on a personal level, I would agree with that. However, what I'm introducing is something objective versus something personal. The objective view is going to be an absolute view.
No,
whether you know it or not.
Okay, stop. I don't even care, brother. You don't tell me if I'm undecided. There's no way for you to know if I'm undecided. How would you know unless you get feedback from me?
Can I ask you something, Doc? Can I step in, Doc, and ask
yes,
brother?
Yes, absolutely, please.
Okay, let's say Royal Chess. I'm in Doc's position now. You can throw it at me. Now, can I be held? With a proper? Can I make a proper decision without having a full set of circumstances to give me a dichotomy by which to choose by? If I haven't physically observed, thus experienced said circumstance or impending circumstance that may arise at some given point in time, can I be absolutely called indecisive in that particular moment?
Well, the context depends, right? So there's two contexts.
In that moment, right? In that right now, right?
There's two contexts that are there at the moment, and that's what I'm trying to.
You follow what I'm saying? Are you follow? I don't know if you follow what I'm asking. You understand what I'm saying? Now, let's say 2 miles away, right? I'm gonna walk it on out so we can. I'm great at pushing this stuff along. If I haven't observed it yet, if I haven't, which ties into experience, then I get, you know what I'm saying? And I don't have you in my back pocket. Or you're not in my, I don't have the earpiece in. And you're not telling me, say, look, it's a cliff coming up, or whatever. So somebody got experience and observed this. Otherwise, what you're saying, I just have to take I just have to either take my word for it or just whatever. Hopefully, there's nothing up there, whatever. Because I can't until I see it. It's not real. This is basic physics. If you don't witness it or experience it, technically, it didn't happen or it's not real, right? Right. If you're not just if you're telling me that it's something may up here, up to my personal experience, I may believe you and if I trust you, take your word for it. I would believe you, right, and make a proper decision, maybe not to go that way, right. But if you're not in my ear, your camera turned off, so you can't see nothing either. Hell, we're in the same boat, logically speaking, right? And so I'm not going to take your word for it because you could have maybe using third party experience. That somebody may have told you that's this, that, and I may not listen to that. But if you actually have hard eyes and you got hard intel on that particular circumstance, there's a cliff, bottomless pit, whatever coming up, then I may be inclined personally, a smart person would be inclined to personally listen to you. And I would be decisive in that particular context. Now, if you don't give me no intel, you there, but your camera's all turned off, everything's turned off. You don't have no eye, you don't have no line of sight of said phenom. You haven't experienced these impending doom circumstances that's coming up. Neither do I. Now, will I fall into that circumstance? Maybe. And I have to make a decision later on in time. As it stands right now, I'm not considered indecisive because, simply put, that particular moment and position I'm gonna come into to make what's gonna force a decision one way or the other simply hasn't occurred yet. You see what I'm saying?
Yes. So if we're arguing about the semantics of whether we should use that word, I mean,
you see what I'm saying? You're saying, right? We're not there yet, right? You know what I'm saying?
We can change the word. We could change the word. So maybe it is inappropriate in the context that we're using it.
We're not there yet. I'm not. I don't have a visual on it yet. I'm not experiencing it. I'm not at the cliff yet. You see what I'm saying? It's as simple as that.
Yeah, but the context of
you know what I'm saying?
The context of atheism. He's saying that he's not undecided because it hasn't been brought up yet. No, you're.
That's not what I said.
Yeah, I don't think he said that totally.
Okay, so What did you say again? So I don't get it wrong.
You said that babies are undecided. I told you 100%. I am pretty damn sure the position I hold is correct.
Okay, when I said undecided, I was in the context of either believe or have no belief, correct?
Well, they can't be undecided because they don't even have the intel to make a decision.
Yeah, there has to be exposure.
The fact that they cannot make a decision is still undecided.
No, let me tell you.
You don't need knowledge to be undecided.
You do. You need exposure.
No,
you need exposure. Hold on. You need exposure, brother. Look. Okay,
you can't deny what you don't know exists.
In order to make a decision,
you're not denying, you're undecided.
Word chest. This is really weird how you go away from wherever the pressure is. You understand, in order to be undecided, there must be choices that could be made.
Right.
Okay.
No,
so
I'm saying it's the lack of
hold
choice.
on, stop. Just a no, brother. Just get through this. We're trying to define one word. In order to be undecided, there also exists choices that aren't being made. Correct?
No, I would say no.
So you can be so you can be undecided about choices that don't exist.
If you have no choices, you're undecided. So yes.
I think you probably should look up the word undecided.
My brother changed the circumstances real quick.
I think you should look up the word undecided, brother.
I'm saying you could have zero circumstances, and you could have some circumstances where you have knowledge and be undecided.
With that, so what you just said equate to what he's saying, what he's asking you, brother? Is that the same thing?
Yes, because it's an either or, right? That's an either or position. So he didn't say no. He didn't say no.
There are three things that have to exist for me to be undecided. One, I need to be exposed to choices, so choices exist. Two, I need to be aware that a choice can be made. And three, I have to not have decided yet. I know I said that awkwardly. So there has to be choices. I have to know they exist, and I have to have not made a decision yet. That's undecided. That is not the state that babies exist in relative to theism.
I will agree with that. However, you would have to rule out the case where there are no choices and then tell me how you're going to make a decision.
I don't have to rule out when there are no choices. That statement, listen,
hit you with the absolutes, Doc.
Awkwardly built sentence that you've made in this whole conversation, and you've made a couple of them. I have to rule out that there are no choices?
Yes. Logically, yes. You're supposed to rule other options.
So what you're saying is I have to rule in that there are choices. Why would I do that?
No, you don't have to rule in that there are choices. You have to rule out that there are no choices.
My brother Roy Chess, that's my brother, man.
If you cannot,
these chats going, don't he? Keep it coming, Roy Chess. Keep it coming, brother.
Then you can assume them to exist, because you can't rule them out. So you make the assumption that they do exist, and then go from there.
Okay, let me hold on for a second. Hold on.
Not proving things.
Can an infant that is I don't say 18 months, not an infant. How old are infants? A week old.
Less than a year or two old, something like that.
Yeah, let's do a week old. A week old infant make a decision about marriage.
He doesn't know what marriage is.
Okay, so are infants 1 week old undecided about marriage?
It's weird to say, but yes, because he's ignorant, right? So ignorant might be the better word, and that's what I was going to try to get to. But I mean, if we can agree to that, then we can move on.
No, we can't agree to that, brother. Can we agree that babies are ignorant?
About marriage, yes. Not ignorant in general.
Okay, I will agree to you that. I mean, full stop. Babies are ignorant about marriage. Full stop. Yeah. Without inferring or implying anything else, then inferring anything else. Yes. I agree with you there.
Yes.
But you're inferring that they undecided is appropriate is an appropriate characterization, and I disagree with that.
So so it's just a
Oh
matter of
shit, man.
context. We can change the context, and I could just replace the proper word, and I would say ignorant in that case, and I don't think we would disagree. So it's
Yeah,
just a
Facts.
matter of
but now you're associating ignorance with not having made a decision.
yeah, in this context, because that's why we're using it, because you're saying that you need the evidence first or the choice presented.
I haven't even used the word evidence since
No,
I've been
I
on
know
this
you didn't
stream.
use I know you didn't use the word
I
evidence,
think
but
you Roy Chess, you threw out the word indecision, right? And you just went with ignorance, right?
yes.
I could agree. And I can agree, right? The baby's just simply ignorant,
Yeah, the baby,
Yeah.
where ignorance is simply a lack of information. Yeah.
right?
About whatever we're talking about. Yes. In that case, it was marriage.
All right. Would you agree when I'm walking down the road, I'm ignorant to the cliff?
Yes.
All right.
Facts. There we go. Right. Yeah, Roy Chess, my man. I knew he was gonna come through, bro.
Yeah. So it's just a matter of the wordplay, the context.
Right.
Once we get the
Right.
context right, then we're good.
Would you agree that a week old baby is ignorant of theism?
Yes.
All right. So does that make them an atheist?
I would say no.
Yeah, I agree with you because I think that they are. I don't know how to say. Their
This
their
is
their
interesting too.
their neurophysiology is on the cycle or on the trajectory to develop ideas about divine existences.
From an adult perspective, as we understand it in the Abrahamic schools of thought,
Yeah.
they would have another. They remember they go. I go by observation and perspective personally. Based on there, I'm just going to interject if you guys don't mind.
Oh, go for it, brother.
Like Brother Doc said, they're not atheists at all. They're just not theists in a conventional way from an adult point of view, as we would understand it, commonly see it. They are very theist. Uh, we say, well, okay, if they are, who they're worshiping? The mother. The mother is God. Unabated, absolute, totally. Man, they come out that stomach, man, and the first thing they see is her. They hear her voice. They feel her heartbeat. They feel her energy. They feel her, all of this stuff when they were inside of her. A very intimate relationship. They know really nothing else at that point, primarily. They're coming into a new set of circumstances and they're depending on this particular entity. They don't know it's the mother per se, as we understand it to be, and as they will understand it too as they get older. But at that moment in time, they worships her, her sound, her the food. They pray, cry. It's the prayer. Okay, we're talking about religion and prayer. We're talking about worship. We're talking about prayer. The prayer. We talk about babies. We talk about crying. That's the language. They don't speak like adults and all of this. Break all of these absolutes I've been hearing on here. This baby, he speaks. He speaks in a cry. That's his language, right? There's more than many. There's many ways to communicate. You don't have to enunciate. Well, no, we got caught in quagmire and almost in a to basically paralysis on here with these words. The mother, since the cries equated to language in this regard, it has meaning. Different cries have meaning. Ask any mother. She knows how to answer quote prayer in this regard. The baby prays and pulls down and gets what it wants, the milk or whatever, the care or the changing of the diaper. I can go on. The list is endless. Now, that's the central point of influence typically for a baby at that age, infant, newborn or whatever. And I want to digress too much, but I'm gonna go a little further. As the baby gets increasingly older, other fields of influence come into what view? They begin to experience other phenomena outside of mama's field of influence. As time increases, that increases as well. This adapts and changes over time the baby's perception of theism as it's understood in that initial regard. There's other competing influences, and eventually secular religion comes into that. The mother begins to slowly, she's indoctrinated or whatever, she'll begin to introduce the elements of that, da da da. The baby's watching TV, the baby's talking to other relatives. You can go on, the baby's going to school or whatever, maybe a secondary, maybe some kind of secular school, religious school or whatever. In time, the form of definition becomes questionable from its initial point in that regard that I mentioned. So, different aspects of Christian or Muslim, the denomination may come into play depending on what part of the world the baby's in. And so, if I would stop there, but yes, the baby is very theistic in that regard, in my opinion.
if he believes it, right? If he
he
takes
he believes with his own mind, body, and soul, right?
Because it
Like a
came from
religious
mom.
person, right?
Yeah, because it came from his mother, right? That's why he
Right.
believes it. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I mean that's what happens more frequently than other things, right? Most kids don't know what agnostic means until they're probably teenagers or adults, right?
From the adult view, right? From the adult members, always it's never no absolutes, and so eventually that can become the issue. As I think what we were talking about in earlier is that, and I was just let's just skip ahead years or whatever. Now this kid's been maybe around 10 to 15 years old, maybe 17, 18. This girl has been exposed. She's probably been in church for the last 10 years or some shit, right? Now mother's telling the baby that this child, 18, 17, 16-year-old, hey man, I'm not nobody really compared to this almighty to the almighty and all this. This particular entity has made all of us or whatever. All of this stuff you see, this entity is put it there. So now the baby's mind is usually blown. Speaking from my own experience coming out of a Christian household back in the day. She's telling me, different, Santa Claus come from this guy. This guy is an element of Santa. He's a delegate of Santa and all this kind of stuff. Jesus is a delegate of this guy too. And these guys bringing these good things and all this other stuff. So my definition, if I'm going to remain a theist, is being enhanced, you could say, for the lack of a better word. But I'm also hearing guys who's not just say that's all fake or whatever. So I'm giving a dichotomy eventually. So many of us are faced in our late teen years. We're going through a lot of states of confusion. Religious is part of that and some other stuff, gender ID and all this other shit that we deal with in modern times. And so I have to make a decision in that regard. And oftentimes, sometimes, man, hell, these latest young guys nowadays, man, they're not already buying the Christian the marketing campaign anymore. Not really. Particularly in the black community, and they're just simply not hearing it. So I may choose to go atheism or some form of it, or I may become agnostic or whatever. And I may, but that comes much later in life as I acquire more information. My point is to acquire information through experience, through observation. See, and the baby can experience and observe at point one, at point 1 years old. Point one was at point zero, 0.1 years old, right? Not even a year old yet. And this baby's observing and experiencing all kinds of shit in this regard, directly from its mother, typically, most of the time.
Right. So you subscribe mainly to science then?
In what regard? And from the infant standpoint?
Yeah, for knowledge. You take that science is the main way?
I would say in that organic, that's what the example I use is very organic, right? It's not so rigid as we understand it from the adult perspective. Yet observation is still there in the adult perspective as well as the infant perspective in its most elemental, fundamental standpoint. And yes, in that regard, yes. And they're bringing in, how else do you bring in how else can the brain read its environment? It only comes through the 5 senses at the end of the day. And so this baby is hearing, seeing weird ass noises, is phenomena, which is truth. It just can't understand truth like any scientists in an adult stage. They don't know. We experience an unknown phenomena, whatever. We develop a philosophy around it, maybe even a hypothesis and all this other shit. And we would conduct tests or whatever in a very rigid, stiff, very rule-based fashion, right? Baby don't really they're a little more very primitive in that regard. One needing it, they can't wait years till the circumstance bears truth in a university-based environment. Their university is much more demand faster answers when you're that young, right? Most would agree. And so the methodology will obviously be vastly different, needless to say. This is interesting conversations, man. I really enjoy it talking with you guys.
So would you subscribe to other knowledge outside of science?
I subscribe to all knowledge. I don't go with the absolutes at all. I'm an open book, brother. And so I look at interacting with the family individually as reading a book. And those who've read one book, no books, have lived no lives, are virtually dead. When one who's read and talked to 10, 15 guys or read 100 books have lived 1,000 lifetimes. You know what I'm saying?
So, would you take philosophical knowledge seriously?
Of course. This is philosophy here, what I'm saying to you. What all of us said is philosophy.
So do you take philosophy to be any idea, or you're talking about academically?
Philosophy is not simply relegated to the field of academia, right? Academia is actually taken in the philosophy. It's the other way around. They've attempted to sequester the field of study of academia and whatever field we're dealing with. At the end of the day, in that regard, I must agree because note and recall that the highest degree in most fields is the PhD for that very reason. See, all fields typically, I won't say absolutely all, but most of them, the highest terminal degree is the doctor of philosophy.
Right, but philosophy is used in a different context there.
It's used to push the envelope yet further. Now, your undergrad, whatever, just follow me for a second. In your undergrad, let's say, I don't know, you pick education or whatever. What's another, or engineering, whatever. Nursing, nursing, whatever. Say, so you got a PhD in nursing. Now since you have mastered the philosophy. Well, you're a doctor. That's higher than the master's of philosophy. You're the doctor of philosophy within the guise or the field of nursing. You've mastered the understanding, so to speak, of the information that was presented to you from said university. So now that university has qualified you to give you this particular criteria, this merit, right? For you to further push the envelope into unknown fields and discover different areas of specialization and application of the nursing skill. See, so what you're not going to sit on a degree and go to work. That's for undergrad people, lower degrees. Most PhDs don't do that. They'll do that and maybe, but they're charged and actually they have to. Otherwise they'll lose some credentials. You have to publish papers with new ideas. You're interacting with other I won't rehash this. It's a lot to say about this stuff, but you get the idea that there's a duty on you as having a terminal degree in this regard. You have to push the envelope into new frontiers for nursing to keep the field evolving. That's why most of the faculty members, senior faculty members of any university are typically PhD holders, right? Would you agree?
Right. Yeah, but you're using it in a different context than academia. Academia
that's how they use it.
No.
You have to prove it's not. You have to prove that the faculty members are not primarily PhD holders, and the PhD is not the terminal. A lot of things.
No, you're using it one context. Another context is the specialty of the degree. That's what I'm referring to. You're talking about the generalization of the hierarchy of the degrees. I'm talking about the specialization of intent.
That's what I mentioned. Yeah, I mentioned the specialization, and I mentioned several contexts, including the ranking, because it is a terminal degree. Right, go ahead.
Hold on. Somebody with a PhD in philosophy is not the same as the other ones, right? The content of what he knows is different from what they know.
That's what I was saying. That's what I said. Most fields, I'll repeat it, in a university, which is multiple schools, right? There's many different areas of specialization that create a university, right? And so where each field is concerned, I use nursing as an example, right? I'll say it again. And so within the nursing field, there's other schools of thought and study within the university, hence the word university, universal knowledge, which contains many areas of study. And so just within nursing, right, and that specialty, that person is charged. Check it out. You can always anybody on here, you can verify what I'm saying if you don't believe. And so with that particular degree, that terminal degree, you have to either go with a fellowship. You have to go with, it's just other steps beyond the PhD. You have because knowledge is absolutely limited at the PhD. You won't know everything about that field philosophically. So you have to develop philosophy. You have to live and learn and breathe that skill outside of said academia. So you have to go into other areas or whatever, right? To bring in additional knowledge through publications. It's just the way it works, brother. I've been, I don't like to soar my oats or whatever. I have a terminal degree. And in the healthcare field, and we have to do some of these things if we're to be held in, like to say, high regard and have adequate respect amongst our fellow peers in this regard. If you're published and you're shown to help develop new techniques to old science, then you're looked at highly regarded, and your work is also highly regarded because you're in process of continual renewed application. It's just the way it is. See.
Yeah, we have no disagreement, but what I'm saying is when a philosopher says he's a philosopher, he's not saying that he's just a terminal degree holder. He's saying that the the way he speaks is going to be different. The way we're talking now, like some of the context you're not familiar with, or you may not have heard frequently, because I'm using a specific context within the field of philosophy. So if you are studying in the field of philosophy specifically, some of this stuff is going to sound a little crazy to you, right? Or at least
that's possible, very possible to some people. They hear what they're just not familiar. They haven't lived your life, your experiences, your skill. They don't know what you don't know or don't know, what you know or don't know, right? Until they interact and experience, right, and relive some of these things, and so on and so forth, right.
So that's why we're having conversations like this. And
facts. There we go.
Context is extremely important, because we can once it goes left with one person, it's going to go into a 30-minute. It could go into a 30 minutes or an hour,
right?
Because one of us is not admitting that we changed the context, right? So, and I think that's what happened here. As far as
it happened several times on
context between a position, what a sentence is, what a statement is, and then what a declarative statement is. So I was only harping that way.
Oh no, not again.
No, I'm not trying to bring it up, but I'm trying to explain why I'm harping that way, right? Because I'm speaking in a specific context that is not the ordinary, conversation on the street. And I think if you go to the sources that I'm, a philosophical source, they're going to align to what I'm saying. It may not, I'm not quoting a source, right? These are my words. I'm not reading anything. But if you read the proper sources instead of, the dictionary, general AI and stuff like that, because some details are missing. And I'm giving precise details that may be overlooked. Right, you're not getting it from the online sources, right? Because people will use, and unfortunately, we could talk about education real quick. Bad education is when you have an instructor, you're paying, thousands of dollars for a class, and he's just giving you information out of the book. Like, dude, I could just read the book myself. Why do I need you? If he's not doing anything other than that, right? A good education is when you have an assigned textbook, and the teacher is giving you additional supplemental information that's not in the book. That's a good teaching. That's a good education. But what happens is, unfortunately, I experience this a lot with different people, right? They're going by what's popular, what's frequent. It says it right here. This is why I discourage reading the dictionary, because people go off on that. You might get it right, you might get it wrong. A lot of people do get it wrong. So I can't say that that's a reliable method of gaining knowledge, right? Because they tell you the etymology of this word means this and this and that. And like, brother, context can, come up whenever, right? The word virgin has several contexts. It didn't have the context of having sex or not in the Old Testament. It was a different context. A lot of people don't know that. But most words, at least in English, right? Most words have more than one context. So we can experience people using one context and then the other person uses another one and they're talking past each other. That happens a lot, especially with debates. I think it happened here, which is why we're talking about it now. And the point I'm trying to make is some sources will give more detailed answers than others. And the little details that you don't think are important could make a difference. So when I say there's no such thing as a declarative statement, I'm saying it's a slang, right? That's made easier because people could understand it instead of saying the proper way. Just like people would say propositions are a statement. That's so that the average person can understand it. That if you are in a credible university where it's a top university, the instructor doesn't care if you understand it or not. If you're in the lecture hall, he's just going to rattle off information, and it's up to you to understand it, right? So he may give you detailed information that you won't find on the internet. But when you explain it to somebody how you got this information and why your answer is correct, it should hold, because you can demonstrate the knowledge without having to quote a book. Now, whether people will accept it or not is usually a psychological thing. And that's what I want to move away from, get some people to think more rationally than just quoting material. Like, where's your source? And then quoting from a source. All knowledge is not from quoted material. Some things are supplemented by teacher to student, and that's not being expressed in reading a book or reading the dictionary or Wikipedia. Like, there's some information that is not going to be in those books or on that online page. But an educated person who has that extra information can bring more enlightenment to it. And it shouldn't be rejected. I mean, unless it's totally
They
off.
have their we all have different perspectives and different criteria by which we accept or deny input data. At the end of the day, there's a choice, and so that's fine. That's fine. We're all, many of the old timers and the ancients also knew quite well that we all exist in our own universities as we traverse through life. Right. And so that don't even require a school technically. I mean, it depends if you want to get a good job or whatever you have planned for yourself. You might need to go get that degree, but you don't really need that degree per se. I just got to go outside of the fixed brick and mortar centers of academia. That life itself is a university, by and large,
Well, the information you're going to get from both is different. Right.
Of course.
Just living in the
I wouldn't
streets
say
is
it's
not going
totally
to
different. Right. It just, I wouldn't say it's totally different, but of course you're getting information from a different, physical location, obviously, and what's being observed and maybe learned is maybe done, not necessarily, it's not what you learning in the school. It's not different. What you learning in school is not different per se. It's how you learning it, right? How you learn in the university of the brick and mortar is vastly different typically than which how you learn it sometimes out in the middle of nowhere or whatever, a remote nomadic tribe are learning about gravity in a very rudimentary way. But the what? They could teach a lot of what the foundational aspects of gravity offers in this, physics lab at Brown University, which is going to be still testing the same phenom, but how it's done is vastly different typically in some regard, right?
Right. Well, it's different from slang, right? It's also different
Right.
from slang.
Right.
And that's where I think a lot of the so-called debaters and debates get caught up in. That if somebody's giving you an academic insight of a quote, like they're not quoting, but they're giving you information that came from academia.
I have to jump in here.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't feel like that's what you were doing. I understand what you were saying, and I recognize where somebody's coming in with extra information. Now I want to read this to you again because this is the situation, and you weren't coming in with extra it's like you're reframing what happened. A proposition is and this is from Oxford Department of Computer Science. I'm looking up mathematical logic. I'm all in these textbooks now because you're saying that these textbooks are all wrong.
Yes, they're not in the field of math or philosophy.
But that's false because I'm in the textbooks right now. So that's why I'm saying.
Yeah, so the source is the problem. So they might be leaving out the details that I'm talking about.
Definition: a proposition is a statement that can be either true or false. But you said propositions are not statements.
Correct.
So that's not you coming with. I don't. When you frame it as
if you go to a philosophy source,
knowledge. What you're doing is saying all the knowledge that we've been taught from these institutions in these textbooks that I have access to as well, not just online. I'm not in the space where my library is, but I want to pull out my logic textbook so I can go right into it. Like, wait a second. Like, you can't do it because I've taken a logic class as well. So
right. So what I'm pointing out to you is that, like I said before, some instructors make it easier for the students to understand, so they water the information down. Right. So that's what's happening, and people are getting misinformation and then deriving new things from that misinformation, and their reasoning is wrong.
Okay, so
why do you think that didn't happen to you?
And that's what you're saying, and you're saying that the definition of proposition that they have specifically is misinformation. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that quote that you're quoting is misinformation. So
I wasn't going to clap back. I just wanted to make sure that we had that on the record.
No philosopher worth his salt who deems himself an elite will give you a definition like that.
Also, what you haven't done is shown me
give the definition like that, or not the elite. That's a watered down definition so that people can understand.
And then when I asked you where is the proper definition, you couldn't send me directly to it.
Right, because it's not in it. It's not. You might not find the quote in a book. It's something that's transferred from teacher to student. So that's what I'm saying. So this is why you can't just go by source information. You're missing the teacher and student interaction. That everything in the subject is not written down. That there's some things that we're gonna take because our teacher told us so, and that they have the experience and the knowledge, and we trust their credentials to give us the right information. That's not in a book. But again, if you don't know,
if what you're saying is true, why hasn't someone documented this somewhere in the Cliff Notes? And
because
where
they don't have that information. They don't have the right information.
Nobody in any academic setting, in any college setting, has the right information on logic. And that's what you're telling me.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that those who have it are not doing it. The ones who are trying to be cool with the students are doing that. That's where you're getting that definition.
I'm hearing what I'm hearing. This is absolutely
it's
amazing.
Watered down, and I demonstrated why propositions can't be sentences, why they can't be statements.
I understand the watered down part, but the fact that you can't, when I ask you to show me where I can go to get the proper information, oh, it's only in people's heads. Nobody's wrote it down. That we don't have a source for that. It's only teacher.
Right,
it's only passed down orally from teacher to student. You will find no cliff notes. You will find no references. Like what? Like brother, you know what, you got it, and you know I can see.
I'm not saying it's not written down anywhere. It's not written down where you can frequently find it. So you might find it, but you have to do a lot of digging, a lot, and I can't guide you to where that digging is.
And the opposite is being taught in every logic class, in every academic setting. and you're going to argue with everybody who comes out of these academics settings about a proposition being a statement.
Yeah, so you could do it, not just me. You can ask them, what's the difference between a proposition and a statement? Are all statements propositions?
No.
And ask them that. So again, there's a difference between reasoning.
But all propositions are statements, and that's was the claim that was being made. A proposition.
No, but that's not true. So technically,
brother, it is 100% true.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
Propositions live in the category of statements.
No, they're expressed as a statement or a sentence.
Okay, I'm sorry, A1. Go ahead.
Literally are ideas. Unless you can read my mind, you don't know what idea in my mind.
Or you state it.
Right. So I have to use something, a language or some form of communication to state my idea. The idea and the statement are not the same thing. Idea is distinct to my mind. It's not outside of my mind. In order for you to know what I'm thinking, I have to express it. That's why it's the definition of a proposition is expressed as a declarative sentence. If you want to call it a sentence, it's not a sentence itself. It's expressed as a declarative sentence. And this is why there's no such thing as a declarative statement. Because now you're saying that sentences and statements are the same thing. And that's
I never said that.
No, not you.
Oh.
Not you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about definition itself, right? If you want to say a sentence is a statement and a statement is a sentence, that's confusing, because I can show you that there are statements that are not sentences. There are statements that are not.
You don't have to. You don't have to. We all agree that sentence exists in the structure of writing or speaking. There's letter, word, sentence, paragraph, and so on.
Right. But
so sentence is structural. It's like the architecture of an utterance. The content is what the sentence tells you. And the content can be a question, it can be a statement. And if it's a statement, and it has truth value, then it's a proposition. It can be a statement that's not a proposition. That's why proposition exists inside the category statement.
And I like to read this really fast. It says, most logic textbooks do use the idea of a declarative sentence, sometimes called a declarative statement, when introducing propositions. But there is a subtle nuance. Logicians sometimes distinguish between the sentence, a linguistic object, and the proposition it expresses, an abstract, and I'm aware of that. And some advanced texts emphasize that distinction more than others. Here's what mainstream sources say. Now, I'm hoping that this is what you were failing to give me, so that way we can try to make some sense of this, because I don't want you to be crazy today. I'll continue reading. I'm sorry about that. Standard logic courses. In propositional logic, a proposition is defined as a declarative sentence that has definitive truth or value, and that's what we've been saying. That is the standard introductory definition in many logic and discrete math textbooks, and that would be accurate because all I did was take an introduction course, and I didn't go further than that with the logic. So next it says, logic typically excludes questions, commands, and exclamations because they do not have truth values and so are not propositions. Technical clarification. Some philosophers and advanced logic texts make distinction between a declarative sentence and a proposition. But that's not what we were arguing about, but I'll continue reading. The meaning or content that can be true or false. This view says propositions are not literally the sentences themselves, but what those sentences express. I agree with that. We are talking about as a proposition, a statement, though. But I'm just going to continue and hope it comes up, because that was the question I asked. So I'm assuming it's still going to come around to that. Okay, next it says, but it's not rejected entirely. The claim that there is no declarative statements in logic is not a common or mainstream position. It likely arises only in discussions about philosophical nature of meaning, not in ordinary logic courses where the working definition uses declarative sentences to teach the truth functional logic. So like you're doing like some weird exception to the rule, trying to apply it to the all, but that's what that says right there, at least. That's what that seems like.
That everything you just read was in line with what I said. However, it didn't give you the quote that you're looking for, that statements are not propositions and propositions are not statements. But if you can imagine a counterexample of a statement that's not a proposition, that will tell you that they're not the same thing.
A declarative sentence is a statement. I understand genus and species. Two things can be different in the same thing. Or
no, a declarative sentence and a statement are two different things.
A sentence and a statement. I'm talking about a proposition and a statement. So if I misheard you, I apologize. And I want to read this last paragraph. It says, so in normal logic courses, declarative sentences are the basis for propositions. Some advanced texts refine the concept, but they do not deny that declarative sentences play a role in defining what counts as a proposition. So even in here, it says you're making a distinction that even these advanced texts aren't making.
Yeah, because it's confusing to the students. So if I give you the proper definition, students might not understand that, right? So the proper definition is it's an idea that expresses a truth value in reality, right? But it's an idea. It's not a physical thing. So it's not a sentence and it's not a statement.
Oh, I think, are you suggesting that a proposition that isn't uttered is not a statement?
Correct.
So if you don't state it, then it's not a statement, is what you're suggesting.
Correct. But it's still a proposition. Right? So that rules out them being the same thing. So that book doesn't tell you that. If you can give you a counterexample, then you know the definition or the context you're using is wrong. The fact that you can counterexample it. So when source up, I can't source up, especially if I don't know where to go, right? I don't know what book to tell you where that sentence is going to appear. But I am definitely right.
So this whole time, this whole time, what you were suggesting is a proposition exists implicitly or unstated in my mind prior to being uttered.
Yes.
I have zero problem with that.
That's right.
Yes. So the books don't tell you that though. That's where the reading goes wrong.
You're 100% incorrect because I got that from a book.
What book? I mean, I'm not aware of.
I don't remember, man. I don't.
No, I'm not saying it can't be in the book, but like you may not know the book.
Yes, you are.
Right?
You're exactly saying it can't be in the book. If the
no,
book,
I'm saying,
hold on.
The state,
hold on. This is why, like, I'm getting frustrated a little bit. When you make a statement in one form, books don't tell you that, and then you go, "I'm not saying the book. It can't be in the book." Yeah, that's exactly what you just said a minute ago.
No,
you're saying the same thing. That content is not available in books.
I said it might not be. I didn't give an absolute. I'm very careful not giving absolutes unless I know they're absolute.
Do you recognize Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy as an authority on propositions?
On propositions? I mean, whether I recognize them or not is not relevant. If the definition is correct.
I wanted to provide you something from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, so now it becomes relevant if you accept them as an authority. I mean, it's an encyclopedia, so there's no author because it's compiled information, compiled articles.
Right.
But Ildar, I knew it was a rap when I asked him, "Where do you want me to go?" Because what is your authority? Show me what you're reading.
Yeah, you're right.
It doesn't have to be. What I'm saying, it doesn't. What I'm saying is the
right,
answer doesn't have to be in the book. I'm saying it doesn't have to be in the book for me to be right.
Hold on, brother. Hold on.
I may not know what book to
use.
You
hold on. You are leaking integrity here. You said you won't get that from the book. You said that's not in the. Hold on. You said that's not in the book. The book won't tell you that.
In a context, I didn't say no.
And hold on. Now you're trying to polish what you said.
No, I'm not trying to polish. You're taking my words out of context. I used a specific context. I didn't say no book ever gives you the information
we have not left the context. We are both still talking in the same context.
No, we're not. When I said I gave an example, I gave more than one example. The example I just recently used was what A1 read, and I made an example. Why? Matter of fact, you made the example.
We've been talking for a long time, and we just now got to the distinction that you think propositions exist before they're uttered. If the proposition if the proposition isn't uttered, right? And I'm calling you out about your integrity now. The words sentence, statement would never be part of the conversation because those are forms of uttering information. We were talking about statement and sentences because everyone here was thinking about the context of uttering information. And then at the last minute, at 11:30, you decided, no, prior to uttering is what I'm talking about. Propositions exist that are not statements.
But that's the definition. That's always been the definition. I didn't change anything.
Hold on. I'm talking about who is switching context. So you went from the context of utterances to the context of thinking.
No, you
did that. You did that. No one else did that. You did it.
You did that. When you asked me about the future tense sentence and asked me about a proposition, you did that. Not me.
Listen,
I've always
where does a sentence occur? Where does a sentence occur?
Where does a sentence occur?
Yeah.
It could be written or verbal, for instance. I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, you know that a sentence is the structure of communication, right? Like a letter or a word.
Right, it's a language, right? A sentence has to be.
No, it's not a language. It can be gibberish. The units are letter, word, sentence, paragraph. Do you agree with that?
No, I disagree.
Okay.
It would have to be a language by definition.
Of course, I agree with you that it has to be a language if we're to understand it, but it can also be gibberish. No, gibberish is not a language.
What do you mean gibberish?
Like a collection of words that are meaningless.
Right, so that would not be a sentence.
Yeah, because it's a word. Words are not sentences.
No. A word can be a sentence. So again,
a word cannot be a sentence.
Yes,
because
it can.
Need a subject and predicate.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
All right, give me a sentence that's one word.
Ouch. So your definition.
Okay.
Your definition of
fair enough.
Sentence is a problem.
Hey, listen. Fair enough. Fair enough. Look, you said. We're gonna back up. You said this stuff it's not content that's in books. Then you said
no. I didn't say that. I said some of the content.
I can't, brother. Listen, when I can't keep up with someone is saying, something's definitely wrong, and I can't keep up with what you're saying because I'm amazed at how flexible your integrity is here, like the intellectual integrity.
You're saying
you're like Bruce Lee in water,
right, brother? Like you ain't gonna pin me down.
I didn't say. You're saying things I didn't say. That's what I'm trying to clarify.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
Back to you, gentlemen.
Yes, no problem. I hope you don't think I'm being purposely slippery. Right? It may come off as that. And I'm purposely being slippery.
That's what you're doing, brother.
Am I good?
Well, I don't mean to be slippery, slimy, and slippery, but I'm sorry if Roy Chess in the house.
Am I good?
We can hear you if that's what you mean when you say you're good. Nobody thinks like you don't come across as of the type of person, because you actually stop and let other people talk. So you don't seem like you're purposely doing it, because you're like letting us actually respond to you. Well, usually people who are being purposely slimy, they don't want you to talk. So I think like you're actually trying to let us get to the bottom of it, but you are like Stretch Armstrong, like Mr. Elastic here.
There's no doubt in my mind that you're doing this on purpose, brother.
I don't think he realizes what he's doing.
The way that you are navigating away from pressure and like pulling 180, like sometimes when people navigate away from pressure, it just may be something like 15 degrees or 30 degrees to kind of sidestep objections. But you're pulling entire 180s, saying that I did not say the thing that you just said. Yeah, and I'm gonna find on my other device where you said something. You told A1, the books won't tell you that. You gave that like after I spoke, you're like, well, you can't get that from the books. And then a few moments later,
right,
you say, yeah, see, that's some of the good stuff you can get from the books or something to that degree.
Oh,
Hey,
It's just
if you can, let's do get some timestamps. So let's do just a fun, healthy reputation. Like, so we can go back and watch.
That's fine by me if you can get me to quote that. But the issue is I didn't make a definitive statement because I know that sometimes the books do have the information and sometimes it doesn't. So I would not likely make a claim like that. And I know that some of the information that you're going to just look up on the internet is not going to have the information. That's why I'm talking like that. So if it sounded like a definitive statement, then I'm sorry, but that it wasn't meant to be a definitive statement. But the thing I'm objecting to is that if it's not found in a book, then I can't be correct. I want to object to that, to source up. And if I can't source up, then you can just reject what I'm saying. I can demonstrate what I'm saying and make distinctions why they can't be the same thing. That's the whole point of reasoning, which is what I'm going to do a demonstration of or presentation of.
Nothing that I read to you said that a proposition wasn't a statement, though. So I'm
right.
Like,
so if you conflate those two things,
what I read you were, in my eyes, you're still wrong.
If you conflate those two things, it's going to be a problem.
It's not conflating the two things because the rule is all propositions are statements, but not all statements are propositions. This is the rule. So there is no conflating the two because the rule makes the distinction.
How is it that an idea in the mind can be a statement if it's not uttered?
That's what we were talking about with the Stretch Armstrong stuff. Don't do that. Like, you don't have to do that. I want you to stay focused and I want you to stay with the arguments I'm making. Because you went to a different subject.
No, I didn't. The subject is proposition. You're saying propositions are statements.
Yes.
So your definition of proposition is faulty. Where do propositions come from? Are they only in the mind, or are they?
I don't have the answer. I don't know the answer you're looking for, I should say.
Okay, all right. So the next question: are they physical? Are propositions physical entities?
No.
Okay, so are statements always physical entities?
I wouldn't. These are words.
No. We're not talking about words. Statements don't have to be words. You are aware of that, correct?
No, then I'm a little lost.
Okay, so does your source give a definition of what a statement is? Can you look it up what a statement is?
Of course.
So that we're clear why I'm saying what I'm saying. That propositions are statements. Are you're saying all propositions, right? Not some, all. And I want to demonstrate once we come to some agreement why that cannot be, even if it's written in your source. So that means your source has to be wrong.
See, now I would like to see that. If you can show me a proposition that's actually not a statement, then I would stand corrected too, regardless if it's written.
Yeah, but you have to tell me what a statement is first. So let's get a definitive, use a source to find out what a statement is. And I'm going to use your source.
Okay, and I asked it again, just for clarification. Are all propositions statements? Yes, in logic and mathematics.
Okay, so
proposition is a type of statement, specifically a declarative sentence, or if you wanted whatever you want to use, because it said declarative sentence, which can sometimes be substituted for declarative statement, that is definitively either true or false. So this is all semantics, and you're still wrong because right here is saying in mathematics and logic, all propositions are statements. Now, instead of you wouldn't show me the source when I said, can you show me somewhere? Now, what you can show me is a proposition that happens to not be a statement, and then I can stand corrected. I'm trying to give you an answer.
You have to go with what a statement is first because you're given the source material.
Okay, so I can respect that. So we can go to statement because that is what you asked for first.
Yes, and then I can make the connection and why it's wrong.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk with you. I'm not trying to slam dunk on you. I'm trying to get us all to under one thing by taking our time and slowing it down.
All right.
Statement, definition, but I also want to go to somewhere where he would halfway respect it, but he doesn't respect anything.
So it's not about authority. So I don't appeal to authority ever per se.
Can I play this real quick?
It's about being correct.
Okay, well, let me read this definition and then I'm going to pass it to you.
Go for it. I had my headphones off, so I don't know where you guys are at, brother. I'm sorry.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to read this definition. He wants the definition of statement so that way he can make a connection. Before he goes on the diet.
From the same source or a different source?
Okay, well, I've been all over the place.
Can you use the same source if you can? Like
this is Oxford Language Dictionary. So
no, don't use it. Like if you can, avoid the dictionary. So use a computer science source or a math book like you did.
Roy Chesney.
Oh, okay, no. I respect it. I respect his intellectual gangster. I'm going to go to a mathematical logic textbook. Cool.
Okay, and ask what a statement is, and let's see what they give us.
Mathematical logic.
Let's see if we're going to reject that too.
He is. He is.
Because it doesn't have to be a mathematical statement. I want to be clear. It doesn't have to be a mathematical statement. A statement in general. There are things outside of math. A statement can be made, right? So So if it has mathematical statement, if that phrase is there, that can't be used. Because they're given a context, a specific context, not a general context.
No, I didn't say mathematical statement. What I was saying was I was going to go to a mathematical logic textbook.
Right, but they're going to put mathematical. They're going to put mathematical in front of the word statement. That's what I'm saying. Unless they say statement.
No, because it actually says in mathematical logic a statement. So it didn't put mathematical a statement.
So again, that's a specific context.
Okay.
That's only one context. So
it was the one that you said that we needed to be using. So that's why I went there. Because you said we needed to be using mathematical logic.
No. I was asking you to use the same source that you were using before. Whatever that, I don't know what you used before.
Okay.
I was hoping that you could stay in the same source. If you, for example, if we use an English grammar statement definition, you can look that up and see what English grammar says a statement is.
Okay, this is philosophy. I am on philosophy.stackexchange.com.
Wonderful website.
What is the difference between a statement and a proposition? I am doing a MOOC on mathematical philosophy, and the lecturer drew a distinction between a proposition and a statement. This is very puzzling to me. My background is in math, and I regard those two words as synonymous. I looked on Wikipedia. I don't think they're synonymous. When I say, because that rule that I was stating indicates that they're not synonymous, that one is equal and the other one isn't. Am I correct, Ildot?
Yeah, okay. I agree with you.
Like if you were judging my debate, I wouldn't be in error.
No, I agree with you 100%.
Okay, now let me continue reading the source for Roy Chess. It says, often propositions are related to closed sentences to distinguish them from what is expressed by an open sentence. In this sense, propositions are statements that are truth bearers. So right there, I should drop but I'm going to continue reading.
You're defining proposition, not statement. I'm asking for statement.
But the thing that we were debating about was our propositions, all proposition statements. So
right. So what you're saying, just like if I'm saying all dogs are mammals, and you don't know what a mammal is, you have to define what mammal is, right? So I'm asking you to define statement. You're giving me.
But he's just establishing that proposition exists inside the category statement, which is what I've been telling you for a long time.
Yes, and which is what we were debating.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm establishing that what we were debating, that this source just corroborated me is right.
Well, hold on, brother. Let him read it, because someone else is going to answer what a statement is.
Yeah, because literally right there, that's why I stopped and read that, because it just corroborated me as right and you as wrong.
I know that there's sources that say this. I know there's a million sources that say this. I'm aware of that.
Well,
But
it's
I
actually
need you to
saying what
find.
you're saying, but it's actually still corroborating me is right. It's not. It's saying the same thing you're saying. You're using it to say that all propositions aren't statements, though, and it's not doing that. It's still saying all propositions are statements. But
Hold on for a second.
I need you to define statements.
Roy Chess, you are aware that propositions are statements?
No, I'm aware that sources say that. I didn't say I was aware that propositions are statements.
Roy Chess,
I'm aware
my
sources.
man. That's my
Right.
man throwing down right there.
Oh yeah, Christ,
my man.
You're not gonna get him. Okay,
gotta
let's
bring Roy
continue.
Chess back. I'm only coming on Roy Chess on this one.
Because I want, I'm hoping that there's.
Roy Chess gonna get a 5 for performance.
All propositions are statements that are truth bearers. This
I'm asking about statements.
I just want to finish it before I go into. I am going to get to that definition for you. I promise. I just want to finish so that everybody can still get the full context of what this is, and maybe it'll actually further explain what you're saying. I'm hoping. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Before we go into that definition. In this sense, propositions are statements that are truth bearers. This conception of a proposition was supported by the philosophical school of logical positivism. This also went right over my head. I naively regarded both propositions and a statement to be well-formed formulas that, once a suitable interpretation is chosen, have the ability to either be true or false. For example, 2 + 2 = 4 is a proposition or statement because once I assume the Peano axioms along with the usual interpretations of this, okay, you guys can't see this equation, so it's not gonna make sense to you. Maybe only Roy Chess. No, that wasn't even a joke because he takes logic classes, so he understands the formula.
Roy Chess is in logic classes?
Yeah, that's why he does understand the distinction, but I think he's not accepting anybody's explanation for the distinction. He's come up with his own conclusion for why there's this distinction, and he's saying
it's not my own
proposition. The conclusion that you've come to with this distinction is that propositions aren't statements, but that's not what anybody else is saying. This distinction.
Yeah, but
me.
You have to.
So that's where we are right now.
Right, because you're reading sources and you're using an authority to justify the claim.
I'm asking you to read one for me. But you won't.
I don't have a
you
quote.
read one anywhere that says anything that you're saying, and you're saying no, it's only in the minds of folks.
I'm saying that.
It's like God. Your proposition is almost like.
I'm not saying it's only in the mind of the elite philosophers. I'm saying it could be in a text somewhere. I'm not aware of it. So I can't guide you to that text if I'm not aware of it. This is passed down. But like I said, I can explain and make a distinction for you without an authority. You're appealing to an authority, though. I'm not appealing to an authority. I'm breaking it down because I know how to break it down and give you.
Okay, hold on.
Roy Chess refused to take prisoners. He's not going to take no prisoner.
When it comes to logic,
it's not about authority. It's not about authority.
Logic is a science. It's not even about appealing to authority on this. Like
it's not just a science. It's
not like
science.
This isn't some subjective subject where we have to appeal to authority. I don't understand what you're talking about.
No, you're appealing to authority by asking for a source.
I'm asking for some corroborating information. Yeah, I mean, right, I don't know. I didn't think that was too crazy of a request, but if to you it sounds like I'm asking too much.
He can't ask at all, Roy Chess, at all.
I'll leave it alone.
No, so the statement is the proposition is going to be either true or false that I admit. And if I'm telling you something that this is not that, that's either true or false. It has nothing to do with who makes the statement.
Okay,
so you're making it sound like it has to come from a reliable source for you to accept it.
Let's go into the definite. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you. My bad, I cut you off. Go ahead.
Well, what I'm saying is that in order for a proposition to be true, it does not have to come from a reliable source. Propositions are true or false independent of the human beings that make them.
Know that, Roy.
Okay, but
we were just asking
you're
for
going
something
asking me for a source.
That brother, everybody on the panel agrees about propositions and truth value. Like I said that an hour and a half ago, that's not where the issue is.
No, but the issue is about statements. He's saying that all of these things that those
do you accept what website would you accept?
Yeah, we just wanted somebody else teaching what you're teaching because you're the only person teaching this.
A statement is a sentence that tells something. A question is a sentence that asks something.
Does a statement have to be a sentence? The answer is no.
Oh my
right, for
God.
For example, tell me if this is a statement. Tell me if I'm going to give you an example right now, and I need you to tell me if this expresses a statement or not. If I hold a loaded gun to your temple, does that express a statement?
Wait, say it one more time for me.
You're abandoning semantic integrity now. He's comparing. You are. Hold on. Let me describe it to the other guys. Okay. What he's doing, like there are different definitions for run. I can run to the store. I can leave my car running. I can run a program script. What he's saying is, if the Black Panthers show up in opposition to ICE, does that make a statement? So he's using a completely different meaning of statement now. And
all those contexts will equal the definition. I can use any of those contexts.
Right, and you can switch back and forth whenever you feel like it, correct?
No, not in the same conversation.
Well, you just did it in the same conversation.
No, I didn't. Everything that you're saying meets the attributes that I'm saying.
So now let me just update everyone where your argument is. What you're saying is a statement is not uttered. It occurs in the mind. I mean, a proposition occurs in the mind, and a proposition is not opposing ICE at the protest.
What? No. That's confusing. You would have to clean that up as an example.
Okay, I have to clean it up.
That's not a clear example. I gave a clear example. Why can't
if you put a gun to my head and you don't say anything, does that make a statement?
Yes.
And the statement is more or less, I'm in danger.
Well, you tell me, right?
I don't know. You're the one making a statement, right? I'm asking you, is that the sort of statement that we're now talking about?
Well, you just clearly answered the question that you're gonna.
Okay, then the answer is yes. That's right. So I got it right. So when the Black Panthers, the new Black Panthers, showed up and opposed ICE at the protest, they were making a statement.
That makes a
You're
statement.
using it in that form now, right?
Yes.
Dude, your semantic integrity does not exist.
That shows you statements don't have to be sentences. It has nothing to do with semantics.
Yeah, but you can't isolate. You cannot isolate an argument about what a statement is from the context of this greater argument, this greater discussion that we're making. We have clearly been talking the entire time about utterances. You just want to say something back now. That's all it is. That you want your voice. You're just being a contrarian now. You're gonna utter something contrary to anything that's said. We're not
talking about utterances. I never mentioned utterances. I never mentioned that. You're bringing that up now. I never mentioned utterances. I'm showing you counterexamples why.
That's not a counterexample.
It is because they don't have to be sentences. It is because they don't have to be sentences. That if I tell you all swans are white and then I show you a black swan, that's not a counterexample?
I'm sorry. Say again. You confused me. Clean that up for me.
If I make the statement all swans are white and then I show you a black swan, is that a counterexample?
A counterexample of your own statement?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what I'm demonstrating.
That's not what you're demonstrating. If you make the statement, I'll show you what you're demonstrating. All swans are white. And then you say, well, white doesn't really mean white because if you spell it W-I-G-H-T, that's like a character in Game of Thrones. That's what you're doing now.
No, that's not what I'm doing now.
That's exactly what you're doing, bro.
No, going by a definition. I'm going by an action. You're playing semantics there. I'm not even giving you a grammatical thing. I'm giving you a physical action.
Well,
And that
can you give me a grammatical thing? Pause. Can you do it grammatically, please?
Of course, I could do it
Grammar exists
grammatically,
for a
or
reason.
I could do it grammar or without.
Exists so that we can. There's a reason we
It
say
have to be
I'll
within
meet you at
grammar.
a certain place at 6 o'clock, and we have watches and we synchronize our watches. Grammar and English all exist for a reason, so that when you communicate an idea, I can convert your words into an idea in my head, and they'll be more or less the same. But what you're doing is refusing to play by the rules.
No.
Oh, I'm not going to play by grammar rules. I'm just going to say
it's
statement.
Outside of grammar.
And you guess. You want us to guess what meaning of statement you're using.
No. You're in the realm of grammar.
Don't tell me no. You just did it.
No, you're defining what I'm thinking. No, you can't do that. I'm demonstrating that statement can be outside of grammar. Of course, it can be inside of grammar. We all know that. But it could be outside of grammar. It could be a physical action. That's what I'm demonstrating. That's outside of grammar. Clearly, me holding a loaded gun to your head expresses a statement. You will feel danger.
Yeah, it's performative.
Yes, so it's not grammar.
No, so that's not the same sense of statement that we've been talking about, all of us.
So
you have three other people on here, and you have people in the audience, and everyone agrees that our conversation has been about utterances.
No,
this entire time.
Anything. I never said anything.
And what you're doing is you're hiding the prize behind your back, and you're engaging us supposedly in good faith. And then at the last minute, you're going, surprise, it's actually in my left hand.
I never said anything about utterances.
Right. And then you want to try to take refuge behind this. Well, I didn't say that. I didn't say sentence, or I didn't say proposition, and I didn't say statement had to be grammar. You're using this, I didn't really say that. I didn't tell you it was going to be in my right hand. And we're asking you the entire time to say something. And then you get to the point where you gain our trust in you back, and you engage us again, and then you surprise us with another. You've been carrying on in bad faith the entire time. And I tell you, you're like like right next to the fence of disgusting right now. Like intellectually disgusting. You're right next to the fence, bro. This is what you've been doing is bullshit, like some kind of game.
No, you're not understanding things. And then when I explain it to you, you kind of calm down. What I'm explaining to you, that there's a universal definition here that all statements have to meet. They don't have to meet grammatical rules. They don't have to be true or false. So they can't always be propositions, right? They're definitely not all sentences. And this is why propositions cannot be statements, because they don't have to be grammatical. They don't have to be true or false. So by the definition of your source, propositions need to be true or false. All statements are not true or false. Me holding it to your head, you don't say, is it true or false? So you're busted. So again, reading is not the same thing as reasoning.
No, we're not busted.
Reasoning, no, it is. No, I didn't make up anything. Your source says that all propositions are statements, and I demonstrated to you all statements do not have to be true or false. So who's at fault here, me or you?
Can I explain?
Yes, go ahead, explain.
Okay. All propositions are statements. All statements don't have to be true or false. So that means that all. Go ahead. No,
does the source say that? Does the source say that?
Yes, but that doesn't negate the point that all propositions are statements, because all statements aren't true or false.
Yes, it does. Because you're saying propositions are true or false, but statements don't have to be true or false. And then you're making the connection between those two.
No, all of them don't have to be true or false. So
all propositions are statements, though, right?
Yes. So all propositions would fall in the category of the ones that are true or false. The ones that wouldn't be considered a proposition. So what you're saying doesn't negate that fact. Like, that's why I was trying to slow you down. Like, I don't know how.
No, it doesn't have to.
Am I
So
tripping, ill doc? Did I explain it right? Or maybe I'm
it
confused.
doesn't. No, I know what you're saying. All right, and I'll give you the rule of inference that you're using. Right. So just so that you know, for future references, the rule of inference you're using is conversion. Right. So if I say all dogs are mammals, I cannot say all mammals are dogs. Right. That's what you're using. Yes.
I told you that an hour ago.
All
That
right,
that's
but I'm not
exactly what
doing
you
that.
were doing,
No,
and
that's not what I'm.
you wanted to talk to us
That's not what
while
I'm doing. I never done that.
we're all trying to use grammar and use the convention that we all agreed
But that's
to,
not grammar.
and you're telling us at the last minute that you reject using grammar. That statement all of a sudden
It
is not
doesn't
in
have
the
to be
domain
grammar.
of speech. That all
No,
of a
I
sudden
didn't
we're
say that.
talking performative and propositions occur in your mind. Why are you even in this conversation?
Propositions do. That's the
How is
definition.
it that a theist, because this all branches out from the conversation about theism. How is it that a theist can propose theism to someone else who ultimately becomes an atheist without communicating to them and doing it in a way that the atheist can understand what's being proposed? If it only occurs in their mind, and your counter example, your black swan, is the theist pulls a gun and puts it to the atheist's head, and then immediately they go, "Oh, okay, I believe God exists."
No, that's
Nothing
not.
that you have said has made
None of
sense,
that is
bro.
related. So you're
It's
not
like
related.
I'm angry that someone even thinks like you. This
You're
is
you're not-
nuts. This is
you're
nuts that
making things up.
you wasted
You're
an
making
hour of
things
my
up.
time thinking that I was having a good faith conversation with someone, and then you
No,
start
you're
playing this
making things
game.
up. I didn't play any games. You're making things up. You're trying to be the alpha male here by telling me what I said, and you're wrong. And then you don't even get the examples that I gave correctly in the right context. The example of the white swan has nothing to do with the atheism part. I gave an example of a counterexample. That's what that example was, since you didn't know what a counterexample was. That's why I'm giving you a physical action as a statement. Physical actions can be statements. Signs and symbols can be statements. Like a light expresses a statement, doesn't it? To a licensed driver, it means to stop. So there's all kinds of things that can be statements. It's not just sentences, right? Sentences, can be statements. They don't have to be, right? Just like I could say all sentences can express statements. That doesn't mean the other way around. That's the prince. That's an illicit conversion. That's the fallacy, right? That happens to be the fallacy. But I've never committed that. I've never done that. Now, if you think I have, then you
I
misunderstood.
don't think that you have.
No,
I know I'm
you
certain that
can't
you
prove
have.
it. No, you don't.
What does a
What
performative
it is, ill doc, is
statement?
he's just wrong, and
No,
he's missing
I'm
some
not wrong.
context.
What?
I'm not
Yeah, you
wrong.
are wrong. What does a
No, I'm not.
What?
performative statement convey about God? Explain to
Oh,
me. Explain to me how
I
you
didn't make
convey
that connection.
information about God without speech.
I didn't make that connection, did I?
I'm
can I
asking you
go?
to make
You
the
can't
connection.
attribute that to me. I didn't make that
I'm
claim.
asking you to make the connection now.
I'm confused what you mean, even by
You're
this
not
by the question.
confused.
Yes, I am.
Explain, give me an example, how you said a moment ago. Give me an example of a counter example that was the example of a theist conveying information about God without speech.
Without speech, literal speech, like written, that's not
Now all
speech.
of a sudden, he doesn't know what a statement is
No,
without
that was a good
speech.
answer though. He said written. That's not speech. That was his answer. He said written was
Right.
his answer. Written. But can I let me get him for a second, ill doc.
All right, let
So
me.
that way you can take a breath.
I gotta go dial down a little bit.
No, don't go anywhere though. Just take a breath. Just take a breath. Go get some water real quick. Hydrate. Okay. I think this is the context that he's missing because I looked up, are all statements true or false? Because this is why he was saying that all propositions are in statements, because all statements are true or false. And it goes into what he starts to say, but it doesn't land the plane where he lands it. And this is the thing about I say being in alignment is important, because if you take off in California and you're 1 degree off headed to New York, you're going to land in New Jersey. And it only takes 1 degree. But let me go ahead into this. In classical logic, a statement or proposition must either be true or false, but not both. forming the bedrock of binary logic. However, in reality and more complex logic, some sentences are true, false, like questions or commands, and others, like the liar paradox, this sentence is false, challenge this definition by appearing to be both neither, often revealing ambiguity or the limits of formal systems. Now it continues to read when statements aren't true or false, classical logic, um, definition. It's a definition. A statement is a declarative sentence, which is going to piss Roy Chess off hearing that. A statement is a declarative sentence that asserts something, making it clarifiable as true or false. Examples: 2 plus 2 or 4. Principle of non-contradiction. It says a statement cannot be both true or false simultaneously in the same context. When statements are not strictly true or false, beyond classical logic. Now, this is what Roy Chess is talking about. He's talking about this beyond classical logic part. So I was like, okay, it's about to land the plane for him and prove him right. But it still doesn't. It shows that he's aware of the situation, but he's got the wrong context. And this is what I was asking him to go to a source because I knew this anywhere he went was going to show this. That's why I was like, well, where do you want to go? He's like, we're not going anywhere, buddy. You got the source in me. You got the source in me, baby. But I digress. Let me continue. And I'm not dragging you, Roy. So it's just all in good fun. And I appreciate, you know how much I learned in this conversation today? I appreciate you doing this. So next, beyond classical logic. Questions and commands. How are you? Or please pass the butter aren't statements as they can't be true or false. Vague, ambiguous statements. She is tall can be true or false depending on context. Same with basketball versus gymnastics.
Wait, I have to stop you there. Hold on 1 second. Because you're saying that you're reading, because it sounded like you said that sentence began outside of a logical context. And then you're telling me about logical context. What you're describing now is logical context.
I didn't say anything about logical context. I've never even heard.
No, the sentence were you reading just now? You were just reading, right?
Yes, I was reading.
Right. So go ahead. The first part of the sentence, the first part of the sentence said outside of, didn't it say? Read that sentence again.
Oh, okay. I'll read it to you. This was the title to the segment that I'm reading. It says, and actually I read what was only in the parentheses. It was beyond classical logic, but I'll read what is the full title. It says, when statements are not strictly true or false, beyond classical logic. And this was the exception to the rules that you were talking about, which I thought was dope because it has some good examples that, because you were saying like all statements don't have to be true or false, and you were right. And it's giving examples right here. And I was going to go into those examples.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, got you. And some of those examples were questions or commands. I was like, dang, okay, this is what Roy Chess wasn't adding, but the context at the end isn't going to land where you landed, and you're going to see. But it does, like, that's why I was saying we're agreeing on so much. It's just we're like 1 degree off. Questions or commands. How are you? Or please pass the butter. Well, it says they aren't statements as they can't be true or false.
Those are.
Now I'll stop here and let you go ahead.
Okay, but again, they're using statement and sentence interchangeably, right? Because interrogative statement, there's no such thing. Just like declarative statement is not a thing. Those are interrogative sentences and indicative sentences and what is it called? Imperative sentences. Those are sentences. Okay, right? So sentences can express a statement, so they're using them interchangeably, so it's confusing, right? So the word sentence there should be written there.
Use that.
No, because it is not the case that all sentences express a statement per se. Most of them do, but some of them don't. Okay, so that's why I'm dividing them, right? So the source that you're using is not telling you that they're substituting the word sentence for statement, or statement for sentence, I should say. The word statement should be taken out and put sentence in there, and it would read the same meaning. It's
Let
not
the
changing
record
the meaning.
reflect.
Do
He
you know
just
why
claimed the book's
Yeah.
not telling you something again.
And then
No,
what he also did
again,
was,
that's correct though, because
but what
I'm telling you that it's not telling you that they're using the word sentence and statement interchangeably. They're not telling you that. They're
the
just doing it.
the
They
biggest thing for me that
100%
he
are
just
not
did,
using them interchangeably.
They
but
are,
yeah, they're not. What
because
the
there's no
biggest
such thing. There's no such
thing
thing
for
as
me
those
he
kind of
just said
statements.
was that
Those are sentences, interrogative sentences. You can go to a grammar book and find that. Interrogative sentences, declarative sentence, imperative sentence. Those are not the same thing as statements.
I guess so much for the theism, atheism conversation.
You're conflating sentence and statement.
Again,
You don't
everyone
realize.
agrees that a sentence is structural. Letter,
Again,
word, sentence, paragraph.
and
Facts.
In the
you're taking
sentence,
it.
there's content. It can be a question or it can be a statement.
No.
Facts.
That's you're telling me the kind of sentence you're making. The content is telling me what kind of sentence you're making.
That's
So
correct.
if it's a
One
true or
kind
false,
is a statement.
no. One kind
Okay.
is true or false. That's a declarative sentence.
boom.
That's
what
a
you mean by
proposition.
statement.
To add to Roy
It's not the
Chess's
same
point,
thing.
he's right, but him being right still makes him wrong. And let me go ahead and read this. We keep having this happen to you. My question to Google is an interrogative sentence a statement? And it says no, which is exactly what he said. But let me read further. It says no, an interrogative sentence is not a statement. They are fundamentally different. Interrogatives ask questions. What time is it? While statements, in parentheses, declarative sentences, make assertions and end with a period, whereas interrogatives end with a question mark. But still, it says while statements, and then it says in quotations, declarative sentences, indicating that they're the same thing. So, like,
No, they're
it's
not the same thing.
yeah. I'm glad I pulled up this source.
They're not the same thing.
I feel like we're
We've been
arguing
demonstrating this
about
all
the
night.
order of operations on those puzzles that pop up in social media.
This is not about the order of operations. There are distinct things, right? So they're substituting sentences and statements, and that's not allowed. Because I gave you an example of an action that's not a sentence. That if I go to a bank and put the gun to the window, is that a statement, or am I just bugging?
No.
That's not a statement?
Stop. You're equivocating again.
I'm not equivocating anything.
Okay. At this point,
it's not a
you
sentence.
understand that we are only talking about communicating utterances.
No. I never said that.
At this point, you understand that.
No,
Okay.
You're
Do you now understand that we're talking about utterances and not performances?
That's not what.
Do you understand it or not?
Statement doesn't have to be an utterance.
Do you agree to talk about utterances?
No, because statements don't have to be utterances.
Because you want to escape hatch.
No, because there is an escape hatch. That's what I told you earlier. You have to rule out other possibilities. You're not reasoning properly. That's why I can bleep. That's why I can bleep out the window, because there's a window there. You're not addressing it.
So you're saying that statements and declarative sentences aren't the same thing?
Correct. They're not the same thing. All statements don't have to be true or false. That's what I've been demonstrating. And that's what the source tells you. The source you read tells you statements don't have to be true or false. Right? I didn't make that up. That's your source, right? It's telling you that. It's
We've been saying that the whole time.
No, you haven't.
That propositions have truth value, true or
yes,
false.
That's not what,
and propositions,
right
you won't stop talking, man. And you won't come along. We're trying to walk down the road and get back to atheism and theism. And you were like handcuffed to a certain point. We all agree propositions have truth value, true or false. We all agree propositions are a type of statement. They exist in the category statement. We all agree that. And that there are some statements that are not propositions. Therefore, there are some statements that don't have truth value. We agree.
No, we agree with your last sentence, but we agree on.
No, you're the only one that doesn't agree. You're the one holding up the conversation.
So you mean the others agree? You three agree?
Yes, they both agree.
Let's look at this. Let's look at this, and then we can look at the source that comes with this. Even though it's an AI summary, they still cite the sources, and we're going to go to them if you have any want to dive deeper. My question was, what you took the negative on, are statements and declarative sentences the same thing? You took the negative on this. I took the positive. Statements and declarative sentences are closely related, but not identical. A broad term refers to any expression that, well, a statement, here's the definition. A broad term that refers to any expression that conveys information, which can be true or false. A declarative sentence, a specific type of statement. Oh, wait. A what? A declarative sentence is a type of what? Is a type of what? It's a type of what? Like, why are we doing this?
Yeah, but you used this before. Hold on. You used this before. You used the same.
I didn't ask you this question before. This is something that this is the first time I've asked it because we finally. This is the first time we bumped heads.
So can you go to a grammar, please?
It just happens to be that it keeps telling you the same thing.
No, can you go to a grammar book, please? Because
you know what? What's funny is it says in grammar they're the same, but it says here that there's a slight distinction. That's it. That's the only difference. But I didn't type in logic.
Can you pull up the source of a grammar book? Like
I can't go for you. I will go anywhere you want to take me, man. I wish you can almost
go
tell me anywhere you want me to go.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it.
Easy. I'm assuming that you're talking so definitively about the claims you're making. I'm surprised that you don't have this stuff like ready.
No, because propositions are true or false. Like I said, it has nothing to do with the authority or the source. What I'm saying is actually true, and I can prove it. Okay, hold on.
My God, man, my head's going to explode if he informs us propositions have a truth value. One more
Whether
time.
you have evidence or not. Whether I have a source or not.
That's not what we were debating. Nobody disagrees.
I know that. But you're saying
that's why you're saying it's redundant to keep asserting it.
You keep forgetting it. That's why
you know what I want? I want some of the composure that Sadiq has and that A1 has. That's what I need in my life.
He's not all rowdy. So I can have the composure when people can, like, he recognizes we all try to, everybody on here is trying not to overtalk the other person and is showing restraint. So we recognize that we're all trying. So nobody's jumping on them.
Yeah.
And then we recognize the people that don't care that it's not about the information in them and they're trying to be right and not get it right. So shout out to Roy. Like I can do this all night.
I just gotta be silent and get calibrated again.
Yeah, just pass it around, man. I know that I'm gonna just jump in every time I see you like that. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna jump in because I be wanting to get my funky off too. I just never. Everybody's all rowdy and trying to prove their point, and they don't want to look bad on YouTube. Like, I don't care. That's why I'm like, take me to any source you want. I want you to show me something that's saying what you're saying, because I don't want you to be up here just the guy that's just saying something. Like, I don't want to assume that that's you. I never have. And I want to start today, so prove me wrong, so that way I could be like, well, your chest is on his A game. Just because it's not written down doesn't mean that he's wrong, and we all know that. But we're just asking for it written down to prove that you're right. The absence of evidence isn't evidence. So you don't have to say that, Roy Chess.
But you're asking for evidence. That's the problem.
I know, and if you don't have it, that's okay too. But then just say that. You don't have to go into the whole absence of evidence.
No, I said I don't have evidence. I said I don't have evidence of a text where that's quoted.
And in 2026, that absence of evidence is almost, you're saying it's secret knowledge then, because who isn't teaching it on YouTube somewhere? If it's not written down, why isn't there a video on somebody if this is the thing?
Because you have to pay for that information. That's what you pay for when you pay college tuition.
I mean, I guess. And I want to raise the level of scholarship. That's why I'm trying to ask, instead of arguing and saying you're wrong, I'm saying, hey, show us so that way we can raise the level of scholarship on the channel. Because people
I'm trying to find,
even at the expense of being wrong in front of everybody. I'm doing that because it'll raise the level of scholarship. And it's like, dang, I don't know. That's a low bar to me. To me.
Yes, but the problem is if I can't find it, then it sounds like I don't know what I'm talking about. It sounds like that I could be wrong, but I'm not wrong. Like just
brother,
I can't
you have nothing to lose. It already sounds that way.
Yeah, because people are trained by hoteps that you have to have a course. You have to have.
I've never even met a single hotep my entire life.
I'm not a hotep, and I resent it because I feel like you're doing what the hoteps do. They say those textbooks.
I can explain what I'm saying.
But let me finish. You haven't heard what I claim that hoteps do yet to say no. What I claim that hoteps do is say them textbooks are lying. And when they say it, I actually agree with them. But that's what you're doing right now. Those textbooks are wrong. They're lying. You can't, all the way up to the master's level, they're wrong. That's what you're telling us today.
No, what I'm saying, no, I didn't say they were wrong. I'm telling you they're watered down. They're not totally wrong. They're making it simple for the students to understand. They're not giving you they're not giving you the full details of what I was talking about. The minute details of what you paid for. You're not going to get.
You said they're quote unquote teaching misinformation.
Yes, because they're not giving you the full thing. They're giving you a watered down version.
And there you have it, folks. And up to the master's level, you're going to be taught misinformation.
No, you can be taught. No. I didn't make a definitive statement. That's not a definitive statement. That you can be taught misinformation. That's why we're having this discussion now.
Because well, you're saying exactly.
You have sources. You have sources that say something different from that.
That's what they're teaching.
The what?
But you can't provide one.
I don't need to provide one.
And I'm asking. We understand that, but you also need to provide one to get us to believe you. For you to be correct, Facts. No. But for us to believe you today on this stage, and for the fans to think that
to believe is something different from a truth value.
Well, if you're up here arguing, why have you done all of this if not to teach us? And we're asking to be taught. And you are saying, well, just because I'm not teaching you and am not about to go, you're saying because you're not about to teach us that you're not wrong. We know that. That's what's understood never has to be explained, but you keep asserting it as if it's what we're missing. When we already understood that. Like, that's why. Okay. I don't know. It's okay. Maybe I'm not understanding. I'm trying to figure out.
I think you got it A1. You said it right, bro.
I don't even know where you're coming from because we are literally trying to be taught by you. Nobody's even arguing with you. This isn't something where we're trying to bash you. We're generally, hey, sir, you got the floor. If you have the superior information today, you will reign supreme.
Right.
This is one of those conversations where you were being cut off, where you were being restricted from presenting your information. That's when people make the claims that you are making, but you're acting as if that's what we're doing. Nobody's trying to say can you show us that you're right? So that way we can be corrected in our misinformed ways.
Yeah, but the problem is what people do is assume the
that's
opposite
enough.
If I can't prove.
That's
right?
enough. Okay. No. It's okay.
No, it doesn't mean I can't do it. It may take forever to find it. It may take hours to find it.
Well, take your time. I mean, and whenever you do come back,
you have demonstrated a habit of being contrary to anything that someone says. Can we just, as an exercise, try to find something that we agree on? Like just something wild. Clowns are funny. Anything like.
Yes, accept the source that we brought on that.
We can do that. That's not a problem. I push back on certain things because I'm being technical.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe you're not.
I just want to learn.
I don't know if you're aware of that. I'm deliberately being technical.
I agree that you're convinced that you're being technical, but being technical implies what A1 is doing when he's establishing that experts in whatever field is being discussed convey the same information that he conveys. He's aligning what he says with reality, or at least with convention.
Yeah, but that
I
doesn't
don't
mean
think
he's
that what
right.
you're doing is being technical. I think you're just carrying out like this contrary energy and vibe.
Yeah.
And
And
I
you
want
know
to
what?
break away from that and see if maybe instead of trying to get you to prove your point, let's talk about something in this topic that we can agree on.
And before you do that, I want to express why what I'm doing is considered being technical. Because you just came and made a claim, said that I had misinformation. Let's say I believed you. I believe you right now, Roy Chess. And I want to go teach this to other people. Can you provide me with the source? Because these other people aren't just going to believe the words out of my mouth the same way that I did with you right now. And you're like, nope, I ain't got nothing for you. But then I can't repeat it. Until you give me a source, I can't go teach it to nobody else. I'm over here just doing what the hoteps do. And then you accuse him of being a hotep. That's why I was like, whoa.
That's what the hoteps do. That's exactly what the hoteps do, is they ask you for a source, and if you can't provide it, they tell you that you're wrong.
No, that's not actually what they do. They're usually the ones who don't have the sources for Imhotep, because those sources don't exist. But they keep claiming that he's the first. Like I know, because I still rock with them and agree with them, even though the source material isn't there for all the things. And I'm the one who gets. I used to get called the Hotep as an insult. So like I'm very aware.
Well, you're telling me they don't ask for a source? They may not have one themselves, but they never ask for a source.
Oh yeah, they ask for sources the same way I just did. And
yeah, exactly.
But you see how what's going on is being flipped.
And if you don't have it, what happens? They don't take you seriously.
But that's not why people are called Hoteps, though. You are the only person I've ever heard use that insult in that way for that specific reason.
No, it's not an insult. That's a description of how
and I don't feel insulted just because I'm late. It is an insult. Not that I feel insulted. I actually take it as a compliment because he was a mastermind. He was a master of many things. So like I never take it as an insult. I always take it as a compliment because that meant that I may be overwhelming people with how technical I can be. Because he wouldn't take something out of somebody. And he knows that just because somebody says something, it may be true. And that's why he's going to do his due diligence to continue to look for the information to corroborate it instead of, because if he didn't think that it was possible, he would just stop looking. I'm not looking because you see, like, do you see what I'm saying?
So if you get it directly from a person, how do you corroborate it?
I mean, because who taught you? Who taught you?
And then you find out the people who taught them
passed it down. I wanted an answer to that. Who taught you?
Right.
A professor. And then a professor told him it's carried down.
At what school did you learn this?
It doesn't matter what school. It's passed down.
Okay.
It's passed down.
What level of institution was this? Can you tell me that?
It was a college. Yes. College level, undergrad. This information that we're talking about is undergrad level.
And even in that undergrad class, your textbook said the opposite of what your teacher was verbally telling you? Or was this expressed in the textbook?
He's explaining why the textbook is writing it that the text is this, but this is technically incorrect. And you're gonna find this. You find this often, especially in the topic of logic, because they have watered down so much that it's unbelievable.
In the effort of learning, could you take a couple minutes just to see if there is somebody explaining it on YouTube or something? Because we want to figure it out.
I'll try to look for it. I mean,
because
let's see.
Every source I've pulled up does agree that there is a distinction being made, but so it's like not even that we're in disagreement about that.
Right, but they're not making it clear.
Yeah, none of them comes to the conclusion that you come to. So it's like, yeah, the text is going to the opposite of what you're saying, which means that's why I asked you. So the teachers are verbally teaching you the opposite of what the textbook says.
The teacher is there to enlighten what the textbook says, right? They're there to give you more information. The textbook is a guide.
And all of these classes are usually recorded. All of these classes are usually recorded, and you can usually go online. I watch a lot. When I go online,
how am I supposed to find? How am I supposed to find the instructor that's given that sentence? How am I supposed to do that?
Ben, this is a controversial topic, I'm sure. Yes or no?
Yeah, because if you're looking for sources, that's why it's controversial.
So
I know plenty of philosophers
widely
that say the
talked
exact
about?
same thing.
Yeah, so
Are you
essentially
saying
he
It's
doesn't
not
have the
just one
same
teacher.
burden of evidence as you have, A1.
What
that's
evidence?
crazy?
It matters
I don't
what
ha- I
source
didn't-
you use, but it doesn't
No.
matter what college he went to.
No. What I suggested to him was to use the context of the subject matter that we're talking about. So if we're talking about math terms, you should use a math source. If we were talking about engineering terms, you should use a source of engineering, not just the internet. So I wasn't fussing about the sources per se, but to be consistent in the context of the conversation, you should be using the academic source of the subject you're talking about, not some other third-party source. That should make sense, right? You shouldn't disagree with that. That if we were talking about physics,
I think I don't disagree
source.
with it. I don't receive it because what you just said was almost meaningless. You said you should be using you said essentially you should be using a third party source, but you shouldn't be using a third party source.
No, why do you interpret it that way?
Because source is necessarily a third party.
No, you're misunderstanding what I said. That wasn't even the context.
All right, hold on for a second. Let me just double check. I want to look for falsification. A1 and Sadiq, do you understand that if I say source, that's invoking a third party? If you and I are talking and we bring up a source, the source is immediately a third party.
Right. I would say so.
Yeah, that's so. Do you see, Roy Chess? When you say, "Here's the type of source you should be using," but you shouldn't be using a third party source. There's no other kind of source except for a third party source.
All right, so let me admit that part was wrong. All right, so let me correct it. When I say third party source, I didn't finish it. Okay, so yeah, I was being, I thought I made this statement, but I didn't. The third party source has to be the context of what we're talking about, right? So it can't be some random source like the internet. I mean, if we're being pedantic, it should be in the field. The source should be in the field that we're talking about. So if we were talking about physics, you should use a physics source. If we were talking about chemistry, you should use a chemistry source. If we were talking about English grammar, you should use an English grammar source.
And we are talking about grammar. You agree with that?
In this particular instance, I'm confused with the example I just gave or some other.
I'm trying to iron out what type of source to look for to help us. So I'm going to try and be technical with next to A1.
Okay, so is it possible?
Grammar is the source I should be looking for.
For sentence and statement, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go back to silence.
You should use an English grammar source.
You wouldn't allow us to use any dictionary at all on the planet Earth.
Yeah, because dictionary is not an authority, right? So
but you just said an English grammar source, right?
English grammar source, yes. That's an authority. The dictionary is not an authority.
Okay.
Use the source that we're talking about, right? So in this particular case, sentence and statement happen to be part of English grammar. Now, I can't find a source that says statements are not sentences. But I'm sure all of you agree.
Dictionary on Earth.
Dictionary scholarship is not allowed. You can't just use dictionaries, man. The words are done by context, right? Not the dictionary. So again, you're appealing to authority by going to the dictionary because you think it's a source. That if the dictionary disagrees with me, you're going to say I am wrong, not that the dictionary is wrong. That's why you're going there. You're using you're pulling rank.
So what's the English grammar source that you subscribe to?
I'm trying to find one. I can't find the textbook online.
Would you accept Encyclopedia Britannica?
That's not an English grammar source.
What's crazy is you know that you don't accept any source on Earth, pretty much 99% of them, but the 1% you have to actually go look like You don't
No.
read it every day?
Again, it's not
Would you
about
accept the encyclopedia's article on grammar?
That's a source.
I can't. I'm not basing anything on sources. Okay, I want you to understand that.
Right, Roy. I was gonna say Roy Chess, thesaurus, encyclopedia. Those are reference texts, bro.
Yeah, but they're not specialized in the specific conversation that we're having, right? If we were talking about chemicals, if we were talking about atoms and particles and things like that, it would either be chemistry or physics. You should be referencing.
Those are also reference texts to said field of study.
Yeah, but it's reference. It's not coming directly from the source. You need to go directly to the source.
You also rejected all logic textbooks up to a master's level.
Right, and you're starting to go into absolutes as well. You gotta watch the absolutes, brother.
Again,
you're not gonna read about chemistry straight from the instructor. The instructor may have died years ago.
I said all.
Right, but the people who write those textbooks are instructors usually. So those people are qualified.
Sometimes they'll sell the rights to different publishers, and so they're different reference texts. It does exist, bro.
Yeah, you know, but you're not supposed to be doing that. That's the Hotep move.
Well, the person may have died. He can't help it. You know what I'm saying?
It doesn't matter if he died. There are other professors that write textbooks.
And they share the same information that from the guy that makes a certain discovery. We still doesn't negate the point that the guy died who discovered, I don't know, say gravity or whatever. See, so he may have sold his papers work.
Ad hominem attack, bro.
No, it's not an ad hominem.
You know, so he may have sold his material to the University of Utah, and so Utah put it into an encyclopedia. You know, you have to look at it that way.
You're asking for an authority. You're not asking whether the statement is true or false. You're asking for an authority. I'm proving to you by giving you a counterexample why it's false.
I'll say this: the guy that appeals to the authorities, he does it routinely and religiously. That's what he can get. I think he would just follow me. Just follow me. I think that would be fair to say that a person could earn that charge of appealing to authority if he's routinely making multiple upon multiple assertions based on appealing to an authority, but. Now, while at the same time, we cannot absolutely negate certain reference books either. You gotta look at that's why I think you've fallen short at. We can't negate the pressure to produce source. You can't say make emphatic statements saying, you're appealing, you asking for a source. Oh no, that's another type of absolute. We have to assert source at some point, not all the time, because it will get into appeal to authority, perhaps.
Right. That's what's happening now. Because I can't find a source in a decent amount of time, you're rejecting what I'm saying.
Not necessarily. I wouldn't hold a hard line on it like that to such an extent, brother. I wouldn't hold a hard line like that. Yeah, I wouldn't say I don't believe you. I would just first you would let some people.
I got a source for that one. How about that? I appeal to authority on this one. That's for sure. This is definitely
you're reading a book, a reference book. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
And here's what it says. Short answer. I said is asking for a source appealing to an authority. Short answer, no. Asking for a source is not appealing to authority. In fact, it's usually the opposite. Here's the difference. Appeal to authority, a logical fallacy. This happens when someone says a claim is true only because an authority says so, without evidence or reasoning. This must be true because a famous scientist said it. This is a fallacy if the authority isn't relevant or if their claim isn't supported by evidence. So like you're using that wrong. But
No, I'm not.
Okay.
So again, I'm not committing the fallacy. It would have to be an argument. But the fallacy refers to an argument, not a statement.
We are committing the fallacy and we're appealing to authority. And I'm telling you,
I didn't say it was a fallacy. And I didn't accuse you of a fallacy. I just told you you are appealing to an authority. I didn't accuse you of
that's not a fallacy.
I didn't say it was a fallacy.
Okay, as long as you don't say it's a fallacy, then I agree. I mean, I could say as long as you because you have to be open to source sometime. You can't just be off limits.
That's the basic stuff that we're talking about. But at least now, do you understand when we were calling you Stretch Armstrong and how you're bending?
No, you're taking it the wrong way.
Because if I say, bro, you're appealing to authority, I'm saying you're being.
It's your fault.
If I say you're appealing to authority, I'm saying you're being fallacious, and that's the bottom line. So if you hear me say it to you, know that I'm saying you're being fallacious. I don't know how you're using it, and I've never heard anybody use it any other type of way. But I should
That's
drop
an
a bomb,
assumption.
you know.
Yeah, that's
get
an
an
assumption.
award.
Though. That's an assumption that doesn't have to be made.
I don't know what else it would be. You're
No,
appealing to authority, which means that they're
No.
doing something in the solution. Okay, no.
I want to introduce a term. It's called weaponized panditry. You look it up. It says common tales. Rejecting dictionaries, encyclopedias, or textbooks because they don't say it exactly like that. Refusing paraphrase or conceptual equivalents. Ignoring multiple converging sources because none contain a verbatim sentence. Escalating standards after evidence is provided. Why it's illegitimate. Knowledge doesn't live in magic sentences. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Usually exposed. If meaning were invalid unless phrased identically, translation, education, and science would all collapse. And I think that's exactly. Oh, here it is. They don't ask, is this true? They ask, did a source say it in these exact syllables, in this exact order, under this exact heading?
I didn't do none of that. What are you talking
It's
about?
when someone fixates on hyper-specific wording, formatting, or citation quirks to avoid engaging the substance of the claim.
But I didn't do any of that. If anything, you did that.
That's exactly what
you're doing. No, I didn't. You're telling me I'm wrong because I don't have a source. I never said your sources.
Nobody said you were wrong. We were saying. Now I'm sorry to cut you off though. We didn't necessarily say you were wrong. We were taught something else. So we were asking you, okay, if you have I told you this too. If you have the higher scholarship, show me and I'll stand corrected. That's not me telling you you are wrong.
I can give you a demonstration of it. I can't show it to you. I can give you a demonstration of it, which I'm capable of doing without giving you a source.
But to your point, though, I did say you were wrong on a bunch of things that you were actually wrong on that didn't have anything to do with what the other thing was about. So I did. That stuff did come out of my mouth, though. But I don't want to conflate with what I was saying you were wrong on. And I do believe
you're saying I'm wrong.
And at the end of all this study, I do believe that you're wrong about why there's a distinction. I don't think that you're wrong about there being a distinction. You see what I'm saying? Just for clarification.
No, not in that example. No. You say that one more time.
I'm not saying that you were wrong about there being a distinction between the two. I'm saying that you're wrong as to what the distinction is, the context of it, and where you were landing your plane at.
Well, the context does not change as far as my angles. When I define a statement, I'm not changing the context, right? So slang context is one thing. I'm telling you what they will tell you in an academic classroom, and the sources that you have do not describe statements outside of sentences. So it's conflating sentences and statements, and that should be an error by itself. Because I gave an example of a statement that's not a sentence. A traffic light is a statement. A police siren is
right. That is
those
abandoning.
That
was abandoning semantic
statement.
Integrity. It's
That's
no
not,
different.
No,
it's no different than if you. It's no different than if you had said, "I get a statement every month accounting for how I spent my money on my credit card." That's a statement. It's no different.
That's a physical thing. That's a change.
You're using a completely different meaning of the word statement.
No, I'm giving you the general definition of the word statement.
That is not the general definition of the word statement.
Well, matter of fact, let me take that back. You're right. I didn't give a definition of a statement. So what I'm looking for is that, what I was taught, that statements do not have to be true or false. That's why I'm giving you the examples that I'm giving.
We already agree. Not all statements are propositions. We already agree. Please don't go there again.
I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to go there. Would you agree that all statements do not have to be sentences?
I just told you about one and you told me about one. So the answer is yes. Please don't go back to that.
Okay, so I just want to be clear that if I find it's a statement that's not a sentence, there's a disagreement.
You've already found 3,
right.
and I
So
just
why do
shared
you,
one with you
why do you, why do you,
of a quote unquote statement that is not a sentence.
Okay, so why
we're
do you,
not talking about those.
what do you mean you're not talking about those?
Hold on. I went through it a minute ago. I'm gonna try it again. We are all talking about utterances that convey information. We're not talking about making a statement at the bank. We're not talking about Black Panthers showing up to oppose ICE. We're not talking about receiving mail to account for your spending. We're not talking about those usages of the word statement.
Don't they convey information?
We are talking about the use of the word statement that conveys information in communication. Communication requires more than one person.
Everything you just said describes the examples you gave. All of those things describe communication and giving information to other human beings. That's what I've been trying
to do. Not in utterances. Okay,
we don't.
Okay, it doesn't matter. I don't care how you draw this. Those are not the usages. Those are not the usages of the word statement that we want to talk about. We want to talk about the usage of the word statement as it relates to propositions and sentences and the relation between the 3. We don't want to talk about mail that you get to account for your banking. We don't want to talk about implicit statements that you get from understanding the rules of traffic lights. We don't want to talk about that. Right. We don't want to talk about the statement when you say ouch, that it implies that you're in pain or something unpleasurable happened to you. We don't want to talk about that. Why are
you excluding those?
Right.
Why are you? I'm asking.
I gotta go with ill dot.
Why are you excluding those things if they all convey information? Because that's what a statement does.
Hold on.
The statement conveys information.
Because they are irrelevant to the topic everyone else wants to talk about. So when I make
information.
Roy Chess, when I make the statement, we want to talk about another specific usage of statement. That statement itself has a truth value. And it's true. We want to talk about another usage of the word statement. You want to talk about everything except for that specific usage. Right. Why are they being excluded? Because we don't want to discuss them. We want to discuss this usage. And we need you to come on board and take this journey with us, and you're not doing it.
Okay, so let's start there.
Ooh.
Statements have to be uttered. That is your requirement, correct?
Yes.
Do propositions have to be uttered? Yeah. Do propositions have to be uttered? I mean, I'm going by your rules.
I mean, honestly, I don't agree with that because they can also be written, so they don't even have to be spoken.
I consider. Let me add written detail. I consider writing an utterance.
Okay, written or uttered. Written or uttered are propositions. Do they have to be written or uttered? Do propositions have to be written?
I consider writing an utterance.
Right.
I will going forward. I will make a distinction. I'll say written or uttered, just so I can be in line with everyone else.
A proposition has to have those qualities?
No. I was answering A1's disagreement.
Well, I mean,
and you chimed in on it.
Even if it's in your head, you speaking to yourself, so it's still uttered to you through the mind's eye.
No,
so yeah, we're going with that too.
Yeah, a proposition doesn't have to be uttered. No, it doesn't have to be uttered. But we're on this side of, we're talking about utterances. So propositions can be uttered. Those are the ones that we want to talk about, the written ones or the uttered ones.
Right. So we can all 3 experience what you're thinking. See, otherwise we wouldn't be able to have a conversation with this mental variety. So we're gonna have to go with something written or spoken physically.
Gotcha.
Written or spoken. Okay, fine.
So how can we physically ascertain what do you mean in relation to your contributions to this subject matter? Makes sense.
I can work with that.
Right.
In that strict confined context. Somebody's making noise.
I'm sorry, that was me. My apologies.
Yeah. So in that restrained context, we can then say the idea of propositions and declarative sentences are very similar, and they seem to be expressing the same thing, even though they're not. That's so. I would say a proposition expresses those things, and that's what I would go with, because that's part of the definition, right? So we should be in a line that a proposition expresses those things that you're describing.
I think that theism is a proposition when it takes the form, I believe God exists. In a conversation, the theist is proposing the existence of God. And also
Right.
in that statement, there's a relational value that God exists is a true statement, but also I believe that this is a true statement. So there are two things happening there. And then an atheist would negate that, placing, chronologically speaking, placing the occurrence of atheism for the first time after the occurrence of theism for the first time.
Okay, so what? Okay, so I'm just gonna ask this. I'm not gonna go back to the other stuff. What? So, what do you call the child that has not been introduced to theism or any other thing? Right? Let's say a 3-year-old. He doesn't know God or anything else. What state is that child in?
I don't believe that that's a state that atheism or theism can characterize.
Okay, that's fine. So, do you have a name for that, or you don't? I mean, we don't have to, but if there's a name for it, we can label it something.
Well, if it's a 3-year-old, and being real technical, and this is my personal belief, this is not something that I try to sell to people rather than I just describe it to people. If it's a 3-year-old, I think that they are already well within the theist range. So but I don't think that they have a way that they could characterize the theism, but I think that they already have the blueprint for believing in the supernatural and in divine things already. So if you pressed me on it, what would I call them? I would probably say that they're more theist than anything else. But if you want me to be precise, I wouldn't give them that name either.
Right. So they would be outside of the category of theism and atheism. Would it be wrong to put them in agnostic?
Well, agnostic is a knowledge claim. It's a position about knowledge. It's not a position about belief.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? I'm not familiar. I don't. You haven't discussed this, right? Earlier, right? I don't remember if you did, because this is new information. Like
I don't think that I did when I came back on. Agnosticism always occurs in a discussion. Now these discussions are adjacent and they overlap. So sometimes people invoke them together and replace one with the other and do a lot of creative things. But agnosticism exists inside of the domain of knowledge. Theism is about belief. What you believe is true. And atheism is the negation of theism.
So what I'm asking for is a little bit more detail about. You said agnosticism is about knowledge. Why are you classifying it as that instead of middle ground? Is there a middle ground? So what I'm trying to get at is that there has to be some middle ground, because it's neither the left-hand side or the right-hand side, right? Atheism is on the left, theism is on the right, for instance. And there's the baby, the 3-year-old is not either on the left or on the right. So he's somewhere in between left and right. What are we going to call that?
First, I think the structure that you just built is incorrect, and it doesn't have to be. I don't know what you would call it. It would be one more than a false dichotomy, maybe a false triad. Like,
why is it a
those
false
things? Okay, first, those theism and atheism exists in relation to belief. And if you understand the distinction between believing something is true and knowing something is true, then you understand those two domains are separate. Agnosticism exists in the domain of knowledge.
So what do they know?
So agnosticism is a knowledge claim.
What are they claiming to know?
I don't think the baby claims to know anything, and that's actually the structure of our conversation when we were discussing the state of being undecided. That we were using different words, but the architecture to that discussion is exactly the same as this one.
Okay, so when you say knowledge, are you referring to sense verification, that you have to use your senses to get it?
There's only a few other ways to acquire what could be called knowledge through like reasoning, but for the most part, that's how we gather information about the outside world.
So would it be your position to make, you didn't use this word, so I'm just going to ask.
Okay.
So I'm asking, so for clarity, would the word neutral be appropriate? The 3-year-old is neutral?
I don't know how you're using neutral, and I'm the reason I'm apprehensive about committing to it is because of your recent treatment of the word statement. Can you be more clear what neutral means to you here?
Yes, neutral meaning that the 3-year-old has zero knowledge about theism. The 3-year-old has zero knowledge about atheism or agnosticism or other things in life. I mean, he's just a 3-year-old.
I wouldn't call them neutral because I do think they already have portions of what becomes theism. Remember, I believe that people inevitably become theists. There are some exceptions. There are exceptions.
But not at 3-year-old. Not at 3 years old. Over time.
Well,
right?
It happens gradually. Just like one of the features of being an adult, if you're healthy, you have 2 legs, 2 arms, and a head. Well, a child also has 2 legs, 2 arms, and a head, but they're not quite an adult. There's something very different about the two things, but they already have some of the components that will also be present in adulthood. And the same thing is true with theism. They have a lot of the architecture already, like in their brain, in their minds, that will also exist when they become theists, and it's specialized for believing in the supernatural and for believing in divine creatures. So when you say neutral, I would say no, they're not neutral. They're actually leaning toward theism.
So they're leaning toward theism because of the parents?
Because of a lot of things. There's a lot of things that happen. Do you know what object permanence is? When babies learn object permanence?
I'm not familiar with that terminology.
Okay, I'll try to be brief. Object permanence, if you've ever been around babies, they'll sit in a high chair and they'll throw their pacifier, their bottle down where they can't see it, and the parent, whoever's caring for them, will put it back, and then they'll throw it right back down. And it's almost like a game of peekaboo. Something disappears from their sight, and you put it back, and they get excited because they've never been into babies. So they don't understand that when they can't see something, it still exists. So it's an exciting thing for them to understand. Babies began creating a cognitive category or a domain that's more or less like a nowhere place where things go when they don't see it. And their entire life is only what they see: the house, their mom. This is why their mothers are everything to them. As they grow, they begin developing that nowhere place and that blueprint. Morality goes there. The boogeyman goes there. Santa Claus goes there. A lot of things go there.
Right.
So your mind isn't a container. Your mind is more like a workspace, and you arrange ideas in that workspace. So they arrange this category, this mental domain that ultimately is like a proto divinity. It doesn't necessarily becomes heaven and hell and gods and angels, but its architecture serves as the blueprint for developing those ideas. And by the time they're 3 years old, they already have that. As an example to support it, one of the reasons children get upset when mom or dad leave to go to work is they're frightened because they don't know what happens once you go into the nowhere place. It's not that it's like the separation anxiety helps them develop. And remember, children have no idea of what the world is like. Their entire map, their mental map of the world is only where they've been and what they can remember. So when you start going to the front door, you're kind of going into a nowhere place, and your child is frightened about that. All of those experiences, agency detection, like humans, babies can automatically tell if it's got two eyes and a face, it's an agent or a living thing. Threat detection, hearing growling or footsteps somewhere but not in the room, that's something happened, that's an agent moving around. Babies develop all these tools and they help construct this divine place, the nowhere place, the agency detection, senses of morality, like unseen consequences. We teach them that too. Santa Claus making a list. If you're bad, you're not going to get anything. All of that takes into account these tools that babies have when they're young. And by the time they're 3 years old, like the foundation for becoming a theist is already in place. And I don't know what culture raises children in a way that avoids all these lessons. The first one is, who cares for you? Sadiq was talking about it earlier. A baby's first God is the mom or whoever the caretaker is.
Facts.
Right. So this is the justification why you say it's all like psychology in the mind. Am I getting that right or no?
I'm sorry, repeat that for me.
So everything you just said, right? That is your justification why you said that God is only in the mind to the believer?
To the believer, yeah. God is mind dependent. That's what I believe.
Right. Because
however, hold on. Before, because a lot of people start thinking that I'm diminishing God here. The same thing that a lot of theists believe about God, though, that it's meaningful, it can make things happen. I also believe that because theists take God so seriously, and other people and theists have such an impact on my life, I have to take the existence of God in their mind very seriously.
Right, but I just want clarity that your conclusion, let's say, would be God is real only in the mind, and the reason
that's correct. God is mind dependent. Right. God is a mental construct that is inevitable. It's a feature of the human mind.
Right, and the thing you just spent time saying was the justification why that conclusion is true. Correct?
I don't know what that question means, but it is the reason. It is the reason why I think a 3-year-old is not neutral.
No, that's not what he's doing, and I wanted to speak up because that's not what you're doing. And what he's trying to do is lock you into the only reason for your belief is what you just. Okay, well,
no, I'm not trying to do that.
Okay,
I'm not trying to do that.
I'm not. If I'm wrong, you said it, and I didn't push back.
No, I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand.
But let me finish.
What did I just accidentally dodge something?
No.
Let me finish my synopsis with me being in agreement that he wasn't trying to lock you in. But what it appeared to be what was going on was like, once you gave your detailed explanation of the development of a child's mind, he's saying, oh, that's why you believe the way you believe about God. That's not trying to say, well, so because you learned that about children, this is the conclusion that you came to about a creator. And I don't like how that was framed. I don't know.
That was not my intention.
Okay, that's how it sounded to me. And I wanted to speak up, but then I'm like, well, I'm so used to not even in there, interjecting. I'm like, shoot, I'll let him defend himself.
That was not my intention. I wasn't trying to do it. I wasn't trying to trap. It wasn't trying to trap. My questions are sincere. I don't do the trap thing. I don't psychology game. My question is,
mean that though, even though you weren't trying to trap him? Is that what you meant?
No, that's not what I meant. I meant that he was explaining that as a justification. There's other things that he could have included. Of course, I'm not strictly using that example.
Okay.
He could have included other things. I understand the example could be other things, So, I'm just using I brought up the child example, so he just used it, right?
Yeah,
So
I explained my position so that you would understand why I was struggling with saying that a 3-year-old is neutral. I don't think that a 3-year-old is neutral. I think that a 3-year-old is leaning toward theism. As they get older, those categories they begin adding content to them. Like they don't know that Jesus is God, or based on what they're like. The brother asked me, maybe it was you that said it. Then they start getting input on the content that goes into those domains, like the name of like Jesus' name, Christmas, his birthday,
Right.
turn the other cheek, what church is, what a reverend is. As
Right.
they get older, they start adding content, and there's no reason for evolution to get rid of that category, so they populate it with ideas. It's like that category is really like nipples on men. Evolution doesn't have a reason to get rid of it, and if it doesn't hurt us, then it stays. And this category doesn't hurt is actually very helpful as a even though we say even though it's a compilation of things that are helpful, some is helpful, and so it sticks around until we start providing it content, and that content typically comes from our parents or our environment.
Okay, so what I was trying to say, I'm trying to figure a better way to say so it doesn't get misunderstood. The content that you gave has a connection to why you think that God exists only in the mind. That's what I was trying to I was trying to draw or get you to actually agree if there was a relationship between the story that you just told to the conclusion that God exists only in the mind. And I didn't want to paraphrase incorrectly. So
Right.
that's what I
So
wanted you to say it.
when you say those words, God exists only in the mind, there are implications that do exactly what A1 said. They lock me into something that I don't want to be. I'm
No,
not
I'm
going to
not trying to
describe.
lock you in.
Hold
I'm
on,
just
hold on. I know that you're not going to try, but that's the reason I'm telling you why I'm not going to agree to that. Instead, I've learned to say it this way.
okay.
God is a feature of the human mind, or God is mind dependent. And however, God is mind independent of me, and I assume it's also mind independent of other atheists. And part of the contents of that domain, that divine domain, is the projection of it into mind independence. So that's a feature of God, is that the theist, the individual believing God, projects it into the external world. So,
Okay.
so if you want a statement from me, God is mind dependent.
Okay. So God is not an entity, a living being in reality, in your definition, correct?
I God definitely exists in reality, but living being, I'm going to disagree with that.
Okay. Okay.
That is only according to the content of the theist.
Okay. That's fine. So, I mean, that's why I worded it that way, because you just said that you agree it's only in the mind, but I said living being in reality, I believe I said, right? That's why
Yeah,
I'm wording it that way.
the living being is the part of it that you are asking me to abandon the mind dependence.
No.
Now,
I'm just asking. I'm
okay,
just
dude, I don't know what is up with this no stuff people do.
I was just asking.
Hold on, but you asked the same question twice. When I told you that the statement that I'll lock in, like if I colloquially say God is just in the mind, that's not the statement I want to be locked into. If you want to lock me into a statement, then use as reference God is mind dependent. That's what I feel safe, intellectually safe saying. Now, when you follow that up by saying, oh, so you're saying God is not a living being? Yeah, that's what mind dependent means. I just said that with the mind dependence.
Well, I asked to make it clear, so I want to make that clear instead of having to make an inference. Right.
Okay,
So
right. And I'm telling you now, we don't have to circle around the living being part. That I'm telling you, yeah, mind dependence indicates that this is a living being to the person who has theism, to the theist individual. To me, it's just mind dependent. So you see the nuance there?
Right. So that's why I'm trying to rule out the real existent part. And then you seem to be agreeing with me right now, right? It's mind dependent. You got it.
That's definitely something I'm apprehensive about saying yes to.
No,
I don't know what you think I'm agreeing to.
I'm trying to focus on the thing outside of the mind, what we call reality.
Okay.
I don't know what.
Here. Let me share something. If my money is in my wallet and my wallet is in my pocket is on my pants, I'm wearing my pants, and I am in reality. Is my money in reality? The answer is yes.
Okay.
So if God exists in a cognitive domain, and that domain exists in the mind of a theist individual, and that theist individual exists in reality, does God exist in reality? My answer to that is yes. I purposely give God ontological value in that way. And that's where whether or not I'm an atheist becomes questionable. Functionally, I am an atheist, but an atheist ought not give God ontological value.
And Roy Chess, he was why he was, I think the frustration was because when you're looking for clarity and you rephrase the argument, we're not trying to let you do that because we're trying to prevent our statements from being strawmanned in an attempt to make them easier to attack.
Yeah, but I'm not attacking anything. We're not arguing or debating. We're just having a conversation.
But that's why he followed up.
I get it.
He followed up with
I get it. I get why he's doing it.
I get comfortable saying, because any other phrasing it another way takes away from what I'm saying or makes it easier to attack, and it's distorting what he's trying to convey.
I get it. You encounter people like that.
So God does exist. God does. If by in reality you mean does God exist independent of my mind? The answer is yes, because the theist's mind is in reality, and God exists in a domain dependent on their mind. So that's a little nuance that I always have to mention when people bring up in reality. In order to be honest with you, I have to say yes. I think God does exist out there. I just don't agree with the theist about how God exists or the type of existence that God has.
Okay, I mean, I think a lot of people will say that it's still ambiguous the way you're wording it, but I understand why you're wording it. So let me ask this basic question: like, does God exist like a tree exists, or a car exists, or a home exists?
You mean does God have physical matter?
Well, he doesn't have to have physical matter. He has to have an ability to have that or not, right? Because he's a spirit. He doesn't have, this by definition. I'm just giving you ideas. I'm not giving you my opinion. By definition, it's a spirit, right? So spirits are outside of the science realm. So there's no sense verification. That's why I'm saying he has the ability to appear as a tree or car or something like that you can sense verify. That existence is what I'm talking about. There's a being out there that's outside of the mind, in the universe out there floating around, basically. And you're rejecting that, or would you be open to that?
This is wild to me because you said that you just accused him of having an ambiguous definition of something, and then you just described what?
Well, it's hard to if you're only attributing if you're only attributing science to senses, then how do I describe the spirit?
It's not that I don't get everything you said. It was just that you led with him being ambiguous, and then you went on to be ambiguous when he was being actually very clear, very definitive.
No, his definition is most people, when they say reality, they're talking about things outside of the mind.
Oh, that's what you were referring to as ambiguous, not his God dependent.
Yeah,
Mind dependent definition.
the mind dependent thing is after the fact.
So you were not saying that the mind dependent thing was ambiguous? That's what I thought. I was confused.
He's saying okay. So let me clarify. When he says he believes God is real and God exists, then he explains. Then he explains it. But the way the first thing he said was the statement that God is real, and then he says only in the minds. So when people hear that, real means outside of the mind in the scientific sense.
The reason
That's
I
why
like
I
the way
didn't
he
say
put
the
it,
words God is real.
the reason I like the way he put it is because I've heard the semantic arguments and I've had them a lot with Christians, and it's like, well, people really believe in him, and it's like that makes him real. That is
No, not the belief in. I'm talking about something. The only way I could describe it is through senses. That's why I'm using physical objects. I know God is not a physical object, but for the sake of the conversation, I'm trying to, God is real car. Like I'm trying to, because I can't describe spiritual things to somebody who only attributes science knowledge. So I'm trying to
I
make it
don't.
simple.
I said that earlier. I said that there are ways to acquire knowledge about the world through reasoning, but primarily most of us rely on gathering information through our senses.
Right. So what? So would you reject someone who claims that God is sensory? You would reject that, correct?
You'd have to tell me. Well, you'd have to tell me what that means.
Sensory means you can sense it. You could seeing, hearing, touch, sense of smell, your five senses.
I would probably ask what they mean also by God. Like, what is it? I
Oh,
would
okay.
ask them to describe what they're sensing when they sense God.
Oh, they will tell you what he feels like, what he looks like, right? So God would be that all powerful, all being, they'll give you the rundown that they normally give.
I,
Like,
and
for
my
example,
rejection would take the form of that they didn't experience that, or I don't believe they experienced it.
but okay, so have you ever heard this? This would be easier. I should have thought of this. They say Jesus is God, right? So Jesus is a human being that came down from the heavens. Would you say Jesus is God? Would you reject that, or would you be open to that? Because
I'm
that's
open
outside
to
of
it.
the mind. Okay, that's outside of anybody's mind.
I'm open to that discussion 100%.
Okay, I wasn't to trap you. That's all. I just wanted to be clear on your position. So when you
Now,
say God is
when I
real,
tell you that I'm open to it, do you interpret that as I'm open to believing it?
you broke up. I'm sorry.
Ooh,
You
somebody's
hear us still?
sleeping. We put somebody to sleep.
Oh, that's why I didn't hear you. He was snoring. Whatever you just said, I didn't hear it before that.
Oh, that must be the brother Sadiq, because A1's muted. I don't. When you say someone tells me that they sense, they felt, they saw, they talked to God, I would
Jesus,
treat it like
yeah. Jesus
what
in particular.
Jesus, Tyrone, Dimitri. Like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
I would treat them all the same way, of them conveying an experience to me. I don't think that I don't know if what it means to reject someone telling me that they've had an experience, unless it's absurd. If it's absurd, then I'll, depending on my relationship with them, I'll make a decision about how to respond.
Let me interject in here, Wall Street Willie, because I do the same thing with my agnostic atheist
Hold on,
position.
is that Wall Street Willie?
That is Wall Street Willie. Hit that link, Wall Street Willie. We know you got you. It's funny because I
Man,
usually hear him talk about politics, but he be cooking on topics like what we're talking about right now.
normally hits the link, doesn't he?
Say
He
that
would,
one more time.
he would
But
normally hit the link, wouldn't he?
he's been MIA for a while. I hope everything's going good for him.
Oh, okay.
I was interjecting to say that with my agnostic atheist position, I do the same thing because people of all walks of every faith have a personal experience that they try to use to bring you in, from Islam to Judaism to Christianity. Everybody's heard God. The Islam's here in Arabic. Like, what are we doing here? So I feel like those cancel each other out as evidence, and that's why when somebody brings up one, like, I don't say, hey, you're lying, but it's like, okay, like, well, what does that prove?
It doesn't prove anything. So when you say he's God, you reject it or you're open to it?
I'm talking about a personal. I heard someone talking about personal experiences.
Yeah, he said it was an experience, but I'm asking you about the claim. The truth value of the claim, and that's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to.
If someone shares with me an experience that they're telling me that it was God, that's the same as them telling me what a good time they had at the amusement park. I don't know, like, at what point you think I should reject, or are you asking me, do I agree with them that they talk to God?
No, I'm not asking that. I'm saying they're making a truth claim that this is God. It's not just an experience. They're saying this is God. Like if I say, this is my dog, right? This is my dog Rex. It's not just.
Do you mean like Hotep? When they say nature is God and they experience nature and they say
no. I mean a physical thing. No, I don't mean like
what
that.
Is nature?
I mean a physical thing.
Nature a physical thing?
Nature's not a physical thing. Nature's not a physical. A dog would be a physical thing. A brother or sister would be a physical thing. I'm asking you about the physical thing.
In that sense. Okay. I was talking about physical reality.
Yeah, I'm talking about physical reality too. That means it has to have substance.
The plant is not a plant that I can touch and water and grows is not physical reality.
Yeah, that is physical reality.
Okay, and that's nature as well.
It's a part of nature. It's not nature. It's a part of nature.
You know what? You're okay, Stretch Armstrong. What was I calling before? There you go, bending again.
No, I mean you said it's nature. It's
wording to try to what? Now
it's a part of nature.
Abandon the point that because we had a point, and you went and played semantics instead of you're missing the message to try to prove the point. Like,
no, I'm not trying to prove anything.
Well, I mean, you're not, but you just get sidetracked on things that aren't the debate. But okay.
No, I'm being technical because I'm being technical for a reason.
Things that are non sequitur. What you're talking about is non sequitur to the point. So you're correcting me on something. Even if you were right, what you were correcting me on, it would still be non sequitur to the point, and we would have wasted 2 minutes stepping aside for you to be like, "Hey, you didn't dot your I there."
No, because the context matters. So that's why I was clarifying.
Okay, a plant is in nature. It's a part of nature. With the whole every plant. Never mind. I'm not even going to go into it.
Because you can derive false claims. That's why I'm making that distinction. That's why I'm being petty. Because people will take that statement and then derive false things from that statement, because then you'll say, well, you agree with the statement before. Right? That's why I didn't allow it. Because they would say, well, you agree with plants or nature before, so they will come up with an invalid.
But it was valid to my point, and what you're saying that didn't apply here. So if you being technical there was a waste of time, which is why I was saying it was non sequitur.
No, it's not a non sequitur. That's not what non sequitur means here.
Okay.
I was talking about the physical reality of it. So both, it sounds like both of you.
And here's what my point was. I said nature. You said nature isn't physical, and then I said I'm talking about physical reality, and you said so are you. And I said nature isn't physical reality, and that's how we ended up here. And then you started to get into some technical stuff that was non sequitur.
Wait a minute. Say that again. You said nature isn't real, and I said yes. Right? I said nature isn't real. Not literally, like literally real, like a dog is. That's why I was giving that example. Nature is a general term usually, right? Mother nature type of thing. That's a general term. It could include plants. It could include hurricanes. It could include rain. It could include all sorts of things. So a plant is one of those things nature could refer to. Thunder is something also.
What about laws?
Laws are usually man-made.
No, don't let him get away with that. Hold on, I sat down in the bed. I had to hop up and get back to the computer. I can't let you
go ahead, brother. Go ahead. I was going to let it flow,
back to
but go
the
ahead.
whole point. Again, to show you why that was all non sequitur to the point. I was trying to. My whole thing was saying that, which you were saying that this is an experience and it's real. And then I was like, that's the same thing the Hoteps do. They're sitting down with nature saying it's real. And then, so that's why all of that was non sequitur. Your whole being technical, because you're missing the point.
No, but I'm saying I'm not doing what the Hoteps do. You saying that that's what Hoteps do? Like you're comparing me to the Hoteps. That's not what I was doing. So again, maybe it's the context that you're thinking is wrong, but that's not what I said. I'm saying literally like a dog.
You did say physical matter wasn't reality or something like that.
No, I said nature isn't reality.
Yeah, you said nature is not reality. You did say that.
Yeah, because it's not specific. That's just so general that it makes no sense. It refers to multiple things. It refers
what was
to
the original point?
Do you know what colloquially means?
Hold on. Let's go back to the original point, because originally we were talking about a personal experience. And you experiencing God, and I'm like people like the Hoteps say they experience nature.
And I said,
that's
no,
how I got here, bro.
Yeah, that was his statement though. And I said, no, that's not what I'm referring to. I'm saying I'm referring to God as in literal, like a dog. Like that's not an experience.
And nature is literal because it's physical reality. So that's
right.
why I use that
nature is a general term.
But it's still that's so general that it makes no technical sense. You're saying what's already understood, and you saying that nature is a general term doesn't negate my point, and that's why you don't have to say it to us.
No, it needs to be said because you have to be specific.
It doesn't negate the point.
It doesn't have to negate the point. You have to be specific.
It should, because if you keep saying things that don't negate the point, what you're doing is being Mr. Non Sequitur for the night.
No, that's not what that means.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. Why do you think that?
Because we're trying to focus, and okay, then you go on a tangent on an argument, sidestepping the original, creating another argument a sub argument under the original, and it's like we wanted to stay on this. You're going left with things that we don't agree with, so you're forcing us to concede just to stay on topic with you. Because I'll be like, you know what, I'm gonna let it go just so that way we can get back to this. I keep having to do that, but I don't even want to. But I'd rather we just stay on the top. I ain't tripping, but
yeah, he's doing the weaponized penetry, the sea lioning, galloping from earlier, non sequiturs.
There are no non sequiturs. I didn't make any non sequiturs.
You made quite a bit. I think that you don't even care about the substance of your disagreement. It's just the disagreement that you enjoy.
I can explain.
I think it's like a recreational experience for you.
No, I can explain the disagreement. My context was strictly, I'm not talking about an experience.
I mean, I've answered the same question a dozen times, and I want to go to the next one.
You're talking about an experience. I'm talking about something literally in reality, not an experience.
Literally in reality.
Literally in reality.
Literally like a dog next to me.
I'm glad I woke back up.
You objected to his use of nature because it's too general, and you just said literally in reality.
Right.
Is there anything that? Hold on.
No, that's not general.
Hold on. If it's not in reality, where is it?
Right.
It could be other places. What do you mean? That's why I'm saying it that
way. Why is it that place in reality?
No, it can't.
Your God isn't in reality. It's only in other places.
No, I specifically said I was talking about a scientific definition because I can't use spiritual. You're not understanding spiritual. You're not accepting it.
I'm glad I woke up. I fell off for a minute. I'm bad. I woke up in the good part.
I'm literally giving
let me jump back in this real quick.
I'm literally giving you a physical only.
You don't have to. If you use spiritual and you think that I can't understand your use, then define it for me.
Can I ask you a question? What is natural science?
Right.
There's several kinds of natural science. Again, that's a general question.
Is that your answer, or is that a non-answer? Or is that your way of telling me you're not going to answer, or are you going to continue?
No, I need more details to answer. That's not a sincere question.
I just ask you, what's the definition of natural science? And you.
Yeah, I hear you, Court, for sure.
That's deep. Can you just look it up then? If you can't give it to me off the top of your head because you need more context.
Yeah, I don't know.
That said nature was too general, huh?
I can't ask you the definition of natural science. It's the study of nature, sir, which you said isn't real.
Oh my God! Oh no, nature's very real.
Reality.
Hold on.
I didn't say that part,
either way, all of that was
I kind of fell off for a minute. I'm back now.
I didn't say natural science wasn't real.
I said nature. You said science. I mean, you said nature wasn't.
Yeah, I said that's different from natural science. That's not the same
thing. I know that. I was asking you what's the definition of natural science, because
natural and nature is implies one in the same context.
Prove to you that nature is real, because you can't study what isn't in physical reality. Thank you. Drop the bomb.
Yeah, natural. Right. Yeah, right.
I never said any of that. So you didn't drop a bomb. I never said any of that.
You said nature.
The way you used it was
nature isn't physical reality.
Oh man.
100% you said that.
I didn't hear. I was asleep. But yeah, that nature is very real. It's physical.
Nature refers to many things.
So physical things, right? Right.
So it's not.
Nature refer to something non-physical. That's not in reality. Does nature refer to anything that's not in physical reality?
No.
Okay.
Did I say otherwise? Look, I never said otherwise.
Bro, I'm done. I now feel like
you're adding things to what I'm saying, and I never said that. All I asked was to be more specific.
You argued my point as if it could be anything else, but it can't.
Oh, I didn't hear that. I wish I had heard that. Man.
But I never said that.
You were down, brother.
You're making an inference I didn't give you.
Man.
You're doing that on your own. All I asked you, all you had to do was be more specific, so I understood you.
More specific, but not technical.
I don't have to be more specific when there are no other options for what I'm saying.
Again, you have to rule out options. You can't just leave it open like that.
What specifics you want from A1 regarding nature, the existence of nature physically?
For example, if he wanted to talk about a plant,
right?
Talk about the plant. You don't need to bring in nature.
Okay. I think I can walk him out on this one. Let me wake all the way up here. Drink some of this hot tea I got over here. It's hot tea. I gotta wake up.
God, right? You're like, oh well, you were trying to say that it was true and people experience it.
Again, that's not what I was saying. His doctrine was talking about experience. I'm trying to take it away from experience to reality.
Okay. You're take away from experience and reality. Oh,
you're the one that brought experience up, brother. You brought that up.
No, you brought it up. That was part
of
you
asked me the question: if someone experienced God, you said the word first.
I asked about your belief in God, and you said you believe in God, and then you.
I never said I believe in God.
You did.
I've objected to that phrasing since the 90s.
No, you did say it.
Direct those questions to me, brother, about experience, nature, physical aspect, plants, animals, and all that. I can try to put it in very straightforward terms for you. What do you want to know about it? What didn't I was went to sleep. What you said about A1 about this?
It's relevant to the context that he gave, that God exists, but only in the person's experience in their mind. I'm trying to ask him. There's a difference between an experience, because he said you can't say an experience is true or false. Who am I to decide whether that is an experience that's correct or not? But I'm trying to ask him in a literal sense. if Jesus was God, literally, not in the spiritual sense, in the physical sense that you can sense him, touch him,
Okay.
Et cetera, would he accept that? Or would he reject it? And he actually said he would accept it.
Okay, I won't touch
Hey,
that. Yes,
Sadiq,
yeah.
none of
What's
which
up?
I said, but go ahead, brother.
What?
Okay, I was about to say I ain't gonna even touch that. I'm back
So
on
can
this.
you
Okay,
answer
I ain't
it
gonna even
now?
go there.
So
Okay.
can you answer it now?
Yeah. I just talking about nature inside it.
If
I
you
thought
didn't
some of the
say
other
that,
stuff.
then
Okay.
please answer it now if that's not what you said.
What I said to your question, if I was talking to someone and they were communicating to me that they had this experience,
There you
that
go with the
experience,
experience.
hold on, that experience in your description was see, touch, talk to God, who could be Jesus or whatever. That part's irrelevant at this level.
Yes.
And I told you that doesn't put me in a situation to accept or reject what they're telling me. It's no different than them describing some other experience they had, like having fun at the concert. Why would I reject that? That's not something for me to reject or accept. So then I asked you to clarify what you meant by reject or accept. Do I believe myself that they actually experience God? If that's the case, what are they? What is it that they think is God? And then that's when you got into the plant
Right.
or the tree and stuff like that.
Right.
And
So I was trying to be
I agree.
literal instead of just experiment or experience, I should say.
yeah,
You use the
if
word
if you
experience.
told me if you told me
I'm not talking
something,
about an
an
experience.
an experience about you, you had an experience with God and you described it in a empirical way, I would neither reject nor accept it. That won't be on the table. I'm assuming that we're familiar with each other. Then we're just having a conversation. I
Okay, so
wouldn't
if I
call them
tell
out.
you,
Like I'm not a militant atheist. I'm not going to, oh, that's bullshit, man. Like I'm not going to do that. So it to me, I'm telling you how I'm interpreting it. You're asking me about my style of conversation. And my style of conversation is not to point out that I disagree with them, that their experience can be characterized the way they're characterizing it. Like I wouldn't do that.
okay, so this is where I'm saying it's confusing. Because if I say to you, I had an experience of being locked up in prison for 2 years, would you give me the same answer?
What answer? There's no question there. You're telling me a story.
Yeah, so, but me being locked up is either true or false.
That's
Yes?
correct. And you're asking, are you asking me now, would I internally decide whether you're telling me the truth?
Yeah, and besides,
No, I'm
you
not.
being
I'm not
locked up,
asking you.
Roy Chest, requires other points of perspective
I'm not
to
asking you.
corroborate you being locked up. When you're in prison, there's many dockets and records of you being placed there. You got judges that can testify and help convince doc. You got the police officers that can corroborate you being locked up, the experience of you being locked up, and your testimony being locked up to doc. And I can go on and on.
Yeah, but
Court
those are physical
clerks,
things. Those
right,
are physical things, right? Those
right.
are physical things. Yes.
But you
So
by
that's what.
yourself, right? Go ahead. Well, go ahead.
So
There's
those
many
are
things you can
physical
say.
things that
Right.
you're using to justify, right? He's not
Right.
just saying, well, that's your experience. You're not just leaving it at that. That's what he's doing with God. So I made it literal. He's standing right there. He's standing next to me. You can touch him. Somebody else could touch him. It doesn't have to be you per se. That is either true or false. So I'm
If it's
not
right, if
talking
he's
about
right
these
there in front,
things. Yeah.
if he's right
I'm
there
not
in the
talking
flesh
about
in
the
front of you,
experience.
yeah,
I'm not just referring to the
yeah,
experience.
I get
This
That
all
is
of
what
it.
that
he did.
the you're asking me again about my style of conversation, and
No,
it'd
I'm
be the
asking you
same.
whether it's
It would be, hold on,
real or not.
I'm telling you how I'm interpreting your question, and it's going to be the same thing that Sadiq said. If someone told me, hey, I want to introduce you to God, here's Jesus right here, and he gestured to his left, it would be, my response to that would be more or less the same as if someone were to tell me, hey, not only did I serve 2 years in prison, I'm in prison right at this moment while we're
Right.
standing in front of my house or something. So my response would be more or less the same to those two things, taking into account what Sadiq just told you about corroborating information.
Yeah, but those are not the same things. One is
No, they're
about an
not.
experience,
They're two
and one is
different
about
things
something in
that I
reality.
brought up to show you a parallel so that you can understand like the relation I would have to that information because I don't have the words to communicate it to you. So I used two examples and I smuggled Sadiq's words in on my behalf.
Right, but it sounds like you're avoiding the reality question, which is I'm taking as the physical evidence.
Well, why don't you ask me the reality question?
I did.
Ask it again, please.
Is God literally real the way a dog is real or a tree is real?
That takes us right back. So you mean as matter, as
Yes.
biological matter?
Yes.
No.
Okay, that was all I'm trying to do. I wasn't trying to trap you, man. I'm just trying to get clarity. That was it.
Well, last time I asked you, were you asking me about matter? You switched from the tree and stuff, and then you ultimately started talking to A1.
No, I told you that it could
but
be.
here's the landscape. This is the landscape that you've brought us to. There are people who are Christians that agree with me. So like you haven't really set up a distinction between me as an atheist that I think you're trying to set up. Because there are many people who are also theists who don't believe God occupies biological matter.
Right, but I wasn't trying to set up anything. There was no point for me to prove. I wasn't
That's
trying
okay.
to
We also have an audience, and so I was
right, I'm
trying
not
to
trying to trap
entertain them
you.
with that little
Okay. I wasn't trying
trivial.
to I wasn't trying to go, oh, do you mean I wasn't doing that. I was just trying to clarify your position. I just wanted to understand it. That's
Do I
it.
think that God is biological?
In the simple sense where you would think in science, right? Can you sense him? Can you do, it's and you said no, right? I mean, that's fair. I wasn't trying
You're okay. I see what's happening. You're mixing up. I think the right word would be domains. I don't think God is important in the domain of science and biology. Somebody was doing this the other day, and I forget what it was. They were comparing. Does can you infer God versus, or can you make comparing science to God? And I said that God isn't important to me in the sense that I can predict the future or I can run God through the scientific method. Like that's not how God is important to me. God is meaningful to me in my relationships to other people. For instance, morality. Uh, am I causing suffering? Is someone causing me suffering? What rules will we abide by? How does morality emerge in human groups? This is how God uh, expresses meaningfulness as I observe it. Like it doesn't mean anything to me if someone says, God touched me on my shoulder and I calmed down. Like that doesn't have the kind of theological meaning to me that I think you're looking for. God is meaningful to me because people rely on God to decide how to act, and how they act affects me. And how I act will be viewed by them through their God lens. So God is necessarily meaningful to me in that way. And that's a different domain than biology.
right, but I wasn't talking about outside of the sciences. I was talking about in the sciences in the example I gave.
Right. I wanted to get science off the table completely. Because
no, I gave that example
what I believe about God exists in a way that you don't have to discuss science in order to discuss God.
Again, I think you're confirming that science and God are not compatible, right? So you would disagree that God is scientific, right?
No, I don't even know what that means.
What do you mean?
I would agree that science and God are not compatible. Like, what does that mean?
That you can't prove God through science?
I think that you can use a field of science. And there are some sciences, I think, what is it? It's called, it's CSR, cognitive science of religion, has some ideas about the existence of God as a cognitive construct. I think that psychology can weigh in on it.
Right, but that's not physical.
I think neuroscientists can weigh in on the existence of God.
Those are psychological. Those are not physical. Like chemistry
You
is
think neuroscience is psychological?
No, neuroscience is not. I mean,
okay.
No, I'm sorry. Hold on. Neuroscience is what are we talking about? Now you got me confused. It is science, but it's not about
you don't have to
mind.
dance around it. It's 100% of science.
Yeah,
So is
it is a science,
psychology.
but
But there's a distinction between
one is physical, one is not.
psychology. There's a distinction between psychology and what you might be talking about when you say science. But when and some people will say soft science and hard science. But
Yes.
when you open up I don't know, that can of worms, you say, okay, well, what sciences are you talking about? What do you name? Engineering, software development,
Physical things, yes.
like what?
Physical
Biology,
things. Biology,
like what?
chemistry.
Chemistry. Okay, and how are they different than psychology?
Because it's not about the mind. Psychology
right?
deals with the studying of the mind.
And where does God exist for me?
In the mind, which is
okay.
Again,
so
not
if I believe that science overlapped in some areas with God, which sciences do you think I would name?
Psychology.
The mind-oriented sciences.
Yes, mainly psychology, right?
No, not mainly. The first one I named was CSR. Psychology is definitely in there. And that doesn't mean that we have to eliminate clinical psychology, but also neuroscience is in there. And those are just three. Like I'm not
psychological.
Like I don't have a list of sciences that I think would have an interest in the phenomena God, but I can produce one if given time. I'm just telling you that I don't think that science has to be silent about the existence of God. I think that science can have a lot to say about God.
Okay. I mean, okay, I guess I'll have to accept that.
Well, I mean, your question was, do I believe science can prove God?
Yeah.
That's almost it's a tough question for me to dismiss, but I really want to, because I already told you I believe God exists in a nature that keeps, like, constrains me to being functionally an atheist. So I don't require science to prove God. I already believe God does exist.
Yeah, but you keep going back to things that are not physical. So that's what I'm trying to at least get you to agree if that's correct or not. I'm not making a claim about what you're saying. I'm trying to find out, is it physical or is it not physical?
I think I definitely answered that.
Okay.
Before.
So if it's only in the mind,
when I narrowed it down to biological, that I don't think. I mean, I can even make an argument that, hey, the brain is biological, and that's where that its activity is what the mind. I could do that sort of thing. It's really not important. No, God's not biological in my view.
Okay. I mean, I'm just trying. Like I said, just trying to get where you stand. Not an argument. I'm just trying to.
Right. Now, but don't forget about the other part that I said, that there are real physical, like directly physical consequences of God's existence that I have to pay attention to.
Like what?
Like, let's say, for instance, laws that are passed by the Christian right.
Oh,
or let's say I'm a very polite guy, and a devout Christian is a police officer who pulls me over, and we're able to connect through my courtesy and his Christian spirit.
Mm-hmm.
These are real life, meaningful, physical consequences that I have to pay attention to because other people believe God exists in the way that they do.
I got you. Okay, I was about to ask a question, but you just clarified. I got you. I understood. So I'm not looking for an argument. I'm just having a conversation. Everything. I'm not trying to be a contrarian.
That's very interesting. I don't think that you look for an argument either. I think you lure arguments. I think you're not like an argument hunter. I think you're an argument farmer.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Hey, you're in the argument agrarian business.
That's crazy. I get accused all the time of stuff, you know. I'm just trying to be clear.
What's that part you said?
Mind?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say real quick, and then I've occupied enough. I'm gonna go silent again. I was just curious what everyone's belief is. Like, you know, I've mentioned I'm functionally an atheist, and obviously there's a huge nuance to it. What about either of you? I don't, Sadiq and Roy Chest.
Yeah, I unfortunately I was born like that 3-year-old. I was born indoctrinated, and specifically in the Baptist faith, Southern Baptist. So I've been that all my life.
You're Baptist? I didn't know you're Baptist, Roy Chess.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow. Okay. Yeah. I mean, me. I don't know. There's still really no word for this. I guess you could say an amalgamation of many ideas, so to speak. I'm more of I would say. I guess you could say I am into spiritualism, mental spiritualism. You could say.
Sounds like I don't know. I don't. Does anyone know for A1? Could anyone speak on his position?
I thought he said he was an agnostic atheist. I don't know if that's correct.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second. I'm agnostic. Yeah.
Oh, agnostic. Didn't you say the whole thing? Though?
We couldn't even get to an agreement on the term, so
Oh, but you did use that term though, right? You did use the word agnostic atheist.
Yeah, I say atheist because I take that. Well, I usually get forced in that position in debates.
Oh, okay.
I think it though.
I didn't even know that.
But you just say agnostic normally, but until you're forced into agnostic atheist.
Yeah, but I'm about to start going around saying what Il Doc is saying because I actually look. I mean, that what he's saying is along the lines of what I've expressed in a few debates, and what I even have presentations on. Like, there's a dope book I have called The Christian Delusion. I have a whole presentation. I wanted to drop on that, but then I started a channel, so I stopped like doing all of that stuff. I felt like it was just a conflict of interest when you running things, so I haven't done anything lately. But it's a book written by a bunch of different psychologists, and I don't know, maybe that's just where I'm at with it. I think that it's definitely in our minds, since we can't prove it, we only know about it because somebody told it to us. People are passing. It's a delusion that's spread through story, as far as I'm concerned, until proven otherwise. All of the religions, because even if you believe in one, you would agree with what I'm saying about every other one. So, if you're a Christian, then you would definitely agree that Islam is a delusion that they're spreading through text. I don't think you would disagree. I mean, well, you're so technical, you probably would. Like, well, that's a definitive statement. Like, I don't want to go down that road. But
I won't.
You get you get what I'm trying to say. So,
what that Roy Chris? You said you said experience was fake. Somebody said it wasn't real or something like that.
What? Say it again.
I thought did you say I was asleep a little early? Did you say something about experience wasn't real, or was like from fake hoteps that say that helps them understand what God is about?
I don't. Not in that context. No, I would say no. I said I was talking when I was talking about ill doctrine. I was asking about a real physical thing as opposed to an experiment. Or experience, I should say. I keep saying experiment for some reason. But he was talking about the person's experience versus the truth of what they're saying in reality. That's what I was trying to draw out.
Okay.
So that may be what you heard. or trying
Yeah,
to explain.
I had, yeah, I was, yeah, woke up. I was in a fogs. I was here and there. I was between the physical and non-physical world.
Yeah, so
Yeah, but
sometimes I may not be clear, but I try to be clear, right? So I might
I
slip
got
up.
you for sure.
I'm not perfect.
Well, I'll just say a little. I guess keep it going. I'm gonna go ahead and throw a little something on the record. In my version, just a synopsis of my quick synopsis of how I believe and know is through direct experience. Not in the classical sense, from the from as one would identify as a bearing witness to God's existence in the traditional sense or an Islamic sense, or as a Jew would as well in the synagogue, but probably from their mystical or spiritual counterparts. They're not so well known spiritual counterparts, uh, be it Judaism, those who study mystical Islam or mystical Judaism, or through the Kabbalah, or those who uh, those who are behind the Islamic exoteric, physical based religion. Is the esoteric, hidden, spiritual counterpart of the Sufi order. Or I would definitely line up with also with the Christian, well, not the Christian denominations that tend to focus physically on the physical savior per se, in an absolute sense, in an exoteric way as well, but a more of its esoteric, hidden sciences that's not so well known, or not so well accepted by the Christian church, or meaning the Gnostics and so forth, and a few other schools of thought. And so, what a lot of these talk about is experience, um, and uh, and understanding concepts, to understand the divine, which is very complex. It's simple, but then very complex in its manifestation. It's just it's both at the same time. If we're to bring things from some, into a state of unknown to the known, it's as simple as up and down. But how it manifests, man, how that makes sense and coming together is comprehensively complex as what you can see when you go outside and all the living things and everything. To try to summarize that, I don't know, it's just very loaded. It's a loaded scenario, but how the nature, I'll just start there. Most of the ancient religions, or ancient rather word that we didn't really use religion back then, but most of the ancient belief systems, or spiritual systems rather, understood the God, if you will, as a form of various natures, right? And so when we say natures, it's not typically what you think. It's in part what you think in terms of like a dog or cat having a certain set of semi predictive behaviors. Like we all have an idea how a cat, or if I say how a dog would behave or a cat behave, give or less, how it, there's something's is pathologically wrong with the cat or dog mentally. So that we call that a nature. It's exhibiting its nature. You can read a book about it, whatever, for those who study the nature of a cat, and you can learn it that way, or you can go out into nature, so to speak, and see it raw and uncut from an organic standpoint. But we noticed that was placed into that particular animal, that physical form, keynote form, indicates nature, particularly as it relates to function. Hence, form denotes function. Likened to a car, it has a certain form. Notice it has a related function. See, form denotes function, typically whether it's inorganic or organic material, right? This is critical to understand how I was taught, how I understand. We know that, be it from cat or a car, it takes particularly a mind of a set of constructs, right? Mental construct. That, like I mentioned before, the God is of a mental construct. And so this is where these functions come from, or natures it kind of allude to purpose in a way. But I'm gonna stick to let me go in the car a little bit. Notice the car has an illicit purpose. It comes from a mental construct, right? At the beginning of the day. And so it's brought forth from the unseen. The unseen is brought into the physical world, or what we call the natural world, to give rise to some kind of a nature that the car has. Mechanical, artificial, but yet it's given its purpose and how it behaves. In this case, when told what to do, via the driver, it allows its nature or its purpose to be expressed, and as we understand a car's function to be expressed. This is so the natural in that natural setting that the car functions in. It comes from it comes from a place that's outside of physical nature. So we have to go into a word called supernature, or the supernatural. Super mean outside of. Typically, it deals with unseen phenomena with the five senses. So I don't go too far ahead of myself. Hope I'm not losing anybody. And so when you step away from the
I'm
inorganic
with you.
material, okay, sweet, cool. I'm glad, great to hear it. I'm gonna go a little further. I'm known to go further. I'll stop and get a check. Then if we roll, then I go just a hair further. Now going from the, I'm gonna go into the. Let me go back. Let me see. Let me just hang out with the physical inorganic material first for a second. If we notice, that the function of transportation arises from an archetypical point of thought in the mind of the designer, right? So the designer will have an idea or an epiphany, much like the guys in the religious text has epiphanies. How many scriptures have we read where there's visions and dreams and shit that brings about divine revelation as a means to enhance the life of the adherents in its purest form? I'm not going to go into the rip-off scam artists, but I'm not going to what those guys are popular guys are called, prosperity gospels and all this stuff. But the designer of the engineer, I mean, would liken the source of nature is in it to an engineer. Uh, the engineer that works for Ford per se brings about something different, but yet not different. Remember, there's no absolutes. And so the part where it brings something different is that this particular car, the 2024, 2025, hasn't been witnessed yet physically. Now, is it creating there's so many different things I can go into. Is the designer creating something uniquely different in terms of what it's creating? The answer is no. There's multiple car companies on the planet. No absolute. But yet it's unique because everyone's different. Each creation is different. So he has a different view based on perspective and how he thinks a car should look. And so I'm going somewhere with this. And so the car he produces is archetypical. It's just a point of creating something that represents transportation to get around or whatever. Yet they'll all look different from different car companies, right? Even they have different perspectives of the same thing. Their how is different. This is actually how I understand how the God to work, right? And so within us, it works a little differently. We represent different perspectives of this, like what we could say supreme consciousness and so forth. We're tuned into it to different levels. And this also companies across different racial lines, so-called racial lines as well. Some have more, some groups have more acumen, given the history of certain groups to tune in deeper, and some can't tune in that deep, and they're locked into the physical. Where we get into those who profess physical religions and worship that of what we call physicality and things like that, where we kind of get an idea who we're talking about. When you get to take a look at the central figures, that white figures or whatever. Which is exoteric, physical focus. But at any rate, the internal areas where the jewel is at. This is where all the ideas come. Because as we know that even the Christians would profess to show that we're so-called made in His image. See, which shows that there is some kind of what we call, how can you say, inherent crossover logic. We think kind of like it, right? Given that all is mental. So and this says it in a lot of religious texts. Now, we got to understand too. I'm gonna go into the organic aspect, and as well as the car. The car technically, once you begin to understand this stuff, it gets very heavy. Nothing's technically absolutely created. This is the power of the God. It is very heavy. The guy who made the material's been here forever. The what's been here, even in physicality, has been here, just been rearranged to put together in a new way. That's called, quote, creation by most. The human is the same thing. How can you say, the thought to make you, so to speak, was just come from something that was already here. There's nothing ever being created. Only in seeming. This is what science will also agree to as well. Physics will agree to this. Nothing's ever truly created. Not, and when they say in this, they're talking about in terms of absolutes. There's nothing absolutely created or absolutely destroyed, I would add. Only rearranged. See. And so when your parents get together, they're just continuations of an endless game that the source is constantly acts out to keep regenerating itself, to keep forever pushing forward to create something new. Like we do when we create appliances and things like that. And then they reach their expiry. And then they will go back to where they come from. The materials, that is, the physical materials, we can know that goes back to where it comes from. So like in our bodies, the designer, the car engineer is not so supreme in in itself. That comes from somewhere. There's a higher order to that rinses down and plays out on the physical plane, so to speak. Right now, we walk that backwards, reverse engineer this stuff backwards. We become an infant, right? And then we actually realize that there's different modalities of source because it has to be their own absolute. So it's not one gender, it's not one lady or a man or whatever. There's different ways that its laws or its concepts has to play out, right? So there's a female side and then there's a male side. You can't just necessarily have one or the other. You have to have it's very complex, very simple, but it's complex at the same time. And these have come from a mental, and this the Kabbalion talks about it. There's many different sort of the comedic aspect goes into it, comedic mythos goes into it to show how everything comes out of the water. We talked about something about the neurology. We mentioned some all of that stuff comes out of the ancient context. The mind, if you will, or how I understand the God to work, comes from the subconscious, which is likened to water physically. And so anything's possible in this context. Science will say that the or that the space or out of, or that the potential, the field of potentiality comes from some kind of electronic foam or electron foam, which becomes real if one stares at it or focuses. This is a lot how the God actually works, even in the human context. The mother and father acting on its behalf in love or whatever just simply thinks of you before they make you physically. This all was thought of before it became physical or you became physical. You're an element, a product of thought. See, and so they get together and basically join consciousness or whatever, and then infuse themselves, right? And then appear, and I can go much further into like why they behave the way they look, why they do. It's a lot of different things going on, and so and create you. There's a causative element to God, and there's a recessive element or reactive element to God. This is all shown in the various mythology around the world. God has a causative aspect, which 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 causes things to come into play. That tends to be masculine, right? And there's a recessive aspect, or rather receptive aspect, which is feminine, which is a vessel to bring things into play and all this other things. At its peak, if you go backwards, is really one and the same at its ultimate highest point and source. But that's so complex without advanced meditative practices under your belt. Most won't even understand up to what I said so far. But as it comes down into physicality, it separates and fragments like into someone who dropping a ball from the Empire State Building or from the sources at the top of that building. You drop it down, and that ball hit the ground, maybe, and it busts into 1,000 pieces, like into a big bang of sorts. And so it becomes very complex and a lot of things that one can't even believe that thing will smash into so many damn pieces and then expand out on impact and all this shit, right? You would never be able to contemplate that it was once a one unified entity. Point being is that all is mental. Everything you do it arrives from the mental plane. You can't do it before you even say anything on the call. You have to think about it first. This is actually how it moves forward through the different planes and matriculates down, as the mystic Jews would say, it comes down to Sephiroth, the Kabbalah Sephiroth or whatever, and to the physical world, what they call Malkuth, to be realized physically. Now we know that ain't now everything that God is not here, because you wouldn't be able to ascertain anything. It's just you would have everything here. You can't see and discern anything if you're dealing with everything. So, and this is why we have to use logic when we have these conversations, or we have to use logic to function if we're going to function in the constructive societal world. So, in the visual, we call physical world, most of what really source is, where I use the word source. We don't say God so much so, but it doesn't matter for this call. I say God. It holds itself back, so to speak, at its most grander state. You simply wouldn't be able to comprehend any. It's just too much. It's overwhelming. So we understand this world to exist just in the physical, or what we call the visible realm, that we understand through physical light, visible light, which is a small, less than 1% point of observation. That's a very limited. Our five senses offer a very limited glimpse just what the God is capable of doing. It's almost like you're blind. Some texts even say you're blind. We said humans don't hardly see anything. It's less than 1%. You don't really see anything. See, and so then but so basically we understand that when we know that all is mind, we know that everything denotes nature. Nature comes from mind. The way a man acts, for instance, the male energy or the masculine concepts or the assignment of masculinity contains a nature. It's causative. It's forceful. It's very logical. So typically, it has a specialty of logic. And to break that absolute, there's a feminine concept. This is all archetypical. The masculine archetype comes from a source mind, and it matriculates throughout nature, not just within the human body. Right? It can't be just one absolute thing, right? That's going to be a common theme in everything I say. And so he's strong, or he's firm. His logic is firm. And so we need that, but also we have the feminine counterpart, which is a diametric opposite. Not absolutely, right? Because he's part female too. He has estrogen in him too, right? And you have the counterpart, the female, which she's not absolutely female. She has testosterone in her too. This is how source works, right? It's a little bit of this and it's a little bit of that, right? And it's not one thing at any time. See, it's all and everything at the same time. It's just that nothing would be considered, nothing to a regular, what we call mundane human's perception wouldn't agree. Your definition of nothing is not the same as its definition. You understand what I'm saying? And so, with that being said, it just puts together truths to unfold, mental truths that's unseen, thus playing itself out. You can almost say self-realizing itself in a way, see, in different magnifications, from idea to physicality and then back again. And I don't want to go too far ahead of myself, but it's a very interesting concept. And so the fields of neurology and the fields of psychology and psychiatry and just science in general are just now beginning to unwind these mysteries. The source is the actual source of all mystery at the end of the day. It denotes all natures. For those who subscribe to the zodiac, notice how if you're born under certain times of the year, you have a certain personality, right? So this applies to the animals as well. See? And so for all groups, so-called racial groups or whatever, you tend to act a certain way if you're born at this time versus this time for this, that. But if you put all of the birthdays together, you get what we call the personality or what's called the full circle of God's personality, so to speak. And so they even have a nature that's even encased in their personality. Look at that. See? So, and so it's very interesting, very, very, very interesting indeed. But and if you read these Bibles and Qurans and things, this is why these guys are prophetic guys, particularly, are having dreams and so forth, and having visions and so forth. These are all mental endeavor. These visions and these future events occur in the mental dynamic. And so if you're not merely meditating, and so these guys are meditating. They may not stress that in some of these books, but they're actually meditating. Muhammad, for instance, was in a cave. A cave symbolizes the womb or the subconscious. He was in a suspended state, isolated, right? Like in a womb of thought in a dark place. And he received revelation. Now, how he received it, whatever, we could say he was definitely mad. Those who know what I'm talking about know what I mean. He wasn't just sitting there in the dark, just looking crazy in there, whatever. Same thing with Jesus sitting in his cave when he died. Notice he was in the cave as well by himself, right? Notice Abraham was out in the middle of the desert by himself alone. See, notice Jacob in the Bible in the Old Testament was it by himself, right? When he became Israel, right? All of these guys are typically by themselves. They're trying to tell you something. When Moses seen God, he was on a mountaintop by his what? By himself. See, and typically, I don't want to go too far ahead of myself, but typically you have to be alone to realize what I'm saying. See, and so they have to tap internally to actually see and interact. Here comes the experience aspect. To interact with source is an experiential phenomena at the end of the day. It's not going to be found in your textbooks at its full grandeur. It's not going to be found in your religious text in its full grandeur. You will find fragments and just little different pieces, maybe not even relatively connected to each other, like into a busted glass ball at the bottom of the street, like I mentioned off this Empire State Building. It's an infinite amount of pieces that come from the same source, but the systems are in play in some cases to help you stay confused. And that's the grand gesture. That's where your work comes into play. That's called the great work. See, at the end of the day. So it takes some time, arguments or whatever, to see these things come through or whatever, but it all works out. At least at the end of the day, you put enough work in. That, that's somewhat of my perspective on how it works.
And that's why you say you're spiritual and not let's say Christian or some other religion sect.
Right. Right. You'll see some of the stuff in the Christian doctrines. Like
Yeah.
for instance, they'll tell you like Jesus died. It's easy. I could easily just prove this stuff. This is very easy. It took years for me to be able to do this. Like Jesus, they said God had a son. Jesus died and all this, and he was born in a manger and all. It's so much. Man. If you guys want me, I can go into more detail. But and I'm really versed in the occult. We know that the soul mainly rests not at, rest in the lower bellows, in the gut area physically. And so that's just in the occult world, that symbolizes the lower essence of your being. This is why you have to feed it all the time. This is why you feel stress there. This is why you a lot of things, where your sex organs are located down there. You typically have a lot of you have neurons down there. You have a lot going on down there. Your immune system, 46, most of your immune system's down there. And that represents the 3D world. That represents what we call the birth of Christ, right? And so that's considered hell, or so to speak. Notice how nasty it is in the gut and all this, like it is here, like on the planet. It's very nasty right now on the planet. Notice the flood took place on the planet. Everybody was fucked up. We were in the middle of a flood. Some would argue now, right? In mystical terms, metaphorical terms. And so thus needing a cleansing or a cleansing, or needing something miraculous to come through here to cleanse this mofo. So is your inner condition as well, like the religious text talks about. And so, or clean your temple out. There's a lot of ways you can say it, but it comes from the mind. To do it, you have depending on how much you know. The Gnostics was correct. And so you have to basically cleanse the area to help master certain mental elements about yourself in the mind of God, which we look at the mind, or your brain is considered the seat or the heavens of God. Complete with gray matter, like the clouds in the sky, right? When we having gray clouds up there, whatever. That's the heavens. And on earth is down in your lower bellows, which is where the first, which what some would say, where the first, those who subscribe to the chakra system, the first or the lower chakra is in the bellow. So you've fallen, kinfolk. You've fallen in a major way, and you fell down to feed the flesh, right? Through mental construct, through a form of ignorance that many of us play out through being on crack, prostitutes, or whatever, worshiping clothes. I don't worship anything. I know it's there. I know the source is there, but I don't worship it because it creates an absolute. I do give some homage, but not absolutely. So not to become brain damaged and discombobulated, so I want to get things done constructed in a constructive way, to master the mental, so I don't be a zealot kind of a person. Like we see some atheists would even agree that say, man, religious guys is totally gone, mind like don't work or nothing. They ain't thinking logically, and that's why I don't worship to the extent like that, to help develop myself, to cleanse myself. With that being said, we develop ourselves to raise up the spirit or the soul as to the heaven state, to get it to come up to the mind, come up to the out of the gut area, right? We suppress sexual dysfunction, gluttony, laziness, sinful, still all this other stuff, morality, based on morality, help cleanse and pull this stuff up. Once you do this, the Christ, that is technically what the Christ is. As you quicken yourself and you become stiff with Holy Spirit, the church are imitating, and others who do a quickening where they're shaking, that you go through something like that, but it's not so performative, and it's not brought up on demand and all this stuff for money or just different, exterior, external pressures and triggers to bring this stuff out for whatever reason, right? This stuff is where they're getting that from. It's from the occult, and so occult mean hidden or forbidden. It just means simply not widely known, and so forth. So as you bring this thing up, you actually become quick, and there's different degrees of mastery to get it all the way up until you rise up. And all of the religious text talks about this, as to you raise from the dead or whatever. And so there has to be a death sequence. When you meditate so deeply, this actually occurs, which is shown partly in the Jesus story, or whoever goes to sleep and wake up as a different person. It typically occurs overnight. And most of your religious texts and your and those names I mentioned earlier, that stuff happened at night. Even when Moses crossed the Red Sea, that was at night. When Lot left the city on fire, that was at night. That's not by happenstance. That's on purpose. When Muhammad was in there at night, he was in there overnight too. See, there's all of that's telling you something. See, it always occurs at night. Night represents subconscious. It's back in the mind again. All of that stuff comes out of the mind. They're not going to tell you that, but that's where it comes from. And so this is why they're having great and divine visions and so forth from source, which comes to them personally. Good luck proving this to some of these internal unseen truths. Good luck proving. It's not meant to be proven physically. How do you use physics to prove something like that? I mean, really? How do you use electromagnetism to prove something like that? How do you use conventional lines of logic to prove something like that? You can't, and you're not supposed to, because it's up to you to find out on your own. If you don't, you find the way you are. Everybody's where they're supposed to be. It's no mistakes. It's no accidents. No such thing as coincidences, luck, or all of it's all just divine order, because you are where you're supposed to be. But those who want to tap into the deeper recesses of the mind, we go past the logic, the confines of logic, which is where most of the planet is locked into, which is a small portion of mind, about 5 to 10% of the mind. Is usually 80 to 90% subconscious, which is where all your potential comes in at. But see, we notice, just like the religious text says, that most of the world is mentally dead and trapped in the bellows, and feed the bellows with medication, drugs, sexual desire. The list is endless, right? And so they're paralyzed in that regard. And so hence our walking dead, or whatever, like the mind. If you don't wake, since God is in the mind of an individual, if you don't wake up certain parts of your mind, you just have a certain small part of the God element in yourself aware enough just to do basic, what we call, or the religious text call, mundane chores. Pay bills, have a little sex, go to sleep, wake up, go to work, eat a little food, entertain yourself, have a little sex, and then that's it. You go to sleep, you do the same thing over and over again. It doesn't take much brain power. You don't tap into your God source that much, if you will, in that regard, by doing this basic shit, right? And so these guys, these forefathers in a lot of these religious texts, had to go under deep meditation to enhance and quicken the unseen parts of the mind, or go into that darkness aspect. See, a lot of the text talks about, in the Bible as well, talks about it. The Bible talks about the God says, I'm the master of the Lord of darkness. I bring you treasures of darkness. So you have to go in the dark, like a farmer planting a seed, pushing an intent into the ground, right? Which is likened to the mind. You put a seed in the mind to grow it. This is what a farmer does. And it's dark in there too, which the earth is also considered female, like the subconscious, right? Everything in the physicality is a mimic or a reflection of the mind, pretty much. You see, everything. So everything. So the animals, all their behaviors is all in you, right? And so it's because you're part of the mind as well. So long story short, these things are in mind are used to grow out, bring things from the unseen down to the seen. This is all the religious text talks about. Even the Bible opens up like that. It says first there was what's the void or whatever, or darkness and all this stuff. Darkness is considered feminine. The void is considered feminine at the beginning of the day. Black is feminine. White colored bright stuff is considered masculine. And so notice bright is light white. That came later. First is the lady, comes first, dark, black, deep black. Talked about the water. Water is considered feminine. I can go on and on about this stuff. So, but yet there was a masculine energy hovering over the so-called water, and to infuse it, liken it to infusing sperm into dark women energy, into her womb. That's also a version of planting a seed as well. I can use many examples to make the point of how the archetypical functions of mind work, whatever we're doing, whatever function we're doing. There's a nature to that plays over and over again to push life ever forward, right? It's like an endless march, right? You never stop marching forward in some form or another, right? Breaking all absolutes all while you're proceeding, right? Mind can take any form. Surely with the mind, or with the mind of God, if you will, all things are possible. That's really what they're talking about in these holy books. See, there's many mansions. Like you guys have many different minds and perspectives. Those are mansions, right? Different states of being and so forth. This is why your versions of hell would vary from person to person. You will have different dreams, right? All is mind. You have different dreams, that means different things. You're all on different pages. No absolute, right? And so likened to that, the male energy infuses into the water. I put the spirit into the water and it's became alive, and then land appeared. Land coming up out of the water is like masculine. You see this in the Kemetic mythology as well with Ptah. Water sitting on a hard rock or whatever island, appearing out of the endless depths of the infinite water abyss, which is considered feminine. As you read the Bible more and more, you'll see this mythology, these coded words, or from the occult world, really, all through the Bible. Once you understand that, you can read that book back and forward, making a lot of sense. See, we can read Revelation, the book of Revelation, no problem. Daniel, no problem. Make perfect. I know they talk about unicorns and all that shit. All that stuff is occult. See, for instance, when there's a thing of scripture says, and it talks about the mind, have it right to the occult, right? Actually, like we talk about, let's say, for instance, the unicorns, for instance, something I could pull out any scripture in the Bible to talk about unicorns, but they more or less, all of it, it's like 10 or 15 different scripts that talk about, relate unicorns to being a God chosen people. Them having having features of a unicorn's horn and all this shit. What they're saying there, for instance, note the unicorn's horn placement in your traditional unicorn cartoon that you see on TV, whatever. It's a horn in the middle of the forehead, indicating the pineal. This is where Jacob seen God when he traveled overnight to this mystical place to have this profound introspective battle, right? With this angel who he was demanding to help transform him and get his ass kicked, but to do so, given how the scripture would say, you get wounded and all this shit because it's not free, right? So he had to transform himself, whatever. But this all occurred in the land of Peniel or pineal. And so the unicorn horn in the Bible book places a horn deceptively clever on the forehead, which we see, which is a mythical creature and a mystical creature. It's not a literal creature. That's what some of the atheists and some of us get confused. Like, man, Bible tripping. I'm got that made up animals and that. I'm dragons. All of that shit is legitimate if you understand the hidden code behind the shit, which comes from mind. With the unicorn horn, it's placed in the middle of the forehead just cleverly. And it shows that they said one with the, and we can pull up scripts. Anybody can just Google, Bible scriptures, unicorn horns or unicorns. It's going to say, if you have one cannot come into my kingdom unless you have that of the unicorn, or activate the magic of the unicorn's horn and all this kind of stuff. They're just telling you to activate your inner eye, as Brother A1 was talking about earlier. The inner eye, or your first eye, paradoxically, is what we call the north. The Masons will call the North Gateway or the Northern Gate, or like we say, Santa Claus come from the North Pole and all this shit. That's the key, the gateway up out of here. That's how you get out of here, right? This is your source in the heaven, so to speak. And so once you open that, then you begin to understand some of what I'm describing here. Until that's open, what I'm saying sounds like flat science fiction, sounds ridiculous, utterly insane. And it's supposed to. All your holy books and your prophets and your holy books will appear utter madmen until it's understood by the adept, spiritually adept of their day, of their crowds, their respective crowd or whatever. And so this inner eye is the most, because it's in the mind and it's an eye. And a lot of your drugs that we take currently in foods actually target that to calcify, including your COVID drugs. I don't want to say too much to get us kicked off this damn thing, but this is the reason in part why some of the drugs used, I would just say for certain conditions, were picked up apparently out of nowhere. I can name them. I was gonna name a few of them. And so if you look at the side effect profile of a lot of these drugs, it's meant to attack your brain, which is your immediate conduit to your mind, and particularly to handicap you from reaching your higher mind during these particular times on the planet, which some Christians and most religious guys would call the end times, which is not absolutely true. It's just this is a moment of transformation on the planet. Yeah, it's the end time for some, but then a beginning for others. As we say, Genesis connects directly to Revelation in this day and age. At any rate, and so that's not happenstance. They're looking at it to incapacitate that particular part of the mind, because that's the secret. You notice they never teach you about that first eye. It is a literal eyeball that the eye of Ra that you may have seen. Some of them have seen in the Egyptian context. That's what they were drawing on that wall over there. That's considered the seed of God once you arrive and get it out of the gut and the piss and shit. So as Christ was born in the manger, or a pit, which place is piss and which is piss and shit. That's where, and those who don't know what a manger is in the Bible, and Jesus was born is an area where animals like use the bathroom and shit. And I can go more into that, very deep into that, why that's the case, on top of the other reasons I've already outlined, which is actually gets very interesting. And so, at any rate, it shows the mind state of a person who's mentally, spiritually dead in the quote unquote word of God, if you will. In terms of in relation to reaching your higher self, you come into a world very low with low contexts. You take this dead stuff, don't know if it's true or not, different contexts that the world teaches in some of these educational, conventional outlets of education, and you take it and you worship your money, worship all of this shit. You get stuck in the lower sectors of your spirituality. Your soul is in your shit, it's in your damn intestines. You know what I'm saying? And so just like the mind is basically down there, so your soul is considered dead and buried. Masons talk about this. Talks about Hiram Abiff buried in a shallow grave with a flower, yet a flower to show that there is a symbol of life there, right? But who will have the spiritual amplitude that he would be receiving to lift him up? And this is where you're going to see Jesus Christ has come here to do that. Your Muhammad is coming to do that. Your Bhagavad Gita. You got Vishnu, the umpteenth reincarnation of so and so, the Brahmin to come here, and all these other people who's supposed to help you get up. But you got to do it yourself because you have your own mind, right? And so, at any rate, so once you lift these things up or whatever, come out of the doo-doo and peace state, you rise up. See, and this is also ties into why Hathor is venerated in the Kemetic aspect. Notice how she's connected to the cow as well. But it's the reason why the cow is deified in that particular science. It's also tied into why the moon and star is deified in the Islamic context. Notice the moon represents the female, and the star is actually the sun coming out, actually give rise close relationship to show mother and son in that context. The God essentially, it has a overly feminine context. It's over the subconscious, again, like I mentioned earlier, is a feminine nature. It's the source of all nature, mother nature. But as things come into fruition and to be born, it comes out in due time. Time is considered masculine, hence father time, right? That's why men want things done in a timely fashion. So this is all mentally done from the unseen, from what we call outside of nature, or from the super. Some call it supernatural, right? Right. The prefix word super, it means outside of, to bring about that which is hidden into what is seen, right? And so but there's a set of concepts and codes to do this kind of a thing. It's a very interesting conversation, and I can answer questions about it, no problem.
Yeah, this is a lot. And it's
Oh
almost
yeah.
4 o'clock.
Oh yeah, there's a lot going on when you get into the mind of God. How many scriptures talk about acquiring the mind of God, right? Paul talked
It's a
about a
lot
renewing of
because
the
I can't
mind.
even
Huh?
I can't stay on the internet that long. It's like,
Right.
it's already like 4 o'clock.
Oh yeah, we can end this soon, man. We can go ahead and wrap it up. It was a good show tonight.
Yeah, because it's already 4 o'clock. I gotta get ready to go. I gotta get some sleep a little bit. A1, I did get my email in the back private chat, so you
Appreciate you.
can email
I'm
me.
email you tomorrow for sure. And have a good
Yeah,
night,
I'm
everybody.
still working on the presentation.
Mhm.
I'm still working on the presentation. I should probably be done with it tomorrow, but we'll see.
Yep. Okay, then tomorrow we'll work on scheduling it.
Yeah,
So we
yeah.
can
So
schedule it.
some of the information we covered today. That's, but I'm gonna bring it up again just because I already have it. You know, I didn't know we were gonna talk about it today, but
I
some
still
of the
want to
things we
learn
talked
it.
about.
I want to see us. I just wanted to see somebody teaching it or somewhere else where it was, so that way it's cooperative. That's all.
I'm looking at it. I'm looking at some sources now.
Mhm.
So I think I'm gonna look it up again tomorrow. So the field, I can tell you now, I'm getting it from semiotics. That's a field. It's similar to semantics. It's similar to semantics, so it's dealing with how words work, and I know that they have a context of the word statement in the way that I was using it, and that's the important part. That is not restricted to only. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Sound like you either dropped the mic or something.
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry about that.
Okay. So there's a field that I'm gonna try to get a source for semiotics and semantics, and I think that that's gonna give you an example of statements can be outside of verbal utterances or written statements on paper. That statements can be actions and other things like that. So hopefully I can look into that more and give examples. But for sure, I think that we can agree that signs and symbols can be statements outside of just English sentences and verbal expressions. I mean, it should be very clear. It's like I don't but I'm gonna try to finish it up tomorrow. Now I'm debating whether I should do it in order because I don't want to put people to sleep. Like, so I might skip around. I don't know. Should I skip around? I'm debating that in my head.
Order as well. I think it makes sense to go ahead and present it in order.
Order. I mean, oh man, are people going to be around after the first 2 minutes? Yeah.
Just go with
are people going to be around? Because I wanted to get to the good part where the debaters will see how they can use it, right? To shorten their brainstorm, right? Like that's what I really want to get to. That's the part that I'm anxious to get to. I want to start off with it, but so they can brainstorm very quickly without having to write paragraphs, right? So I want them to get an understanding of that you can brainstorm with this and then put it into paragraph form, which is why it's useful. So it will save time.
Thanks.
But I'm gonna put it together. I'm gonna put some sources together. Now the sources, I'm not quoting anything. So the sources I'm gonna give a source page, and the sources are in general gonna say similar things, but then it's not gonna be quoted, right? So it's not gonna be word for word. I'm not stealing anybody's work. And I'm doing that deliberately. I'm not using slides from somebody else. I'm creating them myself. So I don't want to get flack or smoke from anywhere online that you use my stuff, man. No, I don't want to do none of that. But it might be a little bit boring though. That's like, man, I mean, Jesus. Like people are not used to this. They might not be interested in it,
Hey, yeah, true. I mean, we had a lot of people tuning in, tap in, and stick around today. So I think you're on the right page. We got the right crowd over here for it. So I know I'm excited for it. So hey, if don't nobody else show up but me, then hey, it's just gonna be me and you learning. Let's go.
But I think there's other sources. Again, some of these are main sources that I've used over the years. Some of them are textbooks I have, stuff like that. I will try to find things that suit what I'm saying, but it's very hard because it's transferred from teacher to student. And I've met other teachers that say the same thing. They have the same viewpoint of expressing why statements are not propositions and so forth and so forth. So I don't know if that's going to be written down anywhere. So it might be a struggle to find that. But I think a lot of the other stuff, no problem, because it's available. Another thing, again, deductive argument, deductive reasoning, that may be misunderstood, watered down. I want to break that down as well, because that's going to lead to contention also, because people are going to read something on the dictionary or Wikipedia, and it's going to be different. So at least be open to something else, right? That's all I could ask, other than them turning off the presentation and doing something else. I would at least ask them to be open.
Hey, I'm here for it. I'm excited. Let's go.
Yeah, so it's after 4. Yeah, we could have that other discussion about religion and all that other stuff at another time. That's interesting also.
Yeah, we're gonna get to it. I like the logic though. You're the only one coming with the logic right now, so that's your niche. I'm not mad at you for sticking to it. We do this stuff every day, so you're not gonna miss out on anything by helping raise the level of scholarship. Again, that's what I kept saying that you were saying you were going to do. We're here for it. I'm appreciative. Let's go.
Yeah. Just have an open mind. Even if I can't prove it, just at least, if I can't prove it in a sense that you would like, at least be open to it. And
even right now, I'm still open to it. I haven't said you're wrong. I don't want to make that claim. I'm still making the claim that, hey, this other stuff says something different. So I'm taking the mental note. And if I ever see something, I'll track you down and be like, hey, man, that stuff you said that day, I just saw it today. I will come find you.
That would be great, because, I've had a lot of conversations like this, and a lot of people are not receptive because of that. Like, you can't find it, so, we're not going to believe it. So I'm kind of used to it in a sense. It's not surprising, but at least you're open to it. So I'm willing to share the knowledge that I have, and you can take it and do what you want with it. I can tell you what to do with it. The debaters, hopefully they'll appreciate it, and they'll use some of it. And if they want to win, I would steer toward deductive arguments, because then the refutation round is going to be pretty easy. And inductive arguments tend to be iffy. You're rolling the dice. If you want a better argument format, even if you want to mix it, I mean, come on. It doesn't have to be either this or that. You can kind of mix it, but you still have more options than just, making stuff up and, doing things that people, the fallacy people commit and stuff like that. At least be correct about the fallacy. They're saying fallacies, everything, this fallacy, that fallacy, and they can't substantiate it. And I wanted to clarify some of those things as well. But I think you're going to do something on fallacies too, so I'm not going to overstep that, but I'll cover some basic ones.
You can still do whatever you want it whenever, because it won't be overstepping. I wasn't going to be teaching when to use them. Well, I kind of lightly, but you're going to do it more in depth on that. And I was really just teaching the fallacy so people can start to recognize them by title, and just little short videos. They weren't going to be long. So yeah, you wouldn't be overstepping or stepping on my toes.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah. So I'm gonna just give some knowledge base, so that, because everybody's not getting this. You would pay thousands of dollars, because I'm trying to cram a lot of stuff in a course, right? This stuff can go more than 2 years worth of material, right? Like it's crazy. Like, how in depth am I gonna go? I'm trying to do things that the average person might not encounter. And if they do encounter it, they're not stuck in the headlights. Like, they're in the headlights. Like, what's that? You know?
Hey,
So that's what I really want to, why I'm doing it. Because I want debaters to go to somewhere else. Because I've seen this. I don't know if I said this before. I've seen somebody go to another platform on YouTube and get demolished. He's the only black dude in the entire place, right? Nobody on the forum, nobody on the panel is black, nobody in the chat is black. He gets invited over there, gets demolished. And you know, they call him all kinds of things. You know, they might be somewhat called racist. They're making racial slurs, and like, it was bad. So I'm kind of putting in my mind why I'm doing this. Because if you go somewhere else, I don't want you to get curb stomped. You know, they'll bring up words like illicit conversion and stuff like that. Have you ever heard of that fallacy?
Yes, yes.
Oh,
no, I
okay.
haven't personally. No.
Okay, so I mean, there's certain terms that like are not thrown around in the streets. Ad hom is, everybody seems to kind of know what an ad hom is, but there's a technical definition that I want to cover. They might know what a I don't know if they know what equivocation is. Sometimes I hear that wrong. They accuse of non sequitur sometimes, and it's not a non sequitur. So you know, I'm trying to give them some kind of familiarity, so when you hear these terms, it's not a surprise. Like, you know, you just made that up type of stuff. Because they're gonna call you stupid. They're gonna call you all kinds of names. They bring up terminology, and you're not familiar with it. You don't know what basic propositions are. You don't know what a contradiction is. You don't know what a contrary is. Right? Like, so it's like they're gonna call you dumb. They're gonna call you. You know, it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be, you know, a tragedy. You know, you're not going to want to go to other platforms where you don't know people. But I want you to be able to stand strong no matter where you go, right? So it shouldn't matter. You got to go to a black platform or a Spanish platform. If you go to an all Chinese platform, it should be the same thing. You stand on your square.
Right.
So that's why I want to get this out, because some people are not familiar with it because they didn't take a class or whatever. But at least if you don't get anything, you'll remember some of these terms that I'm going to go over, even if you don't remember the definition or the explanation. You're going to hear the term, and then somebody's going to bring it up and be like, I've heard that term before, even if you don't know what it is. But you know, then you can look it up. But you're going to be familiar with it. That's the minimum. So you're not a deer in headlights and surprising you to humming, and you don't know what to do. So that's my main goal, to cover things that are common and some basics, right? So,
Yeah, I hear you. I think Ill Doc's trying to get back on.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm
He
over
just
here
sent
making
the
brownies.
at 4:19. He
Sorry,
just
yo,
sent the
Doc. I'm over here
text.
making brownies. My back's turning to the laptop. My
There we
apologies.
go.
Oh wait, I just added them and then removed them. Hold on. I got you. Hold on. There you go. My apologies,
Oh
yo, Doc.
man, backstage is cramped.
Oh,
I was here the whole time, and
okay.
How long have
thank
you
you,
been back
Sadiq. I
here?
appreciate you, brother, for
Thank you,
sharing what you
Steve.
did.
How long have you been back here, Ildot?
I wasn't really
5
counting, brother,
minutes?
but for a minute. But
Okay.
I never left. I well, I did leave for a second. When I dropped down, I was running to the truck so I could run to the store real quick, and you know, plugging into my truck did something, so I had to log back into StreamYard and get back on. So I was gone for 30 seconds. The rest of the time I've been here.
Okay. I was going to ask you if you were on the road because your audio sounded so good today. I was like, maybe he's sitting somewhere.
How has it changed at all?
No, your audio sounds like you got the best Wi-Fi in the land and on a landline or something today. So.
Oh, you don't hear my truck running in the background?
I don't hear any of that. Nope, you sound crystal clear.
Oh, good deal. I got this. I'm on that Rode Wireless Pro mic.
Whatever you're using, keep using.
I promise. Only thing that I did different is in the settings for StreamYard. I switched it from my iPad, from the iPad mic to the external mic.
Okay, that's working. Keep doing that. Because I know we
I
were
will.
talking about this is what's the best you had so far. My audio sucks, but yours is good.
Yeah, you sound like you're on a regular mic tonight. Usually, you're one of the loudest, most clear voices.
I broke my headset this morning, and I didn't realize it was broken until I was live. So the whole time, I thought I was talking into the microphone on the headset, but it was actually recording on the laptop microphone because my headset is broken, and it didn't say like it wouldn't connect. It like tried to connect, and I guess it just shifted it, routed it to the other thing. I didn't even realize it until halfway through. I was over here tapping on the desk, and I had my headset muted, but it was still showing the green dots. And I'm like, what? And I'm like, wow, this is like halfway through this episode. I did the whole face off like that. Didn't even realize it. Hey, it happens, man. I'm not tripping.
I think you're going because you've been having some equipment problems with the mouse and stuff. I think you're going to end up with a whole arsenal of extra parts.
I'm about to upgrade everything I have. I have some nice stuff, but I go into graphics and stuff. I like just having extra space. I don't like anything lagging at all. So I'm about to upgrade it even further. It's time. I love computers. I do. I fix computers and stuff for people too. So I know how to take them apart and put them back together myself.
Yeah, I know you guys were about to wrap things up. I really wanted to come up and appreciate Sadiq for spending the time he did, and wish you and Roy Chess good night.
It was a pleasure talking to you, brother.
Yeah, thank you, man. I look forward to more conversations in the future.
Likewise, man. I appreciate your talking points, man. So, before you go, I just want to say too, man. For an atheist, man, you give an interesting perspective on it. Some of the most interesting I've heard articulated. So definitely, man. Great in hearing your perspective, man. Definitely look forward to talking to you again in the rest of the family.
I appreciate that, man. Roy Chess, what do I say, brother?
Roy Chess.
And he and I actually have history, but I think that our trajectory is going in a different direction. Especially considering how everything turned out tonight. But you know what? This experience in this community is my first time streaming. So the first time that I actually talked on the stream was, I think it was on this platform. So all the, what do you call them? Growing pains, I think is a good way to say it, that you get when you first start streaming. I have to go through all that, and I have to learn etiquette and like give people space for their personalities and stuff. That's a lot of stuff that I need to learn about doing this. And I didn't think that I would ever be on a stream for hours, but man, it is very addictive and really interesting.
It's super easy
Yeah,
to
it
wake
is.
up and realize had an amazing discussion. Because these are the discussions we crave in real life, but it's so hard to find because people are the same wavelength. It's not like we all live on the same street or we all share the same occupation.
Right.
Sometimes sometimes you're the only person that who thinks the way you do. So a lot of people feel like they're the black sheep. That's why I address everybody as Titan family, because some people feel like the outcasts where they are, and then they come here and they get a sense of belonging, family, because people are looking at them like, who cares? Who cares about what you think about Tacitus, bro? Like they're watching the Broncos or whoever's playing on TV. Like they don't care about any of that, and they're actually annoyed by the conversation. So when this is a space where people can come and have that, and they don't have to deal with that. They can drop their guard, and nobody's gonna judge them for at least engaging in the conversations. We may judge you for other reasons,
right.
Yeah, that's what we're here for, man.
I want to get with you too, A1 man. On the other side, man. I'm still down, bro. For that, for that arrangement we talked about too. Just want to put that
Oh
out
yeah,
there.
yeah, man. I was just waiting on you to say you was ready. Everything
Okay, bet.
I
Bet
never
it up, bro.
wasn't a
Bet
go.
it up.
Whenever I talk to people, I know people who are living lives, and sometimes they have to create time and space to be able to do this stuff, even mentally.
Yeah.
Not
I
even
kind
just
of.
in your schedule.
Yeah.
You may have to create the mental space for this. So,
Facts. Facts.
yeah, whenever I talk to people, I know they're gonna get with me when they're ready, and that's when I want to do it with them because I don't
Right.
want poor people to do anything. I want them to want this just as much as I
Right.
want it to them. Because if not, then it's me dragging and pulling people to be great. I don't want to do that anymore. I've done that. I've been that guy that's trying to force other people to be great and don't care for it. Like, I'm happy just being average, or I just want to watch, or that's okay.
Yeah. Yeah. That's my bro. That's my bro A1 man. This dude, I support every time I tune in. And I would suggest others who on the panel or looking on to do the same. Send in those payments, man. So a lot of us have been through hell and high water to learn some of this stuff that we share on here, and we're not getting any. I'll speak for myself. I'm not getting paid to do anything, and I'm okay with that because, like the A1 said, we want to get the words out. Like Brother Il Doc said, and my other brother, Roy, and so we want to do that, but at least support A1 and his mission on this channel so we can push this stuff forward because this is how all the big labels started. The big broadcasting companies started just like this here. They was just like this, and then they blew up and shit. And we need more black media, especially now more than ever.
Hey, salute to you. You said it right there, man.
Hey, it sound like you recognize the same thing about this platform that I do. When, when I first, I was like, man, this is going to be big.
Yeah, man. I sent in some. I sent in $20. We were talking. I sent in something there. It's super, and we should send more.
It's like, listen, I
At
appreciate
least each time we come up here, we should send at least $20, $30 or more
it, man. I
every
would.
time we
Hey,
come on.
I don't, and just y'all participating.
Yeah,
That's,
$50. Yeah,
that's
shit.
support to me too. Like, there's other ways to support besides monetary. Just for the people who don't have it, I don't want nobody ever feeling bad. There's some
Yeah,
people who don't, they go spend $100 on lunch. So $20,
right.
something that touched them ain't nothing. So,
You
and
know.
salute. So I just know it's levels, and everybody's at a different space in life. So it's
Yeah,
other ways to support me. Hit
yeah,
that
like,
thumbs up, hit
for
that
sure.
bell, share this to a friend.
Right.
That's just as good as money to me. You know what I'm saying? So, but definitely, I do appreciate it because I take time away from my family and a lot of that to do this stuff. I don't know because I believe in spreading the message and raising collective consciousness. My family doesn't just include the people who I'm related to by blood. So the world,
Yeah, yeah.
that's how I look at it too as well.
Yeah, you
And
won't hear this stuff nowhere else. Yeah,
this is my tribe. Like
Right.
we all are mentally in search of some types of truth. So that's why I keep saying I've been meeting some of the coolest people in the weirdest ways since I started doing this. And I just love that about my life. And tonight, even today, Doctor just changed my whole perspective on what I'm self-proclaiming. I'm about to go have
Hey,
like
man,
I no
I've been
longer
in so many arguments about this shit.
I am now an agnostic theist who believes that God lives in the minds of
Right.
you know. We gonna get more into it though. Hopefully he comes back.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I,
you can
I
hit me.
like that.
You gotta hit
Yeah, yeah.
me. Talk about this.
Yeah, Doc said it's a mental construct because I agree. We're like right on the line on the each side of the issue, right there on the. I agree. It
But
is. Yeah. God is a mental construct as well, but I'm more
yeah, I
more
was
on the
listening to you.
affirmative.
We
Mhm.
share a fence for sure.
That's crazy.
This is cool.
Rochester is
That's
like
Yeah,
not me, buddy.
form and function landed. Your take on masculinity and femininity landed. There was a couple things in there landed. Spirit, uh, the how you approach the scriptures as symbolism, all of that landed, and I think that there's when people say like science, like Roy Chess was talking earlier,
right.
there's a way to interpret the scriptures.
Oh yeah.
If you zoom out far enough,
right.
There's a way where the scriptures make sense to everybody on the same level. I think.
Oh
I
yeah.
don't know
Oh
for
yeah.
sure.
Oh
I
yeah. Yeah.
think.
Oh, flat. Oh, totally. Yeah. We got to go further in that one day. I can get into the dragons, all of that shit. The winter time. The scriptures talk about don't let if you follow the Lord, the winter won't get you. The trap it. All of that stuff means stuff. It's all elements of mind they're using. It's talking in occult encrypted languages, and rightfully so. You know, a lot of your ancient texts would use encrypted language. The Bible isn't new in that regard, and they have to hide the shit from your layman's and things like that because they might destroy the shit. Like they've shown, they'll destroy powerful information because they don't want nobody to know it and keep you in ignorance so they can farm you, you know, for your finances, your body, whatever. Yeah, absolutely, man. Oh yeah, Loch Ness monsters in the Bible. All of that stuff means that I'll explain all of that where it makes perfect sense. And you'll be like, oh, we'll break the scripture and read it. It says the Loch Ness monster won't get you the depths of the. They talk about elements of mind. The Loch Ness lives in the subconscious. It's the Leviathan. I think the scriptures talk about a Leviathan. If you try to you try to understand that shit literal, man, you say, man, get down. I'm gonna turn atheist. Hell, you you're it's you know that actually means stuff in a very practical kind of a way. Like the dragon, for instance. If you guys don't mind, if you got a few minutes, the dragon is it represents
I could go
subconscious energy.
all night till tomorrow. I was only ending it because I thought you gentlemen were. I know Roy Chess has to go to sleep. After
Okay,
you,
yeah, we'll go over to another. Yeah, for sure. We'll save that. So much to say.
and then you guys can kick it all night. I was gonna
For
let y'all
sure,
go
for sure,
at 8 in the morning.
for
So
sure,
go ahead.
for sure, famo. Well, it's been a pleasure. I'm gonna go ahead and check out. And should I get at y'all, man? If you come on tomorrow, A1 man, I'm gonna holler at you tomorrow anyway, man.
Your statement. You got to at least finish what you were saying.
Oh, want me to finish? Oh, hell
Yeah,
yeah,
I
shit,
was
hell
saying
yeah.
you were going all night.
Oh,
That I was going to end for real. I
oh,
thought you were done for real.
oh no,
I
I
thought.
didn't want to. You know, I can go on. I
Yeah,
can,
that's what
man,
I want
shit,
to have
man.
people going. Shoot,
I'd be
but
having
let
to
me
make myself shut up.
this, and then we
Oh,
can keep talking.
okay,
Gentlemen, I gotta go.
you
Okay.
gotta go. Okay,
Do
Yeah.
your
all right,
closing remark, Roy Chess.
What's
all right,
that?
Roy Chase, man. It's a
Closing
pleasure, man.
remarks.
Appreciate you, man. Got to talk to you again, man.
No, say that again, A1. I can't.
Closing remarks.
Oh, thank you for tonight. I had a good time, even though we had some bumps in the road, but it's all good. I think no hard feelings.
Oh, definitely not. This is all in the effort of learning.
Hopefully I can come back again. We can have another discussion. I could play the devil's advocate if I wanted to. I don't know if y'all ever thought about that, but um, you know, I have some skill. I mean, I think that should be evident. It's not just that I'm making things up. I can demonstrate my skill. I don't necessarily need a source in many cases, but I will provide sources where I can. I'll try to do that in the presentation I give. I'm not sure when. I mean, are we talking about like this week, right? This coming up week? I'm thinking maybe Tuesday or Wednesday.
That sounds good to me. It's up to you though, but we'll definitely lock it in tomorrow. I'll put a calendar up. But yeah, I'm open. My availability is open. I need some content for this week, so that'll be amazing.
Yeah, so it's just probably the worst case scenario is Wednesday. I don't know if I'm gonna finish it tomorrow. So the best case scenario would be tomorrow, Tuesday. It's in the next 72 hours. I think that I should have something.
I'm putting my phone number in the back, so you can just call me. Forget the email. Just call me tomorrow when you finish it, and then we'll talk.
Okay.
My phone number is in the back right now, so go ahead and copy that down. I think Il Doctor and you got that, and I think Sadiq you already got it too.
Yep.
I think everybody here has it, but if you don't, you can go ahead and take it down.
Okay, no problem, no problem. Like I said, I thank you for the discussion. I don't know if did we go off rail? Like what was the
I'm
topic?
excited
Was
for you to
Suave,
come
right?
back because it's not that I think you're wrong. I think that you heard that somewhere in the classroom. I just want you to show it to me. I can't repeat it, and it's going against what I've been taught. I'm willing to accept it's misinformation. I just want you to show me it's misinformation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to demonstrate it, right? So, like I said,
understand that. I understand your demonstration, but man, people put on, this is the pseudo Olympics be back here. Like these people put on races
Yes,
all
I know.
day. Like, but a scientist would say, hey, he made it tie together, but it don't tie together.
Right. But that's again why I'm doing this, because some people are making invalid inferences, right? So that's what hopefully this is going to discuss, right? When you can make the inference and when you cannot make the inference.
Okay.
And when you make an invalid inference, you can't say that the other person is wrong when your inference is invalid. Right? So hopefully that's going to be clear. But like I said, my heart is bleeding because I don't want to bore people. So
don't worry about who's bored. Always
you really
don't
just
worry about the people
trust the audience,
who are
man.
uninterested and don't like you. Focus on the people who do like you and just pour into them, even if it's only one person. Don't worry about who ain't messing with you. And don't ever do that in life in any situation. Focus on the people who love you, because there's going to be a million people who don't like you, who don't like what you're doing, have something to say. Who cares about them bored people? Focus on your supporters and support them, and they're going to be supporting you.
All right.
Hey, brother, do you mind saying what your formal education is?
Well, I have a degree in philosophy, so that's where I get my information from, basically.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I don't really care from where. I just wanted to know if your education was formalized. I'll
Yes.
tell you, I agree with you. There were some little bumpy roads there, but I hope to see you on Is That Pseudo game when it comes back around for a rematch, and and also to have more conversations. But don't let this smooth taste fool you. I'm gonna keep my eye on you, man. I'll be listening to what you say, and
Yes.
I'll be scrutinizing every word.
That's great. I mean, I make mistakes from time to time. I'm not perfect. I'm trying to work on them, right? I'm trying to work on trying to be clear as possible. That's another reason why I'm kind of doing this. If I can get it down to a science, I'm going to get it down to a science where, when I speak, everybody will hear and understand me instead of me having to explain per se. I mean, but that's what it's all about.
Maybe I should just work on my humor.
I thought you were serious a little bit too, but I was laughing because I thought you were just he's joking.
Yeah. I'm really bullshit, man. I guess my deadpan humor is just too dead. It's heavy on the dead.
He can't wait to see you back around. That's what he's saying.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
What I'm telling you is I look forward to talking to you again.
Okay. No, likewise. But if you have a criticism,
I will be scrutinizing what you say.
Absolutely, and that will help me, right? I mean, I don't claim to be a know-it-all. I'm not saying that I know everything. I know what I know, I think. And I think I can demonstrate what I know. And that's important to me, right? Not just the sources, but me demonstrating my knowledge, that I know it, that I'm not reading something and, not, BSing somebody.
Are you red pill?
No, I'm not red pill. I mean,
right.
At least not to the YouTube definition of red pill, like I hate women type of thing. No, hell no.
A1, are there any red pill dudes in the community?
Somebody told me you were a red pill.
Me?
Yesterday.
No, yeah. I'm anti-red pill.
Somebody told me they put you apart.
So red pill means women hater? Is that correct or no?
I think that generally speaking that's a stretch, but it's close enough.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say I think you're demonizing it a little bit, but
yeah, but you don't like women type of thing, right? Not necessarily. Maybe you don't hate them, but you're.
I'm not a red pill, and I don't want to seem like I'm defending them, but I think it's what for everyone, because I actually listen to try to understand. So I would say that you're demonizing and saying that, but you're not doing it intentionally because you don't have the knowledge.
Yeah, I'm not doing it intentionally. I think that
that is women? A common misconception, but
are they bashing women constantly?
That's not the place they're coming from and what they're expressing. But sometimes people who are very bitter can fall into the red pill ideologies from being hurt and things like that. But that's a whole other form of psychology. And they're dealing with trauma, and that's like It's not an exception to the rule, but it's just what happens. And I don't know, but I'd have to do a whole explanation on that.
Oh, okay.
But that's something different. But I do have me and my dad, who's actually a licensed clinical therapist. We have a show coming up called Bringing Mental Health to the Black Community. I forgot the two C's. There's two C's that go with that, and we're going to be actually doing live therapy sessions, as well as him teaching exercises for people to deal with anxiety, trauma, stress, things like that. We're going to be talking about relationships, identity, healthy coping mechanisms, with emotional regulation, things like that. So be on the lookout for that. He's also a judge in my tournament as well, my dad. So yeah, that's gonna be coming up. The stuff like what I was just explaining, that'll kind of go along the lines of the psychology episodes that we're gonna start bringing forth.
Okay.
So be looking for those.
I wanna say real quick. I don't know why anybody would say that I'm red pill, but I do have a lot of positions that are would give that impression. Like a lot of the things that men go through in family court and just in society. So I would say in a lot of ways I'm pro male, specifically black men. So if somebody caught me saying some of those things, they might go, "Oh, this is another red pill dude."
Okay, I see.
It's the bashing women part where I go anti red pill.
And I get that same thing too. So that's why I was able to really say, you know what, I've been misconstrued as a red pill, but I can never be a red pill. But some of the statements that I made makes me jump to that must be what I am, because I don't know, in my mind I'm forcing another gender to take accountability for their actions. And in some instances people will call you red pill for that.
Yeah.
So that's when I say, hey, you're demonizing me. If the shoe was on the other foot, I have to take accountability. You know, I think they should too. And that doesn't make me red pill, and that doesn't mean I hate women. So, but like I say, it's one of those subjects. And I usually stay away from it. That's why when I do approach it, it's going to be from a psychological aspect, because I don't do the gender war thing. Because I'm in support. Like, my whole thing is we need to come together. The gender war, people who do, what is the word I'm looking for? People who do perpetrate the gender war, even by having a podcast titled that or talking about it, I believe that they're red pill. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I can't do it, because I don't believe like that. I have stances. But once you do that,
you might have seen me arguing with one of the girls.
No, I've never seen you. No, I've never seen you do anything. Somebody else was telling me like, "Hey,
they might have." There's a girl in one of in Morphine's back chat, and she digs into men, and just for play, like I'll say like stereotypical red pill stuff, just to go back and forth with her. I wonder if that's where it came from.
Yeah, probably something like that.
Yeah,
but I mean, either way, I don't care.
It ain't shit that I actually believe. It's just stuff.
I haven't seen a topic on the channel yet that's anything to do with red pills, so I don't think that plays a part in anything that we're doing. And like I say, I don't care. Even if you were, that's your personal thing. It's not for me to tell you you're right or wrong. That's not what I'm up here to do. I'm up here to learn from everybody I can. Like that's what I was saying, Roy. I wasn't saying you're wrong. I just necessarily can't accept what you're saying is true. You know what I'm saying? And that sentiment even carried over to the whole agnostic thing. Like, we're not making a claim necessarily.
I'm like, oh shit,
this have to.
That's like, what started the conversation.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to explain to you, and like that, even that to you weren't fathoming that. Like, you kept saying, well, the absence of a claim is the negative then. Like, and we were like, no, it's not. Like, it's not taking the negative, because you.
No, I would never say the absence of a claim is. I would never say that. The absence of a claim is the negative. I would never say that.
Oh my God, brother! 100% you said it.
Yeah, and if it wasn't verbatim, it was what was implied, and that's why. And then if you didn't realize that we were saying that you were implying it to correct it, well, then maybe that's where we can help you start bringing clarity and teaching you to speak clearer.
Yes,
you know
yes. Because
Because
that was, and maybe that was accidentally implied, but I didn't. I would never say that. Like,
a lot
I
of
know
stuff.
that's not true.
Because a lot of people, maybe that is working against me. Because a lot of times I hear what isn't being said, and it's not, and sometimes it's louder than what a person says. So it's like,
I mean, that's fine. I mean, I'll still make it. You know,
I'm
like,
trying to
thank
do it
you
on
for the
purpose.
clarity. That I don't have a problem with you bringing them up, but you know,
I was
I
just
can
thinking how
rephrase.
sometimes it may lead me into playing semantics with a person when that's not really what I'm trying to do, and maybe it seems like that.
Oh,
Because,
I mean, with me,
maybe
I'm just trying to get
we'll
clarity.
figure it out.
I'm trying to explain myself clearly and trying to understand something clearly. So that shouldn't be a problem with me. I mean, personally, I mean, I could take correction. You know, if I'm wrong, and I will say I'm wrong, right? So I slip up sometimes. I think I slipped up tonight maybe twice or 3 times, and I had to take back what I said. But the things I stand on, I do stand on, right? So
yeah, I know that. I feel you. Because
I don't think nobody gonna deny that.
Even when you went through a circular reasoning and recognized the circular reasoning, you still stood on what you were standing on. That's why I was like, okay, he had to hear this somewhere because he is not letting it go.
Right.
So I was like, well, that's why I was like, that's what I asked you. Well, show me then, because I do believe you heard this somewhere. I don't think you would come up here making this up. I think you got a little bit more respect for knowledge than that. Like, I wouldn't say what Il Doc would say. Like, you were being, like, I wouldn't go that far. I was like a level before that, because I know you. I've engaged with you. I know you have a passion for this, and you. That's why I was saying. I know your whole deal is you're raising the level of scholarship. So if you do have that higher level of scholarship, I wanted to get hip to it and show it to me somewhere, because even the secret knowledge is written down somewhere. It's just not as abundant as the Bible and mass produced.
Facts.
right, finding it is the problem. Yeah, finding it is the issue.
Right.
I mean, that's the issue. Finding it, and I think I can find it in semiotics and semantics. I'm gonna look at a text tomorrow or later on. I should say today, because it's already after 4. So I think that's where I'll find it if I'm likely to succeed. And if I find it, I'm gonna bring it up in a source. I'll list it as a source. And I mean, the whole thing about the statement thing is it's not limited to just verbal or written utterances. So that's why I'm standing on what I'm saying. So if you want to limit it to verbal and written, then there's nothing really. I think we will agree that a proposition can be expressed by that. So I don't think there's a disagreement on that. My thing is that I have to eliminate the other possibilities, which has to do with, proving things. It's not just proving things true. Sometimes you can prove things false. Sometimes you can prove things by the process of elimination. That's why I'm saying that you have to rule out other things. If I can't necessarily prove something true up front or directly, maybe I can prove it by indirect reasoning, by ruling out the other possibilities, and that there's only one possibility left, and that has to be correct. But that deals with proofs, right? Like logical proofs.
I like what you said. I think there were a couple instances where that was the case, and it worked against you though, where like you were trying to be technical, and I'm like, well, there's only one other explanation, so why do we have to bring it up? And that's what I kept saying.
No, if I'm bringing up, you have to rule out other options. That means there's more than one. There's usually more than 3 most of the time, right? So that's usually when I bring it up. That it's not just one option. If I'm saying that, it has to be at least 2 or 3 or more for me to say that.
I just think in the instance, I can't remember the specific instance, but I don't think in the instance that there were. And I think that's why I was raising the issue, because I'm aware of bringing clarity. You bring clarity when things can have double meanings or be ambiguous. Because I represent myself in court. The only objection that I can yell out at any time and that they can never stop me for is objection, point of clarification. is when the judge is saying something that can have two meanings, like the word jurisdiction.
Yeah.
What does that mean? You see what I'm saying? So for him to say he has jurisdiction, objection, point of clarification. Can the court define what it means by jurisdiction? He may say, well, you were within our city limits. You were driving in Cleveland, Ohio. So you were within our jurisdiction. Objection, point of clarification. Is it the court's position that jurisdiction is a geographical location on the map? Because there's also another jurisdiction, which is who has the right and try and hear your case. That's also who has jurisdiction over you. But you see what I'm saying? It's ambiguous. It has two meanings.
Right.
And that's so I know what bringing clarification is. But when I was saying that stuff to you, there wasn't another option. That's what I was trying to point out. But I don't want to drag it and beat a dead horse. Good job today. I appreciate you. You had me looking up a bunch of stuff that I haven't touched on in like 2 years. So you just refreshed my memory and knowledge on a bunch of stuff. And I'm still waiting for that source that I know that you're going to find eventually. I just hope it doesn't take forever.
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm actively gonna look for it because that's probably gonna come up again. So I'm gonna be able to use the same source over and over again. So
yeah, because I know you're not crazy. They don't know that you're not crazy. I know you're not. I'm like, I know he heard it somewhere because I know you ain't gonna play with it. They like, man, I think you just play.
I've heard it from more than one instructor. So
today. No,
it's not just I heard it from one instructor because that would be crazy, right? That would be like you heard it from one guy and then you going hard like this. No, I've heard it from multiple PhDs, multiple.
And I believe that too. I definitely don't even think you're lying, and that's why I really think you are going to come up with it. But I want to see if they're saying what you think they're saying, or if you're misunderstood. But once you get the clip, we're all gonna figure it out.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be a direct quote, but it's gonna be close enough where you get the idea.
You might listen to a YouTube lecture and the guy's teaching it to another class. But I'm thinking he's going to say the same thing that we read in all the other ones, where he makes a distinction but still comes to the same conclusion that I came to.
Yeah, but the problem is that you can't find a source like that without sentences, without statements being sentences, right? None of the sources that you read stated that statements were different from sentences. So even when I Googled it on my own, every time I typed in what are statements, they say sentences. So it's like it's hard to find. It's hard for me to prove that when that's the popular thing. That's why I have to go outside of utterances, written or spoken. Because I think you can definitely assume that certain actions, certain behaviors are statements, right? I don't think anybody in a normal sense would say no. That if somebody's walking around with the rainbow flag at the gay parade and they're condoning that behavior and they're claiming to be of that, right? I mean, you're going to make the connection. The average person is going to make the connection, right? Somebody who is against the government is going to make a pattern of behavior, and that's making a statement as far as enforcement goes, right? Because you're breaking the law in some cases. I don't think that's disputable. That statements do not have to be written or verbal. They can be actions and they can be other things, which is why I'm standing on what I'm saying.
Yeah, I could agree with you on that, Roy. It's just that the mental variety that we were, we had a little time with.
Yeah, now I see why L-Doc said that. Hold up. Now I see why L-Doc said what he said when he was like, brother, we don't want to hear about a bank statement or this statement because you did. Right. You said statements can be other things. We already know that, but we're not talking about
right.
that.
Yeah, but that's the point. If you already know that, then what's the disagreement? Right? If you know that statements be other things, they don't have to be propositions.
My point is,
can you guys hear me?
It's distracted.
Yeah,
from the point.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
All right.
So it's distracted from the point. And then sometimes you say distractive things that everybody understands in a way that's confusing to a person, and they think they have to correct you. You know what I'm saying? That's why I was like,
again, I don't leave assumptions I try not to leave assumptions on the table where I'm trying to be direct and clear so that there are no hidden assumptions. So it may be something simple, and I'm going to ask you a simple question, and you'll be like, "Well, I know this already," but I'm doing that to show you that the inference that's being made has to be either right or wrong, right? So it's not like I'm trying to trap people.
Hey, Roychest, there's some irony in what you just described when you went back to telling us again about the statement. Because a statement is also what I described, that billing statement that you get about your banking. So we all agree a statement can be other than utterances. The irony is when he was going to his sources, he only went to sources that treated statement like written, like in writing or in utterances, because he thought that's the context we were using statements. I thought it too, and so did Sadiq. So if any of us went to sources, that's where we would have gone to. Here's the irony. If you really wanted to maintain that flexibility with the word statement or that range of semantics with the word statement, you should have allowed the dictionary, because that's what the dictionary exactly does. But you excluded it.
The dictionary is not going to give the context that I'm using.
The dictionary gives each one of those contexts. It gives it in the utterance, it gives it in the billing statement, and it gives it in the political statement through what I call the performative statement. It gives all of them.
It would have also given the definition in philosophy and the definition in logic. It would have given you a math definition if there was a different one for that as well. So that way we can clearly see what context we were talking about. But we all knew what context we were talking about, as Ildoc just stated. So when you go left field to clarify when there was nothing unclear because we were all on the same page, it seems non sequitur. And it seems like a distraction from the point. But I understand you, but you understand that?
Yeah, I understand that. All right.
Okay. Yeah, so it seemed when you got to the point where you were like, no, a red light is, a political statement, and you revealed, let's say, the punchline. I felt ambushed the whole time. I felt like this was a big ambush thing that you were doing. And the reason I'm telling you that is not to reignite the heat, but maybe privately you can consider what happened tonight, and it'll help you achieve clarity when you're talking about it with other people in the future. And one of the tools you can use is access to the dictionary in that conversation.
Because if we would have defined it, and then we would have also defined the context in which we were using it, because we would have shown, hey, we're using the logic definition for this. And now we don't have to go in a non sequitur argument for 5 minutes.
Well, the definition I was using is the general definition, and that general definition includes all of the context. All of the context will so basically a statement is a form of communication that expresses a meaning to someone, right? So all of the things that those contexts do, they're expressing a meaning to someone other than the person who's providing the statement, right? It's you're providing an audience a meaning, whether it's through words, through symbols, through sounds, through sentences, right?
I know that you're not going to give it up, but the context was established by the conversation that we were having. At least the one that you were having with me started with theism being a proposition to an atheist, and atheism being a negation of that. And that's how, for my conversation with you, the use of the word statement and sentence emerged. So we're already talking about utterances and not in a general way.
And I felt disappointed because I'm using the logic definition for statement because we're talking about logic, and he's telling me to go to all of these logic textbooks about this, and he's using a general definition, which actually applies to everything, even checks.
Right. So that's usually the philosophy definition, all right? So That's the reason why I'm saying is because there's a distinction there. They don't want students saying that propositions are statements because that is technically wrong. That's why I'm making the distinction like that. To say that propositions are statements because you read it is not correct.
But
That's
they
why
are
I'm going through this.
statements.
They are not statements. Ideas are not statements.
A proposition that is not shared externally is meaningless.
No, that's not correct.
It only has meaning. It only has individual meaning and subjective meaning.
Facts.
No. So
If it's
meaningless
internalized, yeah, it's true.
meaningless has usually has another context. But if you want to use that context, okay, fine. But
Yeah, if it's
it's
It
not
has no
usually
weight
standard.
in a conversation. We're having a conversation.
right,
If you have a proposition that you don't share with me, it means
right.
nothing to in our conversation.
Right. Like,
Now,
but if
there
you want
are
to be
other
practical,
like
yeah.
implied propositions that, like I talked about one in a debate a couple debates ago, where a guy, one of the guys was saying he was arguing that the other debater couldn't understand stuff, and so what he was proposing is that the guy is dumb, but he didn't say the sentence, "This guy is dumb." That because that proposition was implied. So that was an unstated proposition. It was an implied proposition, but that proposition still needed to be uttered in some form in order for the implication to occur. Implications that you don't communicate are irrelevant in a conversation. I know that
Yeah.
you can
Yeah.
propose things privately. I understand that. But in the conversation, a proposition exists in the domain of statements.
And that's exactly, if we were classifying this as genus and species, statement would be the genus and proposition would be the species. Like it's a subcategory of it. And even here, I looked it up again. It's saying they're the same, but there is a subtle distinction, and it tells you the distinction when people make one, what it is. The statement is the expression of the proposition in language, but the proposition is the meaning and the content. But propositions are still statements. Not all statements are propositions. Like we went over this. I don't understand. And there is a slight nuance and a slight distinction, but it doesn't come to the conclusion that propositions aren't statements. Nobody's made that conclusion by saying there's a distinction. And that's what I was saying, Roy Chess. I don't think that you're going to find. I think you're going to find people making this distinction left and right on the higher level.
Yeah, what are they telling you the distinction is? It's not clear. Because
The
if you're saying
distinction,
that they're telling you the distinction, what is the distinction?
Hold on for a second. I don't I I feel
According
bad
to
that
your
I keep
choice.
doing this, but I just want to say goodnight to you, brothers. I
Yeah.
don't want to. I don't want to like start doing this again.
Right.
Uh,
Yeah.
Because
Sadiq,
if you're saying
you
there's a
sent the link
distinction, what is the distinction?
I
Roy
hear you,
Chess,
brother. Ill. I'm gonna go ahead and get out too, man.
Roy
everybody
Chess.
saw Courtney. I just saw Courtney say, "Send me the link," and everybody talk about they get out. All right, so
Oh,
my
Yeah.
if
bad.
Courtney coming up, I think I'm gonna hang around for a little
Okay,
I
I'm
bit.
mean,
about
I
to
gotta go anyway, but
have
I
a
was
good
gonna.
night, Roy Chess. I'm sorry I drug it out and kept you longer than you wanted to stay, and I'll be waiting for your call tomorrow.
Yes, no problem.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I'm gonna
I
stay up
appreciate
more
you for
just
sure. I definitely
say what up to
appreciate
the brother.
you.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah,
See you guys.
me too.
I got more intelligent from this conversation
Hey, good
today.
night, Roy Chess.
Good
Good
night.
night, Roy Chess.
I'm watching you, man.
Yes, by all
Until
means.
next time, brother.
By
Be
all
safe and
means.
blessed.
Yeah, but I rock with Roy Chess, but he cool for real, and he's chill.
Roy Chess is funny as hell.
Even through all the disagreements, the corn was amazing. That's how I like to have it.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's one of the reasons I don't find myself suitable for the debate, man. I trigger way too easy.
Me too.
Eh,
That's why I generally don't express my. I have to be around people I trust enough to let my guard down. Cause yeah, I'll snap on this joint like a money bag. Not money. I'll be on here looking like finesse two times. Y'all will be like, who is this?
Me too, man. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if y'all. I don't know if Il Doc is hip to who finesse two times is, but he's been
who's
venting
that?
like crazy online about his problems in the rap community. So,
What's his name?
Finesse 2 times. He's a
Oh
rapper.
yeah, I just saw something. He
I
was
don't want to.
he was dragging somebody. I know
Yeah, I
who
don't
you're
want to
talking
be up
about.
here
I've
like
seen him a
that.
couple times.
Yeah, I don't want to be up here like that. So I've only been engaging with people once I recognize that they have good decorum. So yeah, Roy Chess is always welcome up here, whether he agrees or not, whether I agree with him or not. This is the place for you, brother.
Yeah,
Roy
I'll
said,
check him
yeah.
out whenever he has that presentation. I'll be in the audience, see what's up.
Hey.
Roy said his
Oh yeah, I already
internalized deal is valid.
too. I'm gonna make sure we get that link.
Peace to
Courtney, what's up,
everybody.
man? Courtney been
What it do?
watching
What it do?
like 8 hours straight. Shout out Courtney,
What
helping
up,
me get
fam?
hours up, man. I appreciate you, big dog.
Hey, what's up, brother?
Peace, peace.
Peace, love, and respect.
Comments on what you've seen tonight.
Wow. That's about what sums it up. 3 letters. Wow. It was a lot, and it wasn't that a lot for real. It was interesting. I can't put what happened today that I had heard while I was working into words yet. I could summarize a lot of the talking points, but that's not what you asked me to do. Did Royce?
Nope.
I know he answered me in the back chat, but I wanted to know: did he give a verbal response to if he been to school, formally educated in any of these fields, philosophy, logic, theology?
Yeah, he said he was degreed in philosophy.
Yeah, he told me that as well a while ago. I don't assume him to be a liar. I don't know. I always give people the benefit, but this is the internet. Maybe I'm naive and still green out here. So
Hey, ain't nothing wrong with being green. That's your first line of recognition. Being green.
Facts.
Somebody walks up to you, hey, what's up? What's up? What's your name? My name is John.
oh, you cut off, Brittany.
Oh wow, I didn't know I went mute.
You
But
cut
yeah,
off.
I was saying that yeah, that's your first line of affirmation. Direct encounters. Usually, if you're charitable, and I hold a charitable view when I'm in dialogue with people, you don't have any, you're not asking people, show me your birth certificate, show me your ID, show me your social when they tell you your name.
True.
Everything doesn't necessitate certain levels of evidence.
Very true. Very true. I like how you put that. He seems seasoned enough around most of the topics. This one he threw me for a loop today. I was not expecting this from him today.
I can understand some of the things he's saying.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Oh, my bad. I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I can understand though some of the things he's saying. I disagree with a lot of other things he said. Like my last conversation with the brother, and this is not to be disrespectful or to say he's unintelligent or nothing, but the last conversation I had with Roy Chess was about the structure of arguments. And he made a claim that there are no deductive arguments for God, something like that. And I asked him specifically, well, what about William Lane Craig's argument from causality, the Kalam cosmological argument, as he structures it? Because the way it's traditionally structured is a deductive argument. And we had issues there. We weren't able to parse it out, but that was something I would have ultimately addressed tonight if I was able to talk.
Hey, congratulations. I just realized you said you was back working, man. Congratulations, bro.
Yes and no. I'm only doing gigs. I'm not at my job yet.
Hey, man, you putting food on the table, man. That's all that matters. I know how it feels to not be able to get up and make stuff happen, man. It's a depressing feeling. So shout out to you. I know it feels good.
It definitely does. But like this evening, it probably won't be feeling that good. I got to get a minor operation on my neck.
Oh shit.
And yeah, because I had herniated disc in my lower back and in my neck. So one way they trying to treat my symptoms is by giving me like a Novocaine and epidural in my neck. So yeah, that's what I gotta do today.
MLK, man.
Wish you success in that,
I'm
brother.
gonna hit you up later and check on you, man. Make sure you're all right.
I appreciate y'all.
No doubt, no doubt.
Yeah, I wish you the best too, brother. If I
All
can give
day.
you any advice, because I've had what you're gonna get, don't move.
Yes, man. Do it. How
I
do you
wish I
feel
had
about?
somebody to go with me so I could be sedated, because that would help.
Dang, you gotta go by yourself to that stuff. How do you feel about this statement proposition thing that we've been going back and forth about for hours?
It's technical semantics while at the same time they're used interchangeably in the literature. It's a technical point he's making, but regardless of that, these terms are used interchangeably within the literature. I mean, it's one thing when a scholar writes an article or writes a book, but we also have to pay attention how they describe things. They use synonyms so that they're not super repetitive. And even if they are super repetitive, you have to pay attention to the nuances. Now, I'm not saying that he didn't offer a legit nuance. I'm just saying the way he was trying to implement the nuance was uh, extremely pedantic. It was fairly argumentative, but the whole time I see this a lot when you're talking philosophy of language, philosophy of logic, or just philosophy. Um, so it's not necessarily, to me at least, I think there's some things that are muddied up. There are certain things that get muddied up in the water in light of the dialogue, like the fact and intro to logic and second year logic. 4 years of logic, you may never see that nuance if you're not, or let me change that. 4 years of philosophy, you may never see that nuance that logicians may implement, or philosophy of language scholars implement. No, philosophy of language is not linguistics. So these are all interwoven, related, connected issues, but sometimes the water gets muddy due to the technicality. And I think because propositions primarily function as statements, regardless if they're uttered or not, because you can write down a proposition and a written proposition is not uttered. But that written proposition contains content that is structured in sentence form for coherency. So, or statement form for, noun verb agreements and things like this to come through to the reader for the content to be comprehensible. So there's a lot of nuances there. Scholars will disagree about everything, and I'm gonna leave it right there.
Hey, I agree with you. They disagree about a lot, but they were most of them in agreement about what I was saying on this topic.
I agree.
He does fight one. I'm gonna say thank you for bringing somebody from the other side, so that way I know he's heard it. I don't know. I know he's heard the nuance before. I don't think he actually heard how it's been implemented that way. I don't know. I'm just I'm eager to see what it brings. And shout out Roy Chess. We can't be right about everything all the time. So even if he is wrong, it don't matter.
I don't think there was any nuance. I think that he has a strategy that he follows when he engages people, and that strategy includes something resembling like a mutated Socratic questioning style. where he withholds information about his position and challenges you to find it. And I just think that it's not a really sincere way to engage people.
Yeah, because when we
And even though like my feelings, like, because I got a little emotional and wound up about it, like all of that settled down and like we cool, like that's still true. That I think that and I don't know if he realizes that he does it on purpose. I think it may be his strategy.
it seems like a strategy when I ask for a source and his response is, even if I can't show you a source, it doesn't mean what I'm saying is false. That makes it seem like a strategy.
Yeah, which it's like, well, because propositions are true or false.
Because as soon as
Whether they're proven true or false, like he's taking
yeah,
advantage of a truth table, like a truth value of propositions that have nothing to do with whether or not someone is right or wrong in a conversation. Like he's expanding the relevance of like propositional value to areas of a conversation where it's not necessary if we're just guys hanging out kicking it, which we have moments of that. It's just the content is a little higher brow than what you might find, in a man cave. And that's why I was saying, like, look, man, we're all on board to explore this. We need you to come too. But he wanted like these moral victories about the red light statements and the unspoken state. Okay. And you think that, okay, you give him the moral victory, but then that becomes insufficient because now he wants to know, why would we exclude those? Like, bro, stop. That's that galloping I was talking about, just constantly just overwhelm you with questions and challenges, and you get so far away from what you were originally dealing with that it just gets frustrating.
I agree.
That other brother was doing it
Agreed.
the other night too. What's that one brother's name? I called him a sea lion.
oh, I forgot who was the sea lion for
You
that.
talking about Jay, King Jay?
No, it wasn't King J. It's a really well spoken brother, but he feigns. He would feign confusion and continue to
Oh,
ask
Einstein.
questions.
It was Einstein.
Isan, yeah, yeah. He
Yeah,
would
I
feign confusion, uh, and then when you get frustrated, he would play like a victim role. Like, man, we grown men. We just talking. You don't have to be like that. And then he would say, because here's the truth anyway. And then he would tell you, like like the cycle was, ask questions, feign confusion, play victim, establish authority on the topic. Ask questions, feign confusions. Like I tracked him like for half an hour doing it over and over and over again.
Damn.
I was getting frustrated just being in the audience.
yeah.
Hey,
Okay,
man,
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
me on that night. I had fun that night, man. I remember that night. I don't know. That
I
was a
forget
late
who he was talking to.
dang, who was he talking to that night? Oh, it was him. He started out with Himmy. Then
Himmy, yeah, that's right. He
Himmy
was
left.
talking to
Like,
Himmy.
yeah,
Then
Himmy
Jesse
got
came, I
going
think.
and left. I always enjoy when Ice come on too, because he's another like Roy Chess. He's gonna get that conversation started. And he's gonna keep it going.
Yeah. Yeah, that's so sea lion. The reason I thought of him is sea lining is almost the opposite of galloping. Where galloping, you keep pressure by moving the goalpost and challenging for more and more detailed evidence. Sometimes just impossible evidence, and you weaponize technicalities. And sea lining, you do just the opposite. You weaponize your own confusion, and then you weaponize your opponent's frustration. And these are just strategies that people, like, they learn works. And when you frustrate a person that's talking to you, it gives you the impression like I'm dominating everyone I debate because everyone bails and leaves. And that's not really the case. Maybe you haven't dominated everyone. Maybe you just frustrated them. And a lot of people they're not even aware that strategy is a bad faith strategy. And I thought it was unfortunate because our son's intelligent. You can tell that he's wise. And I was like, I don't know why he's doing that. And same thing with Roy Chess. Like he's intelligent. I don't know why he was pressing you for a certain level of evidence that he was unwilling to show to himself. Like that sort of asymmetry in evidence.
Yeah,
you said that perfect.
That was the main reason why I kept typing in the back chat. I'm feeling a lot of pedantic. Hold on. I'm feeling a lot of pedantic energy, and I'm feeling a lot of incredible incredulity. That's why I kept saying the incredible incredulity or incredulous behavior. Like, and if you're not familiar with what incredulity is or incredulous behavior is, it's when asking for a justification, evidence, you're not willing to accept the suggested evidence or justification. So really, you're just trying to justify your own conclusions, which could lead into a very vicious reasoning of irrational circularity. So, I mean, like, there's implications in light of the tactic. There's ways to get out of that tactic. Sometimes you just have to be a little more charitable to your detractor, and hopefully, you don't keep going back to the same point that you like to emphasize. Depending on the nature of the conversation, I get it. Sometimes you really, like, for example, if I were to present an argument for evidence for God's existence, knowing that most people only consider physical evidence and most people are physicalists or materialists, I'm going to go to aspects of reality we take for granted and argue from those things. I might classify those things as transcendental and bearing evidence to some type of conceptual framework related to God. So, like, consistency, internal consistency. I would say logic and things of this nature. Logic, I think, argues for certain things that reflect God's character, or at least whatever logic is. And that's also something you will not really find discussed in the logic textbooks. They talk about how to use logic, but not really what logic is. And take some parsing out, because you got all different types of logic, and depending upon, everybody still basically uses classical or modal logic, Aristotelian logic in some sense. And some of these principles have to be self-justified in order for the method of logic to even be utilized. And
Did you say logic textbooks define the term logic?
Not that they don't define what logic is, they do not attribute ontological categories or attributes to whatever logic is. If they do, they just say these are like abstract rules of governing thoughts.
Okay, I can go for that. I was gonna say, bro, I guarantee in every logic textbook, it's in the introduction, the definition of logic is, and what they're gonna be teaching you, or in that preface. My bad. Go ahead, though. I didn't want to distract.
No, you good. Yeah, because saying that logic or the laws of logic, modal logic in particular, are laws for thought, that just gives us more or less a structure. But I think if these laws are real, they need to be justified in something with the attributes they demonstrate. So my argument will go, if logic exists, or because God exists, logic exists. And that can take some parsing out, but that would be my line of rationale. Because of God, so there's a necessary precondition that basically are the truth bearing and truth and not even truth, but reflective characteristics that are inherited in the laws of logic. And I would say that they can't be grounded in nature. They would, because nature is physical, the laws are non-physical. So they would have to be grounded in some type of transcendental reality. And you still get options. You could use Platonism. You don't have to go to theism. You could use Platonism, but I think Platonism fails at certain levels in order to justify the laws of logic, their function, and things of this sort. And I'm a semi-Platonist. I'm a Christian Platonist, as many philosophers put it. So I take for granted some of these things because, like, for example, logic isn't something that's physically in my head. It's sort of like an abstract conceptual reality. And as an abstract conceptual reality, they have truth-bearing principles which are not in and of themselves inherited. They are derived, they are derivative from God's nature, giving them their structure and consistency for practical application. So yeah. I know that might have just gone over a couple people's heads, but I think
I was gonna say I agree.
Yeah, it definitely went over my head, brother. I have no full train.
Put
So
it in the
when
lake.
we start talking about
Put it in the lake for everybody else.
Platonism and how do you say Aristotelian logic?
Aristotelian.
How do you say that, brother? Aristotelian? Yeah, I'm not familiar.
Think about being arrested.
With that.
Think about being arrested, and then think about the color teal, Aristotle, and then IAN, Aristotelian.
Aristotelian.
So it's Aristotle, Till, and Ian.
Got it. I'm going to practice that before I attempt to say it again.
Another synonym for Aristotelian logic. Yeah, a lot of they still call it Aristotelian logic because Aristotle was the one that basically gave us the structure and the modality for the laws of logic, especially the main three: identity, law of excluded middle, and
non-contradiction.
Non-contradiction, yes.
Yeah, I know those.
So those are all aspects of modal logic or classical logic or Aristotelian logic. So all three of those terms are synonyms. You will find that in the textbooks. And yeah. So it can get nuanced. It takes some time parsing out. And philosophy is one of those type of subjects you really gotta be aware. It's basically math with words. That's the way I look at it. You know, but the words, in order for their coherency, they need something that is coherent in order to give them that structural content, that structural form for the deduction, the inferences, and everything else. Like for example, I would also argue against an atheist that the laws of induction, which are some of the foundational principles for modern empiricalism, those laws of induction actually disrupt, in a lot of ways, the theoretical framework for materialists. Because you can't justify, by means of science, for example, the fact of the assumption that the sun will rise tomorrow. There is an instance, scientifically speaking, when that sun no longer contains the gas and everything that is combusting within it or around it. So in those situations, you cannot really stand on certain scientific principles because scientific principles are justified by means of laws such as induction. I'll send y'all videos if y'all ever want to see like this argued better from a philosopher than me, because I know I'm summarizing, and it can get technical.
I thought FYJ. I thought that was Sadiq. So that means Sadiq must be Michigan naturalist or something.
Yeah, I think Sadiq is Michigan's natural living. I got
Yeah.
Sadiq. If you can hear me, I muted you. You were snoring for a second. I don't know if you woke back up yet. I know we've been going about. Oh yeah, FYJ Entertainment says y'all still up. It's been 10 hours. I think I started streaming like about 8 o'clock. This is the second stream. This one says 7:22, but yeah, we were going for a few hours before we started this one. Shout out to you tapping in, rise and shine.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and tap out. I just wanted to hang out and get a word in with Court. But it's been a blast, man. I would listen to guys talking for hours, and I never thought I'd be one of the guys. But Titan fam all day.
Let's go, man. We appreciate you sharing your insight. Definitely shifted my paradigm today with some of the knowledge that you brought. So I'm looking forward to the next time you hop up here, man.
Man, I appreciate it. Court and Sadiq, both you brothers have a good night, and I'll see everybody next time around. Now I just got to figure out how to get out of here.
Just
he did it.
He got it. That link is in the chat. Morris Judicator. If you ain't got nothing to do, pull up, man. We chilling. We definitely chilling, man. It was definitely a good day. I enjoyed the conversation today. I engaged, which you rarely see me do. So if y'all want to see me going back and forth, slicing and dicing, breaking them down, go ahead and run this one back. I was definitely getting busy today on this one. Pulling up the sources. We was talking logic. I only took an introduction to logic course. I got an A+ in it, but he said that all the sources all the way up to the master's level are bogus and misinformation. I just wanted somebody to show me that it was missing. It's one thing to say it's misinformation. It's another thing to show it to me, so that way I can understand. And that's all. But that's what I'm looking for. He said he's gonna pull back up this week. I know he's gonna pull up with that source though. So I'm excited to see how extensive it is, if they explain the nuance in the same way, or if they come to the same conclusions about the nuance and the proposition statement. That's crazy. We spent that much time on that.
I mean, but see, like, part of it is now you're going to have to go to certain sections of a logic text, whether it's intro or higher level. You're going to have to go to certain sections that are specifically dealing with proposition logic, because that's what the content of propositional logic contains. And philosophy of language stuff. What is a statement? What is a premise? Like, that's going to be in those two fields of philosophy of language and philosophy of logic, or logic. Logicians, they're going to be debating those issues. And honestly, when you hear the scholars communicate directly on their differences, there's less disagreement than there is. There's less disagreement than the perceived disagreement in all actuality, because scholars can ultimately disagree with a position and then engage in it directly. They don't have to just, oh no, my view is right. They don't always do that. Sometimes they argue how they understand a particular view is wrong. Like, again, that's why I don't use Kalam cosmological arguments, because I don't think that they said that their intended goal is to demonstrate God. Their intended goal, especially William Lane Craig's mode of it requires additional arguments for the God proposition, especially the Trinitarian God proposition. So it's interesting. But yeah, like Kalam cosmological argument. All things that begin to exist have a cause. The universe began to exist, therefore the universe has a cause. And that's not necessarily an argument for a divine mind or Trinitarianism or Christianity. So that's why whenever we hear William Lane Craig in particular make these arguments, he has to supplement them. Oh, resurrection. And if resurrection, therefore the God of the Bible. So he has to argue 2, 3, at least 6 more steps using basic syllogistic understandings and deductive arguments to get the conclusion that the Trinitarian God exists. You know, it's not all self-contained within the Kalam cosmological argument.
Agreed. I agree. Definitely an agreement on that. We've been cooking today, Courtney. Let's get it in. Man. What time you got to go in for surgery, man?
Boy, it's 5:30 my time. I got to be up there my lift's coming at 11 to pick me up.
You ain't eat no food or nothing, did you?
Oh, wait, you absolutely right. I'm glad I did. I almost forgot. I was about to take a couple snack breaks today.
I see. Yep. You can't eat or drink for 24 hours.
No, they told me I could drink coffee and water and juice. I just can't do the food 8 hours before the operation.
Okay, yeah. Remember the 8 hours then. Don't mess that up. Yeah, today was a good day for me, man. Any day that I get to stream with y'all, build on this knowledge, it's this right here turned a bad day into a good day. But it was a good day all around, man. Good day all around. I'm happy you had me going back into all that logic stuff, because when did I take? I took a logic course 2 summers ago at the local community college. So, yeah.
So look, before you log out, I want to say shout out to the panel. Shouts out to everybody that was on the panel. So that's Suave, YAYA, Ill Doctrine, and Sadiq. Shouts out to everybody. And last but not least, y'all watching and listening to this, like, comment, subscribe, and share. What are you talking about? Get active, tighten up. I'm gonna let you close out, A1. Big shouts to A1 too.
Titan stand up, y'all heard it from Courtney the Barbarian, man. Like, share, subscribe. Appreciate everybody tapping in. Appreciate everybody in the comments today. Appreciate everybody who hit the panel. Shout out to the Titans, man. You know, shout out to the Titan family, y'all who I do it for. You know, I wouldn't rather be with anybody else doing this than y'all. All my fans and supporters who support the channel. I'm not even gonna say y'all are supporters of me. To the people who support the channel for whatever reason you do, I appreciate you. Anytime you want to send any feedback, any ideas, you know, my inbox is the suggestion box. Feel free to use it. You know, we take everything with a grain of salt, but we do go through the stuff and we review the stuff. I review the stuff with my round table because we are working for you guys. So feel free to submit those suggestions to my inbox, my email, or anybody who know me. You know, tell them, pass that message on. Say this is what you want to see more of. Shoot, I don't even care if it's the constructive criticism. I love constructive criticism because I already think I do an amazing job. So I'll be wanting to hear, what don't you like? Tell me what you want to see. Tell me areas where you think I can do better at. You know, I'm all ears. And again, I appreciate all of y'all. Make sure y'all hit that website up, coliseumumarguments.com. Go ahead and get some merch. What I'm actually about to do today is I've been monetized for like 2 weeks. That super chat does work. I'm going to go ahead and throw the members only section up today. So I want people to be looking forward to that. What I'm going to do is sync the website so the merch will be on every YouTube video right under the video. You'll see the debater merch that we have for sale. We're also going to start doing pay-per-views. There's going to be a tier of the membership program where we will be giving away a free t-shirt and a free ticket to a pay-per-view every month. I think that's going to be the $15.99 one. You get a free t-shirt every month and you get a free pay-per-view ticket for $15.99. So make sure you look out for that in the next 24 hours. Again, appreciate everybody, man. I do this for y'all, man. You know I'm here to serve the people. As you see, you know, so we appreciate you. I'm going to go ahead and run some quick ads and then get up out of here. Y'all have a blessed, beautiful day. And y'all remember my motto, treat your smile like your money and never let them steal it. Peace.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look in the mirror now.
In the arena of ideas, words are weapons. Confidence is your armor, and every Titan needs their gear. From the Titans Debate League comes a movement born from energy, faith, and power. Custom debater tees, spiritual wear, and PVO gear guaranteed to uplift your spirit and elevate your mindset. This isn't just fashion, it's identity, it's purpose, it's power. Join the movement, step into the arena. Shop now at ColiseumofArguments.com and wear what Titans believe in. Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, and charismatic new hosts, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess build and destroy the cipher. Intellectual sword to slice you, or whatever device you recommend. Surgical precise pen, hand get heated, the room will spin. If man get treated, them goals gon' spin. Level heads with feet, paradigm the box you in. Got a pair of red dimes in the box you in. Don't matter, paradigms, your clock won't spin. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we're stopping. It's the clash of the titans. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we storming. It's the clash of the titans. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we storming. It's the clash of the titans. It's the clash of the titans.
Family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family. We might have the same last name, but that don't make you my family. I got some people with the same blood, and I know that they can't stand me. I got some people I call that ain't kin, that's gonna pull up and handle it. They take care of that business like family. We come from them trenches like family. They talking, you listen, that's family. They don't tell your business, that's family. They calling your phone, coming looking for you. They say that you missing, that's family. They don't need permission, that's family. When you hurt, they can feel it, that's family. Let them come while you're cheering, that's family. Let them come when you living, that's family. Family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family. Hey, ain't nobody fighting around here. Ain't nobody shooting around here. Everybody that's around here, family. All love, no hate, be clear. No shade, all love, be real. You love them, you should know how it feel. Tired of all these badass kids. Tired of paying all these bills. Family going through the same thing, so they know exactly how you feel. They supply a shoulder I can cry. I provide a place where they can heal. Leave my money out, they don't steal. Let them have it if it's for a bill. Soldier for me when they in the field. Only way I live. Family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family. We might have the same last name, but that don't make you my family. I got some people with the same blood, and I know that they can't stand me. I got some people I call that ain't kin, that's gonna pull up and handle it. They take care of that business like family. We come from them trenches like family. Family all around me.